Chapter 1973. After a few turns, Sei Ito arrived in front of a three-story square building. The two guards raised their eyes and looked at Ito Sei. Seeing that he was a young man in luxurious clothes, they withdrew their eyes and continued to look at the other guests who came to the door. Obviously, they had sharp ears and eyes. They were here to intercept those who might be evil guests. Sei Ito took in all of this with a smile and stepped into the building. In an instant, a brightly lit and spacious hall appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. The hall was arranged in a triangular shape. Wide and short tables were placed on high platforms. Groups of 3 to 5 people were gathered in a small space separated by a mud wall. They were drinking wine under the clothes of coquettishly dressed female servants. However, from the appearance of the people sitting here, it was clear that they weren't high-ranking officials or rich people. They were just small merchants with some money. "Oh, this guest, do you want to drink wine?" At this time, a coquettish female servant who noticed Sei Ito walked up to Sei Ito and smiled coquettishly. "I do want to drink wine, but not here." Sei Ito looked around and smiled. "Is the guest not satisfied with the environment here? No problem. We can go to the second floor." The woman's eyes lit up. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Sei Ito's arm. She leaned on Sei Ito's body and half pulled him forward while smiling coquettishly. Sei Ito didn't stop her and followed the woman up the stairs to the second floor. Compared to the first floor, the space on the second floor was clearly much smaller, but the layout was more elegant. Large wooden boards connected to the ground separated the floors, creating a private room. Bronze lamps were hung next to the door, providing light to the passageway. "How about here?" the coquettish woman asked. "Isn't there a third floor?" Sei Ito smiled. "The third floor? That's a place where only high-ranking officials and important guests can go up." "What kind of guest are you?" The coquettish woman smiled coquettishly. "Even if I pay with my wallet, it won't work?" Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Well, of course it's fine. Unfortunately, the 4 beauties were already reserved many days ago. I'm afraid you won't have a chance." The coquettish woman's eyes flashed with jealousy as she spoke coquettishly. "That's a pity." Sei Ito smiled. "It's not a pity. Don't you still have me?" The coquettish woman smiled. "You? Forget it. This young master's taste isn't that bad." Sei Ito smiled. Then he shook his arm. He shook off the woman beside him, whose expression had turned ugly. Then he turned around and walked down the stairs without stopping. Soon, he disappeared from the beautiful woman's sight. "Sai, I originally wanted to see what the legendary 4 famous courtesans of the Qin Kingdom looked like. But forget it. Let's get down to business first." Sei Ito sighed as he left the drunken wind brothel. Then, his figure moved, and he suddenly disappeared from the spot like a ghost. In the next moment, in the great Qin Kingdom's Xianyang Palace, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared. He then released his mental power and scanned the entire Xianyang Palace like a radar. In an instant, a large area appeared in Sei Ito's mind like a 3-dimensional image. Palace maid cheating, secret report, king's favorite concubine, wife lonely, finally. After looking through a large pile of things he shouldn't have seen, he found a large room filled with all kinds of junk and books. "Found it," Sei Ito said to himself. Then, he teleported again and entered the room in the next second. Sei Ito stood in the room and calmly looked at the things around him that were stimulated by his mental power. Since there were no strange items, he ignored them and turned his gaze to the pile of bamboo slips and silk books that took up most of the space. Then, with a thought, he unceremoniously put away these rich books that should have been taken from the Zhou royal family. Next, it should be the 9 cauldrons, Sei Ito said to himself as he put away the books. After thinking, Sei Ito flipped his hand. He took out the imperial jade seal and the jade annulus of the clan. Almost at the same time, the imperial jade seal and the jade annulus of the clan appeared. A strange power spread out from the imperial jade seal, like a shockwave. In the next moment, the surface of the imperial jade seal and the jade annulus of the clan lit up, and a dragon's roar came out. Roar! As if awakened, a vast and heavy dragon's roar echoed in the sky above the Xianyang Palace. Roar! Hearing the dragon's roar, Sei Ito didn't hesitate. He immediately spread out his mental power and covered the entire Xianying Palace. In an instant, 9 strange objects with rolling clouds that could block the detection of spiritual power appeared in Ito Seiji's perception. That should be the town hall, right? Looking at the appearance of the town hall with clouds inside, Ito Seijin secretly guessed. However, Sei Ito didn't hesitate in the slightest. He immediately teleported and disappeared from the treasury. In the next second, he appeared in the town hall of the Great Qin Imperial Palace. The conference hall of Xianying Palace was very large, covering an area of more than 300 square meters. Inside, there were several huge pillars supporting the hall. The floor was paved with high-quality bluestone. Only the innermost part of the hall, under the throne, was a high platform about half a meter above the ground, connected by several steps. 2 rows of 24 bronze bells lined the sides. They were used to play music during palace banquets. 13 enormous, 3-legged bronze cauldrons stood in a strange formation in the hall. They emitted a heavy and solemn aura. The 9 clouds that could isolate spiritual power were wrapped around the 9 cauldrons. They were still rolling, and from time to time, phantoms of monsters would emerge from them. Sei Ito took a closer look and discovered that the monsters presented by the 9 monsters were none other than the legendary 9 sons of the dragon: Taowu, Chi-Wan, Paleo, Yazi, Taotai, Yaowu, Yaowu, and Jiaotu. Probably because they sensed the appearance of the source of stimulation, the clouds outside the 9 cauldrons roiled even more, revealing the appearances of the 9 dragon sons even more clearly. Roar! A clear and long cry reverberated throughout the hall. Similarly, Sei Ito did not need to take the initiative to urge them. The imperial seal of harmony suddenly blossomed with a majestic yellow light. It flew from Sei Ito's hand and floated into the air. It revealed the image of a brilliant golden dragon. It let out a long roar as it fought against the 9 sons of the dragon. Roar! Just like this, under the confrontation of the 2 auras, a violent tremor like an earthquake occurred in the ground, shaking the entire hall. Who goes there? At this time, after a lot of trouble, the masters guarding the Qin Palace finally arrived in the hall. They stared at the strange scene in the hall, and Ito Sei, who was standing there, and shouted in a low voice. Sei Ito tilted his head and glanced at the newcomers from the corner of his eye. Ignoring everything else, a similarly dressed man and woman caught Sei Ito's attention. With a flick of his wrist, he flicked 2 streams of energy at the man and woman. Seeing the invisible attack coming, the man and woman's expressions changed slightly. They hurriedly waved their hands and blocked Sei Ito's attack with an invisible force. Bang! Inyang family? Sei Ito said indifferently. A Taoist? The man asked in a deep voice. Interesting. I didn't expect the Inyang family to be involved with the Qin state at this time. Sei Ito withdrew his gaze and looked at the imperial seal of harmony and the 9 cauldrons that were still confronting each other. Who are you, sir? Why don't you dare to state your name? The woman asked crisply. Since you want to know someone else's name, you should first state your own name. Sei Ito chuckled. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Sei Ito suddenly noticed that at the feet of the 9 cauldrons, streams of Xianhuang qi suddenly began to surge from the ground. They flowed into the cauldrons through the corners of the 9 cauldrons and worked together to resist the power of the imperial seal of harmony and the jade annulus. This is the power of the ley lines? Sei Ito's expression changed slightly as he thought to himself. Xiangjuan, Lady Xiang. At this moment, the man and woman said separately, if you can't do it, then you can't do it. Who will stay in the central continent? Beauty needs to be cultivated. Peerless, I ride on an osmanthus boat. Xiangjuan and the emperor's son descend in the northern Zhu. His eyes are gloomy and worried. Lady Xiang? Sei Ito whispered. The 2 didn't say anything. Clearly, they tacitly agreed with Sei Ito's words. All right, since you've stated your names, I can't be rude. You can call me Outer Heaven Loose Immortal. Sei Ito said indifferently. After saying this, he didn't wait for Xiangjuan and Lady Xiang to respond. He waved his hand and recalled the imperial seal of harmony and the jade annulus. Then, he used the power of Kong Jian to hide his body in the void, leaving only a faint voice in the void. This matter ends here. We'll meet again. Seeing Sei Ito, who called himself Outer Heaven Loose Immortal, disappear, Xiangjuan and Lady Xiang hurriedly rush forward. They arrive at the place where Sei Ito had been standing and looked around. Then, they looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. Elders, did you find the enemy? The person who came later asked. No. Xiangjuan's voice was cold as she replied. Then, she ignored the person who came and raised her head to look at the 9 cauldrons. Without the resonance of the imperial seal of harmony and the jade annulus, the churning clouds above the 9 cauldrons immediately calmed down. Even the strange beasts above the 9 cauldrons withdrew into the 9 cauldrons, causing the 9 cauldrons to become ordinary cauldrons again. What do we do now? Lady Xiang asked coldly. Report this matter to the Eastern Sovereign, Xiangjuan said indifferently. Then the 9 cauldrons. The person beside her asked. Send more people to guard them, Xiangjuan ordered. Yes. The great Qin kingdom's soldiers replied in unison. Then, Xiangjuan and Lady Xiang didn't stay in the hall. They turned around and left, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Chapter 1974. As expected of the legendary 9 cauldrons. Aside from being an item of luck, they can also connect with the earth veins under their feet through Xian energy. It seems that there is no other way besides using the military path of destruction to collect them. Sei Ito, who had used the power of space to sneak out of Xianying Palace, sighed softly. Just as he had said, unless Sei Ito wanted to destroy the land and the living beings on it, there was no other way to forcefully transport the 9 cauldrons away. The only way to obtain the 9 cauldrons was to use an ordinary army to attack and destroy luck. But what should I do next? Sei Ito thought as he walked aimlessly on the street. That's right, let's go rescue that person. After a while, Sei Ito's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Then, he turned around and walked towards the other side of Xianying City. Not long after, Sei Ito stood in front of a mansion that occupied a large area. Lu Mansion. 2 ink-black characters written in lacquer on a large plaque announced to the world the name and identity of the owner of this mansion. Sei Ito smiled and used his mental strength to cast an illusion around himself, making it impossible for others to discover him. Then, he swaggered into the Lu Mansion through the main entrance. Just like the appearance of the mansion, the interior of the mansion was extremely spacious. Just the courtyard alone was like a gymnasium of the modern era. The interior was paved with blue stones, and there were flowers and plants on both sides, adding to the elegance of the courtyard. Near the center of the courtyard was a large mansion. Judging from its size and style, it should be used to entertain guests. On both sides of the mansion were several smaller houses. Male and female servants walked in and out of those houses from time to time. There was no need to guess that it should be a servant's room or a place for servants to rest. After bypassing the main house used to entertain guests, there was another spacious courtyard. More than 10 houses of different sizes were built around the courtyard, and there were even more young female servants walking around. Obviously, this building should be the back residence of the Lu Manor. Just like that, Sei Ito silently passed through the heavy guards and crowd under the cover of the one-leaf vision illusion. He arrived at the back of the mansion and stopped at a corner. After that, Sei Ito looked around and finally locked onto a female servant who was walking towards him. In the next moment, the female servant's footsteps paused, and she walked towards Sei Ito's hiding spot with a dull look in her eyes. When the maid walked up to him, Sei Ito quickly enlarged the range of the one-leaf vision illusion to include the maid. Do you know where the women Lu Bue sent as gifts are kept? Sei Ito asked in a low voice. That's right, this illustrious Lu Mansion wasn't the mansion of someone with the surname Lu. It was the mansion of the number 1 merchant of the Grand Qin Kingdom, the future prime minister of the Grand Qin Kingdom, Lu Bue. I know, the maid replied in a dull voice. Take me there, Sei Ito ordered. Yes. The maidservant nodded and took Ito Sei to the depths of the LV mansion. Under the protection of the one-leaf vision illusion, Ito and the maid smoothly arrived at a spacious room near the corner of the Liu mansion. It was guarded by two stern-looking men. "It's here," the maid said. Ito nodded slightly and turned to look at the two guards. His eyes flickered, and he immediately used an illusion to control the two guards. Then, he left the maid outside the room and pushed the door open and walked in. Creak! The moment the ear-piercing sound of the wooden shaft turning sounded, all the women in the room subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the door. They were worthy of being the beauties that Lu Buwei had carefully selected to win the hearts of men at any time. Although not all of them were peerless beauties, they were much prettier than ordinary girls from good families. They were enough to make one's heart flutter and desire to take them for himself and enjoy them in his arms. "Which one of you is the Chi Nu?" Ito, who had revealed his figure as soon as he entered the door, asked indifferently. Instinctively, the women in the room shifted their gazes to a few of the women in the room. "Who is Shanlan?" Then, Ito looked at the Chi Nu and asked again. As soon as his voice fell, the expression of one of the beautiful women with long hair like a waterfall changed and her face turned pale. As for the others, they all looked confused and turned to look at the people around them. Seeing this, how could Ito not understand? He immediately said to the woman whose expression had changed, "Come with me." Shanlan's delicate body trembled when she heard this. She stood up from the ground with a gloomy face and slowly moved towards Ito as if she was going to the execution ground. Seeing this, Ito, who knew that Shanlan had misunderstood, didn't explain. He just looked at her expressionlessly until she walked in front of him. At this moment, Ito suddenly reached out and grabbed Shanlan's arm and pulled her into his arms. Just like a vulgar warrior who was in a hurry to go back to his room to enjoy the woman he liked, he walked out of the room with Shanlan, who was biting her lower lip with her teeth and pale face. He moved to a wall, not far away, and then jumped over the wall with Shanlan in his arms and out of the Liu residence. "Ah!" Shanlan, who didn't expect this, let out a cry of surprise. Ito didn't stand on ceremony. He lowered his head and kissed Shanlan's delicate lips, tasting them. "Be quiet. We are not out of danger yet." After a moment, Ito, who let go of Shanlan, whose face had turned red, whispered in her ear. Then, he held Shanlan's hand and walked into the depths of the street. "Who are you?" After walking for a long time, Shanlan, who completely understood that this man who suddenly took advantage of her was saving her, asked in a low voice. "You can call me husband." Ito turned his head and looked at Shanlan beside him with a smile. "Why are you talking nonsense?" Shanlan's face turned red and rebuked. "I saved you from the sea of bitterness and just kissed you. How can I not be your husband?" "Shanlan, you are too mean." Ito complained. "What do you know my name?" Shanlan, who heard Ito call her name, seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Ito with an expectant face and asked anxiously, "Because I have liked you for a long time." Ito laughed as if it was natural. "I'm talking business with you." Shanlan snorted angrily and said angrily, "Because I am a god. I know your name by pinching my fingers." Ito said calmly, "Do you know someone? Is that person the one who asked you to save me?" Shanlan was silent for a moment. Then, she said with tears in her eyes and trembling voice, "I do know someone, but she did not ask me to save you." Ito said softly, "Then why are you?" Shanlan said in disbelief, "Because I want to eat all three of you." Ito laughed shamelessly. "You." Shanlan's cheeks turned red as she glared at Ito. He didn't know whether she was angry or embarrassed by Ito Seiji's words about the three sisters. Ito smiled and did not say anything. "Do you know Sister Ro or Sister Ji?" After a pause, Shanlan calmed down and asked softly, "It is your Sister Ji." Ito replied, "Is it Sister Ji? Is she doing well?" Shanlan sighed and asked with concern, "Very well. She is full and warm. It is just that she lacks a man by her side. So, I plan to sacrifice myself to make up for her lack." Ito teased, "You're talking nonsense again." Shanlan said angrily, "Whether it is nonsense or not, you will know in the future." Ito smiled. Then, he looked up at the dark night sky and said with a melancholy look, "But tonight, where should we stay?" "This wherever you say is good." Since she was sent to the Qin kingdom, she had been raised in that house with other women bought by Lu Bu Wei. She had never left the house. Naturally, she did not know where to stay in an inn in Xianying City. Therefore, she only thought that Sei Ito really did not know Xianying City. "By the way, I still don't know your name." Then, Shanlan thought of something and quickly asked, "My name is Chun Yi. You can call me Chin Lang, or, just like what I said just now, call me husband." Sei Ito joked, "Can't you speak properly?" Shanlan said helplessly, "If I speak properly, how can I deceive such a beautiful woman like you?" Sei Ito turned back to look at Shanlan and asked with a smile. Shanlan blushed and turned her head to the side shyly. "Let's go, I found a good place." At this time, Sei Ito's eyes lit up, and he suddenly said. Then, he pulled Shanlan and quickly walked forward. Not long later, they arrived in front of a luxurious mansion that was not inferior to the Lu Mansion. Qin Mansion. Shanlan read softly when she saw the Qin character on the plaque hanging above the mansion's door. As the diligent daughter of the former Qi kingdom's minister, she, like the children of noble families, had learned the language of other kingdoms. Therefore, she could naturally recognize the words on the plaque. "You're not talking about here, right?" Shanlan hesitated. "Yes, it's here," Sei Ito said with a smile. Then, he suddenly wrapped his arms around Shanlan's waist and pulled her into his embrace. Carrying the blushing Shanlan, he flew into the Qin mansion. "Let's not. It's too dangerous." After Sei Ito stood firm, Shanlan said hurriedly, "Don't worry. I'll take care of everything." Sei Ito moved his head close to Shanlan's ear and said softly. At the end of his words, he hatefully opened his mouth and lightly bit Shanlan's earlobe. Immediately, Shanlan's body softened, and she fell into Sei Ito's embrace. Feeling the state of the beauty in his arms, Sei Ito laughed silently. He brought Shanlan and quickly shuttled through the Qin mansion. Finally, they stopped in an empty room. "Okay, we'll rest here tonight," Sei Ito said softly in Shanlan's ear. Chapter 1975. P.S. Thank you to Xuan for your precious monthly votes. "No, someone will find out," Shanlan whispered anxiously. "Don't worry, no one will find out." Sei Ito chuckled. Then he half forced Shanlan into the room and sat down on a wooden bed. "Sleep." Sei Ito hugged Shanlan and lay down on the bed. Shanlan blushed and lay down with Sei Ito. She closed her eyes and looked like she was waiting for him to pick her. However, after waiting for a long time, she did not see the man beside her molest her. His hand was very obediently placed on her waist, as if he really wanted to hug her to sleep. Seeing this, Shanlan didn't know if she was disappointed or glad. She secretly sighed and relaxed her body. Although Sei Ito didn't take her long to escape from Lu Buwei's residence, Shanlan knew how powerful Lu Buwei was and was very nervous. She was afraid that she would be caught by the pursuers. So, even if she was distracted by talking to Sei Ito, she was always on tenterhooks and under a lot of mental pressure. Previously, she didn't feel anything because of her wandering. Now that she relaxed, she immediately felt very tired and quickly fell asleep. Sei Ito, who noticed the change in Shanlan's breathing, smiled and stood on the ground again. "It's time to meet the owner of this mansion, the famous beauty of the widow Kiyoshi." Ito-sei slightly tidied up his clothes and laughed in a low voice. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room. In fact, in history, there was a woman called Widow Qing who had a great influence on Qin Shi Huang's Yingzhong. But it wasn't like the world of Qin Shi Huang. It was because she was very knowledgeable and was hired by Qin Zhuangxiang as the crown prince's tutor. She wasn't called Qin Qing, but Widow Ba Qing. She was the first woman in history to be titled as a chaste woman. In addition, she was also the world's #1 businesswoman. She contributed a lot to the construction of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum and the Great Wall. Therefore, after her death, Qin Shi Huang had specially built a Nuhuai Qing platform for her as a sign of honor. Of course, these were only historical facts. Naturally, it had nothing to do with Qin Qing in the quest for Qin. In the next moment, Seito suddenly appeared in another room. The room was built in the style of this era. The interior space was very spacious, about 60 to 70 square meters. There were pillars on both sides of the room, and curtains were nailed to the pillars, half covering and half hanging. The tables and cabinets, bronze, ceremonial utensils, and some other decorations placed in front of the walls were covered. A large screen embroidered with patterns was placed in front of the door, blocking the environment inside the room and blocking some of the wind and dust that blew in from outside. The floor was paved with high-quality limestone slabs. A high-quality lacquered wooden couch that could accommodate 3 or 4 people was placed at the end of the room, and a soft blanket was spread out horizontally. A woman was lying on her side on the couch, wrapped in white gauze, holding a roll of bamboo slips in her hand and silently chanting. The woman's face was beautiful, her figure was slender and tall, and her skin was as white as jade. It reflected a faint brilliance under the dim oil lamp in the room. Her face was quiet, and her body exuded an otherworldly temperament. The whole person looked like a goddess from heaven. Her chest was slender, her waist was small, and her slender legs were faintly exposed from the gauze skirt. It was even more irresistible. Hibiscus from the clear water is a natural carving. Sure enough, it's a world-famous, beautiful woman. At this time, Seito said with a face full of admiration. As soon as this remark came out, the beautiful woman who was reclining on the couch was shocked, and she quickly sat up from the couch and looked up in the direction of the voice. "Who are you?" When she saw Seito's face, Chin-Chin's heart calmed down. She tightly held the bamboo slips in her hand and questioned with a frown. "I am Chun." Seito folded his hands in front of him and smiled. "Chun-yi, you are Marquis Zhu Lu of the state of Zhao." Chin-Chin was stunned when she heard the 2 words Chun-yi. Then, a piece of information appeared in her mind, and she said with a face full of astonishment, "Yeah, my name has already spread to the state of Qin." Seito pretended to be surprised and raised his eyebrows. Marquis Zhu Lu isn't enjoying his life in the state of Zhao, but suddenly came to the state of Qin. You even learned from those vulgar people and snuck into the Qing residence, and even went deep into the Qing residence. Don't you think your identity as Marquis Zhu Lu is tainted? Qin, who saw Seito admit his identity, mocked. At this time, Lord Meng Changjun of the state of Qi had already been dead for 30 years. Therefore, classical phrases such as the crowing of the rooster and the stealing of the dog had already appeared. Thus, a knowledgeable scholar like Qin was naturally able to use them with ease. However, it was not hard to tell that although Qin had her own sources of information, they were not accurate and convenient. At the very least, Seito did not know that at this time, Qin had already led the state of Zhao to fight against Yan. Seito walked to the side and sat down on a short table. He laughed strangely and said, "It is naturally best to meet a beauty at night. Moreover, you have to come secretly and meet secretly. Otherwise, how can you show the concept of stealing a beauty?" A trace of displeasure flashed across Qin-Qing's face. She coldly said, "I didn't think that the world-renowned Marquis Zhu Lu, who created the 100 schools of thought and established Zhu Lu Academy for commoners to study, would be such a frivolous and rude person. How disappointing." Seito looked at Qin-Qing's cold expression with admiration and teased, "If you aren't rude, how can you see a beauty's displeasure? Marquis Zhu Lu, please conduct yourself with dignity." Qin coldly said. Also, Qin does not welcome guests who do not worship and avoid entering at night. Marquis Zhu Lu, please leave here. Hey, it's boring. Forget it, you were right. Seito sighed and said seriously. Looking at Seito's face that suddenly became serious, Qin was slightly stunned. She felt that the judgment of Seito in her heart had become vague again. What does Marquis Zhu Lu want to say? Fortunately, Qin only stared blankly for a moment before she recovered and asked, "Since Qin knows what I am doing, then I will say it directly. I want to borrow the power of Qin. I want to sell paper books in the state of Qin and promote the least script created by me." Seito straightforwardly explained his meaning. In fact, to be honest, the best channel candidate was Lu Buwei, a big businessman, but the key was that the man was not beautiful, and he had many political enemies. Overall, it was not very stable. Seito had no love in his heart, so he had to settle for the second best. He found Qin Xing, who was both beautiful and famous in the Warring States period. Together with Ji Yanran, Queen Chu Li Yinyan, and Feng Fei, one of the three major singers in the world, they were known as the Four Beauties of Qin. She was a suitable candidate with both influence and channels. Thank you, Marquis Zhu Lu, but Qin Xing is just an ordinary woman. I am afraid it is difficult for her to take on such a big responsibility. Qin Xing quietly looked at Seito and said softly, Qing Ji is not an ordinary woman. Seito smiled and said, Qing Ji's talent is well known in the world. She is a first-class woman in the world, and she is valued by Qin Zhuangxiang and Lady Huayang. Although she is not an official in the Qin court, her influence is not inferior to those officials in the court. She also has the ancestral property of cinnabar mining in her hands. Her business is all over the Great Qin. If such a Qing Ji is an ordinary woman, then all the ordinary women in the world can be classified as female servants. Qin Xing was silent. I don't need Qing Ji to stand up and wave the flag. When Qing Ji's people sell cinnabar mining materials, they can sell the books I sent to all parts of the Qin state. What do you think, Qing Ji? Seito ignored Qin Xing's silence and said again, to sell books? Qin Xing asked after a moment of silence. The implication was, don't use the name of selling books to plant spies in the Qin state. To sell books. Seito, who knew the deep meaning of Qin Xing's question, nodded affirmatively. To sell books. I can agree. Qin Xing thought about it and replied, Thank you, Qing Ji. Seito smiled and thanked her. Then the two began to discuss where to receive the books, how to receive the books, and how to deal with the money from the sale. Marquis Zhu Lu, are you not afraid that Qing Ji will embezzle the money? After the discussion, Qin Xing looked at Seito and asked softly, It's okay. If Qing Ji needs it, just take it. Just treat it as pocket money for Qing Ji. Seito waved his hand and said, Pocket money? Qin Xing, who had never heard of this new word, repeated it in a low voice, and then quickly guessed the meaning of the word. She rolled her eyes at Seito. How could her appearance be described as dainty and beautiful? Seito smiled and turned his palm. 2 pieces of white soap and a bottle of shampoo appeared in his hand. He put on the short table under him and said, These 2 things are my new soap and shampoo. The function is similar to soap beans, but the former is used to wash the body and the latter is used to wash the hair. After using it, the fragrance is incomparable, far more sour than soap beans. It's a gift for me to Qing Ji. Then, Seito stood up from the table and continued, Well, it's late. Qing Ji should rest. I won't disturb you anymore, and I'll leave now. With that said, he cupped his fists and turned to walk out of the room. Creak, boom. He's a strange person. Qin Xing, who heard the sound of the door closing, turned her head and looked at the soap and porcelain bottle left on the coffee table, and whispered to herself. Then she retracted her gaze and looked down at the bamboo slip in her hand again. However, under the influence of Seito's night visit, Qin Xing was no longer interested in reading it this time. So after reading a few lines, she rolled up the bamboo slip and put it aside. She lay down on the bed again, took the quilt to cover her body, and closed her eyes to rest. On the other side, Seito, who left Qin Xing's bedroom, used instant transmission to return to the room where Shanlan was, and gently returned to the bed and put his arm on Shanlan's body again, and closed his eyes to rest. Nothing happened that night, and the next day came in a blink of an eye. In the morning, with a slight tremor in her eyelids, Shanlan woke up from her sleep. She opened her eyes and looked at the strange roof in front of her. For a while, she couldn't distinguish between reality and dream. But very quickly, he heard the sound of light breathing beside his ear and turned to look at the person beside him. Huh. Then, Shanlan, who was completely relaxed, exhaled a long breath and a light smile appeared on her face. However, the smile didn't last long. In the next moment, Shanlan's expression suddenly froze, and her face was full of shyness. Because at that moment, a strange feeling secretly passed from her chest to the bottom of her heart. That despicable guy, Shanlan muttered bitterly in a low voice. But not sure if it was because she was too shy or something else, Shanlan didn't wake Sei Ito, who seemed to be sleeping soundly. Nor did she move away Sei Ito's evil hand that reached in her lapel. She still let that big hand press on her chest. And Sei Ito, who had already woken up the moment Shanlan woke up, secretly smiled and mischievously rubbed Shanlan's chest again. Then, when Shanlan's face was getting redder, he groaned and opened his eyes as if he had just woken up. He looked at Shanlan's face, who was biting her lips and closing her eyes. "Good morning," Sei Ito called with a smile. Shanlan's eyelids trembled slightly, and she turned her head to the side shyly. She said softly, "Hurry up and move your evil hand away." "Oh," Sei Ito pretended to be stupid and responded. Then, he pulled his hand away, sat up, and casually explained, "Sorry, I'm used to it." Shanlan didn't know what to say. She lowered her head, sat up, and quickly walked off the bed. "Let's go. I'll take you to wash up." At this time, Sei Ito also turned around and walked to Shanlan's side. He naturally wrapped his arms around Shanlan's waist and walked her out of the room. "I can walk by myself," Shanlan said softly. "I know, but you don't know any martial arts. In broad daylight, I can only sneak out with you in my arms." Sei Ito ignored her and casually explained. At this time, although the women of the big clans would practice a few moves, but those who were truly proficient in martial arts were still in the minority. Therefore, apart from those few people, most of the women of the big clans were only a few times stronger than ordinary women. At most, they could fight against men, which was not enough to be used as a weapon. Naturally, they would not be able to do dangerous work like jumping from roof to roof. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Shanlan didn't say anything else. She could only lower her eyes and let Sei Ito carry her. In this way, under Sei Ito's lead, the two smoothly sneaked out of the Qin estate and reappeared on the streets of Xianying City. "Let's go." Sei Ito let go of Shanlan's body and held her hand. "Okay." Shanlan raised her head and looked at Sei Ito's face. She responded in a low voice and followed Sei Ito like a little wife. Finally, like drops of water falling into a pond, they disappeared into the streets of Xianying City. The surrounding hawking was still the same. It was a peaceful scene. Chapter 1976. Whoosh, her hair flew in the wind, creating a curtain of beads. Under the sunlight, it showed a trace of a rainbow. This guy, he didn't want to stay in an inn, but insisted on taking me to the wilderness to wash. "How annoying," Shanlan whispered as she raised her hand to brush her waterfall-like hair, wiping off the water droplets. "Isn't this for safety? After all, it's been a day. Even if Lu Buwei's reaction is slow, he should have found out that you're missing. He will definitely send people to search the city. If they find you, it will be troublesome." He crossed his arms and leaned against a tree, looking straight at Shanlan, who was squatting by the river and washing her hair. Shanlan didn't expect that her whisper would be heard by him. She blushed and stopped talking. "Where are we going next? Are we going to find my sister?" After a moment, Shanlan couldn't help but ask, "What? You don't want to be with me that much?" Sei Ito asked with a smile. Shanlan paused and didn't answer. He didn't know what she meant. Did she like being with him or not? "Forget it. I won't tease you anymore. I originally want to go to Chu or Shu, but since you miss your sister so much, let's go back to Zhao first." Sei Ito didn't get an answer. He put down his arms, straightened up, and said softly. After a moment of silence, Shanlan, with her back to Sei Ito, suddenly said softly, "I can also go to Chu or Shu with you." Although Sei Ito didn't see Shanlan's face, he could guess that Shanlan's face must be blushing at this time. Her face was full of shame, because the meaning of this was not only her attitude, but also her willingness to follow the chicken and dog. "It's enough to hear your words. You can go to Chu and Shu at any time. It's there anyway. Let's go back to Zhao first to see your sister. After all, you haven't seen each other for many years. You must miss her very much. Saito smiled softly and said softly, "Yes," Shanlan whispered. Then, he stood up and turned to look at Saito. In an instant, a halo of light appeared around Shanlan, who had her back facing the sun. In contrast, she looked like a beautiful fairy who had just emerged from the water. "Let's go." Saito reached out his hand and looked at Shanlan. Shanlan stepped forward and placed her hand in Saito's palm. She held his hand and followed Saito into the distance. 5 days later, after a rapid march, Li Jing's and Su Rong's armies clashed with the Yin Kingdom's army in the future's Zhao County and near during the Warring States period. The two armies stood in formation, facing each other with a radius of 1,000 meters. "Which country's army is this?" Yin Guocheng looked at Li Jing's mighty army and asked with a frown. "According to our spies in the Zhao country, Marquis Zhu Lu secretly recruited soldiers," a man beside him replied. "Zhao Mu?" Li Bu asked in surprise. "Not Zhao Mu." Not long after you returned, Prime Minister, Zhao Mu was killed by this newly promoted Marquis Zhu Lu. Then, he inherited Zhao Mu's Marquis title and fief, that person explained. "Ridiculous. Not only is the murderer not punished, but he also inherits the killed person's title and fief. This Zhao country's laws are corrupted to this extent. Why should they be attacked by our Yin kingdom?" Li Bu sneered. "Prime Minister is right." The person beside him agreed. "Inform everyone to get ready. Prepare to attack." Li Bu instructed the person beside him. "Yes," that person replied and was about to turn and leave. However, at this moment, in their eyes, Marquis Zhulu's private army, Li Jing's army, suddenly moved. The neat army suddenly split in the middle. 5 wooden carts that were more than 10 meters tall, 5 or 6 wide, squarish, with complicated patterns drawn on them slowly moved out of the formation. "What are those?" Li Bu asked in shock. "They seem to be mechanical carriages," the person beside him guessed. "Mechanical carriages? Is the Mo family helping the Zhao country?" Li Bu said with a dark expression. Li Bu was the one who pushed for this war against the Zhao country. He was under a lot of pressure in the imperial court. If he won, it would be fine. Instead, the officials who opposed him would praise him and praise him for being wise. However, if he lost, his ending would not be so good. Based on his understanding of the Yin Kingdom, it would be Yin Kingdom's fault if he was still alive. Hence, regardless of whether it was for his political career or his own life, he would not allow any accidents to happen in this war. "Go down and get the soldiers into formation," Li Bu ordered sternly. "Yes," that person replied and quickly ran down. Not long after, the entire Yin Kingdom army of 400,000 began to move. The infantrymen stepped forward and set up a shield formation. They looked at the strange carriages in front of them cautiously. The 5 strange carriages that the Yin Kingdom army was guarding against suddenly stopped when they were about 200 meters away from the Yin Kingdom army. Then, the wooden planks in front of the carriages broke and opened from top to bottom, revealing 2 1-meter long, wide, and square openings. Then, 2 thick black metal pipes with strange patterns on them extended out from the openings and pointed directly at the Yin Kingdom army. Looking at the 10 black metal pipes that suddenly appeared, the Yin infantrymen did not know what they were used for. However, they could not help but gulp nervously. In the next moment, the iron pipe shone and a whirlwind quickly emerged from the side of the carriage. The whirlwind wantonly rolled around without any pattern. Then, a bright light green ball gradually appeared in front of the iron pipe. It grew bigger and bigger until it finally condensed into a bright ball of light with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. Then, the ball of light shot out and turned into 10 green beams of light that were invisible to the naked eye. They shot straight at the 400,000 Yin Kingdom soldiers. "Whoosh! Raise your shields!" the general of the Yin Kingdom shouted. However, as soon as he finished his sentence, the 10 balls of light fell into the middle of the Yin Kingdom army. Boom! Then, the balls of light exploded and formed 10 strong winds that were as strong as a Force 14 hurricane. They spun at high speed and spread out in all directions. In the process, any Yin kingdom soldiers that came into contact with them, regardless of whether they were men, horses, or carriages, they were all blown away by the wind. They were like trash that was blown away by the tornado. Even so, the 5 chariots did not stop their attack. Once again, a strong wind gathered around the chariots and condensed into a green light ball. Then, the green light ball blasted towards the Yin Kingdom's army, whose formation had been completely destroyed by the strong wind. Boom! An even stronger gust of wind blew through the broken army of Yin Kingdom. Qin Xiong, Sheng Yaojin, Li Jing shouted from the middle of the army. Present, 2 men with the same long white hair stepped out of the ranks and shouted, "Both of you lead 2,000 black armored cavalrymen from the left and right flanks to the back of the Yin Kingdom army and kill them." Li Jing ordered. Yes. The 2 of them accepted the order and returned to the formation. Then, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. 2 silver teams charged towards the back of the Yin Kingdom army from the left and right. Shan Xiongxin, Su Shiji, Li Jing shouted again. Here, the 2 of them stepped out and cupped their fists. Both of you lead 1,500 black armored cavalrymen to the left and right flanks of the Yin Kingdom army and kill them. Li Jing ordered. Yes. The 2 of them stepped back and led their teams to the left and right flanks of the Yin Kingdom army. The rest of you, follow me. In the end, Li Jing shouted loudly. Yes. The army moved together and trotted towards the chaotic Yin Kingdom army. Under the continuous attack of the Xianqi formation chariots and the invincible Xianqi cavalry and infantry who were wearing Xianqi armor as if they did not have swords, spears, and arrows, the entire 400,000-strong army of the Yin Kingdom was defeated by Li Jing before they could even organize a decent resistance. In this battle, the Yin Kingdom army lost 120,000 soldiers, 10,000 were injured, 30 to 40,000 were captured, and the Yin Kingdom's prime minister was beheaded. Then, Li Jing left behind 5,000 soldiers, several Xianqi formation carriages, and various other mechanical materials to guard the captives and the wounded of the Yin Kingdom. He led the remaining 65,000 soldiers and horses to chase after the defeated army of the Yin Kingdom, killing their way to the Yin Kingdom. In just one day, they reclaimed and rushed towards the Xiang region. Just like Li Jing, Su Rong's army, which was also under Sei Ito's command, also achieved a great victory. They almost killed all of the Yin Kingdom's 200,000 soldiers on the plains of Zhao County. Then he also left 5,000 soldiers to guard the Yin Kingdom's captives and injured soldiers. He led the remaining soldiers to chase after Qin Qin's defeated army. In just one day, Songzi was reclaimed and the army rushed toward Xiang. Great victory! Great victory! A day later, a fast horse rushed into the city from the east gate of Handan City. The rider on the horse shouted loudly. Did you hear that? Great victory! After the horse galloped past, the surrounding citizens of Handan City exclaimed in delight. I heard it, great victory! Marquis Julu! Well done! A citizen of Handan City suddenly said. That's right, Marquis Julu, well done! The others quickly echoed. Then, songs of praise for Marquis Julu and Sei Ito spread throughout the city. At this time, after galloping for a while, the horse stopped in front of the royal palace. Then, the rider dismounted and ran into the depths of the royal palace while shouting, great victory, until he reached the king of Zhao. What did you say? Even though the king of Zhao believed that his majesty would bring victory, he did not expect victory to come so quickly. Your majesty, great victory is at the front. At noon yesterday, Marquis Julu's army defeated the Li Wei and Qin Qin armies and killed more than 200,000 enemies. Including the injured Yin soldiers, they captured 80,000 enemies. They reclaimed Songzi and Yin, which were previously occupied by the Yin army. Currently, they're advancing towards the Yin kingdom. The reporting soldier quickly repeated loudly. Good. The king of Zhao laughed loudly. At the same time, in the depths of the royal palace, What? He actually won. Queen Han Jing exclaimed in astonishment as she looked at the reporting officer. Chapter 1977. P.S. I don't know when it will get better. 5 days later, Li Jing and Su Rong's army passed through the Qianshui and Yute respectively. 2 days later, the two armies passed through the Tang and Gu regions and arrived at the border of Yin and Zhao. Not only that, they crossed the Ko River into Yin and officially launched an attack on Yin. Within a day, Yin border city was completely destroyed. Then, the two armies marched straight into Yan's capital city, Ji City. Immediately, the entire Yin kingdom was in an uproar. The king of Yin was overjoyed and anxious. He hurriedly summoned his officials for a discussion. Finally, he heard that Wei Xinling had entered Zhao's territory and was heading towards Handan. He quickly sent 2 messengers to Liang and Handan, asking for Wei's help in making peace. At the same time, he sent a letter to the king of Zhao, hoping to stop the war. However, among the messengers, with the help of the Mystic Qi formation, a heaven-defying item that did not fit the current era, Li Jing and Su Rong had easily breached the last line of defense of Great Yin Kingdom, Yin Changsheng, and led the army to the vicinity of Ji City, encircling the city. The king of Yin quickly went out of the city to meet Li Jing and Su Rong. He requested to stop the war temporarily and wait for Wei and Zhao's orders. However, Li Jing and Su Rong, who had already received Sei Ito's order to destroy Yin, ignored him completely. On the afternoon of the day, they sent the messengers out of the camp. They launched another attack on Yan's capital city. Although the city walls of Yan's capital city were tall and sturdy, comparable to Yin Great Wall, it could not withstand the direct bombardment of the wind cannons released by the Qianxi Formation chariot. It was destroyed in less than half a day, revealing the interior of Yan's capital city to Li Jing and Su Rong's armies. Seeing this, the two generals did not hesitate. They immediately called for the army and led the army into Yan's capital city. Another day passed. Yan's capital city fell. The king of Yin and the entire royal family of Yin were captured by Li Jing and Su Rong. They were detained in Ji City, waiting for Sei Ito's judgment. At this point, Yin Kingdom, one of the 7 heroes of the Warring States period, was declared dead more than 20 years earlier than history because of Sei Ito's intervention. For a time, the entire world was in an uproar. They were shocked by the viciousness of the Zhao country. At the same time, they paid enough attention to the Marquis of Giant Deer, Chen Yi. They believed that he would become a killing general like Lien Pe and Li Mu. After that, Li Jing and Su Rong, who had taken over the capital of Yin Kingdom, divided their forces again. The old general, Li Jing, led 10,000 men to guard Ji City and took over the entire Yuyang County, which was given to them during the Qin dynasty. Su Rong, on the other hand, led the remaining 75,000 soldiers into the depths of the Yin Kingdom, taking over the 3 commanderies that were also in theft by the Qin after the unification of the Yin Kingdom, and taking over the entire Yin Kingdom. On this day, on the official road leading to Handan City, a group of carriages escorted by Zhao soldiers slowly drove towards Handan City. At this moment, the curtains of one of the carriages opened. From within, a peerlessly beautiful face that was like a celestial maiden that had descended to the mortal world with creamy skin and a radiant appearance was revealed. Her sandalwood mouth lightly opened and emitted a soft and pleasant voice that was like the sound of a bell. "What's wrong?" Yinran. An old voice asked. "Master Yin, look at this road. It's so flat," the woman called Yinran said. Then, the curtains on the other side of the carriage opened, revealing the face of an old man with a strange physique and deep eyes that flashed with the light of wisdom. He looked down at the ground below the carriage. "It's indeed different. I think this should be the rumored cement road," the old man called Master Yin said. At this moment, the 2 people in the carriage saw a city gate guarded by soldiers. It was the city gate of Handan City. However, because the carriages were surrounded by Zhao soldiers, the carriages were not questioned and smoothly enter Handan City. Yin Shi and Yin Ran's eyes lit up as they saw a clean and tidy street, as well as residents who were in high spirits. It seems that under the influence of Marquis Zhu Lu, the citizens of Handan City have recovered from their defeat at the Battle of Chongping. Master Yin sighed softly. Then, Master Yin, do you think he is the new saint you speak of? Yinran looked away and asked the old man. We can only find out after seeing him in person, Master Yin said after a moment of thought. However, even if Marquis Zhu Lu isn't the new saint we're looking for, he is likely to be a hero who will affect the world in the future. We cannot afford to be careless. Yinran knows. Yinran smiled. Then she turned her head and looked at Handan City outside the window again. Master Yin, those youths should be the students of Marquis Zhu Lu's Zhu Lu Academy. Suddenly, Yinran's bright and beautiful eyes lit up again. She looked at a few young men and women who were walking together on the street, not far away. They were dressed in blue-green clothes. They looked like scholarly clothes, but at the same time, they weren't. That should be the case. Master Yin followed Yin Ran's gaze and looked at the youths, nodding in confirmation. Although Marquis Zhu Lu's initial motive for opening the academy may be to promote the clerical script that he created, his spirit of spreading his teachings is rarely seen in the world. This old man deeply admires him. Master Yin lifted his hand to stroke his goatee as he sighed in admiration. From this sentence, it wasn't hard to tell that this old man had the wisdom to see through Sei Ito's intentions of opening an academy. However, that Marquis Zhu Lu is quite interesting. In order to promote his clerical script, he even set his sights on the sage of the 100 schools of thought. He used clerical script to create holy words, luring those students to have no choice but to learn his clerical script. It can be said that he has exhausted all his efforts to promote the written language. Yinran smiled sweetly and said with a smile, but it also allows the sage of the 100 schools of thought to be promoted, right? Master Yin smiled. Indeed. Yinran nodded and replied softly. It said that there are many famous scholars who have set their sights on Marquis Zhu Lu's paper and book-making techniques. They want to spread his words and become famous throughout the world. Yes. Speaking of which, the reason why I agreed to come to Handan with Lord Xinling, other than to meet this Marquis Zhu Lu, I also want to publish my 5 virtues to the end and distribute it to the world so that it can be accepted by the world. Master Yin sighed softly. However, it wasn't hard to infer one piece of information from these words. Master Yin was one of the famous scholars of the Yin-Yang school of thought. He was the one who created the 5 virtues in beginning, and believed that all dynasties had virtues. Zhou Yin. From this, it was obvious who the girl called Yinran was. In terms of talent, she was as famous as Widow Qing of the Qin Kingdom. In terms of beauty, she was also as beautiful as Widow Qing of the Qin Kingdom, Li Yinyan of the Chu Kingdom, and Ji Fengfei of the Song Dynasty. Ji Yinran. I believe that with Marquis Zhu Lu's wisdom, he will agree to create a book for you. Ji Yinran knew that Master Yan's wish was to have his 5 virtues in beginning recognized and accepted by the world. She couldn't help but comfort him. I hope so. Master Yin smiled bitterly. It is a pity that Marquis Zhu Lu is not in Handan right now. He is far away in the Yin Kingdom. I don't know when I will meet him. Ji Yinran thought for a moment and said, it should be soon. After all, one of the reasons Xinling Jun came to the Zhao Kingdom was to ask the Zhao King why he went back on his word and married the 3rd princess, Zhao Qian, to Marquis Zhu Lu. The other reason was to represent the Wei King to persuade the Zhao Kingdom and Yin Kingdom to stop the war. No matter what, as the person involved, he had to come back to face the situation. Okay, let's not talk about him. We have arrived at the palace. Yinran, you should think about how to deal with King Zhao. At this time, Zhou Yin suddenly smiled and looked at Ji Yinran. Don't worry, Master Yin won't let Yinran be bullied, right? Ji Yinran winked playfully and smiled back at Zhou Yin. You. Zhou Yin shook his head helplessly. At this time, the carriage shook slightly and stopped. Obviously, they had arrived at the palace. Just as Wei Kingdom's Lord Xinling and his entourage arrived at the Zhao Kingdom's palace in the center of Handan City, a carriage was also driving towards Handan City on the official road west of Handan City. The people in the carriage were none other than Sei Ito and Shanlan, who had just returned from Qin. "You seem to be very nervous." Sei Ito looked with interest at Shanlan, who was clasping her hands together and pursing her lips. She looked out of the carriage window from time to time. Shanlan did not speak, as if she did not hear anything. She maintained her current appearance. "Don't worry, your appearance will definitely shock your sister." Sei Ito smiled. Shanlan turned her head and rolled her eyes at Sei Ito. "Do you need me to help you relieve your nervousness?" Sei Ito smiled and asked again. "No need." Shanlan, who seemed to have thought of something, blushed and quickly shook her head to refuse. However, it was precisely because of this distraction that Shanlan, who was originally nervous, immediately relaxed and became much calmer. "Then forget it." Sei Ito shrugged nonchalantly. Then, he looked away and continued to flip through the bamboo scroll that he had obtained from Qin and taken from Zhou's royal library, learning the unique knowledge that belonged to this era. For a moment, the entire carriage became silent again. After an unknown amount of time had passed, a burst of bustling noises could be heard from outside the carriage. Sei Ito, who was disturbed by the noise, raised his head and looked outside. The lively and familiar scenery of Handan City immediately entered his eyes. "Car driver, drive the carriage to Julu Academy." Sei Ito looked away and said to the car driver outside the carriage. "Okay." The car driver replied. "Get ready. We're about to see your beautiful sister." With a flip of his palm, the bamboo slip in his hand disappeared. Ito-sei looked at Shanlan, who became nervous again, and said with a smile, "Okay." Shanlan replied absent-mindedly. Just like that, the carriage traveled for another 5 or 6 minutes. Accompanied by the slight sway of the carriage stopped in front of a large courtyard. Chapter 1978. P.S. Thank you to Wongit for your precious monthly votes. Go in. At the entrance of Julu Institute, Ito-sei patted the nervous Shanlan's shoulder and said softly, "Yes." Shanlan nodded slightly and followed Ito-sei through the gate of the academy and walked into the academy. "Sword hug." A crisp female voice that sounded like a yellow oriole came from the academy. "Piercing sword." After a pause, the female voice continued to shout. "Crushing sword. Cutting wrist flower. Lifting sword." Did you hear that? Your sister is very energetic. At this time, Ito-sei, who had already brought Shanlan to the side of the transformed large field, laughed. "Yes." Shanlan nodded heavily, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. Then, the two of them turned around and entered the drill ground through the moon gate. In an instant, hundreds of male and female students dressed in blue-green, well-tailored scholarly robes that were very suitable for sports formed a square formation for sword practice, and a beautiful woman dressed in a black warrior's outfit and holding a foot-long wooden plank in her hand shuttling through the students came into view. The moment Shanlan saw the woman, a touch of excitement immediately crept onto her face. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she covered her mouth with her hand to prevent herself from making a sound and disturbing the woman who was teaching. Looking at Shanlan's performance, Ito-sei patted her shoulder understandingly. Then he looked ahead and called out, "Coach Zhao." Instructor Zhao, Zhao Ji, was taken aback and stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at the other side of the drill ground. "Marquis?" Zhao Ji was stunned. She remembered that Marquis Julu should be at the front lines right now. Why did he suddenly come back? "Come, take a look at the gift this Marquis gave you." Sei Ito turned around and highlighted Shanlan. Perhaps because she was too excited, even though Zhao Ji and Sei Ito addressed each other as Marquis and this Marquis, Shanlan did not notice it and only looked at Zhao Ji excitedly. Zhao Ji turned his head and looked at Shanlan, who was beside Sei Ito. He was puzzled at first, then his body shook. His face was filled with surprise, joy, and disbelief. He opened his mouth and called out hesitantly, "Second sister? Little sister, Hearing Zhao Zi's call, Shanlan could no longer suppress her excitement. She quickly rushed into the crowd of students and hugged Zhao Zi tightly. She cried bitterly, venting the joy of meeting again after a long time. All right, today's swordsmanship lesson ends here. Everyone disperse. When the two of them hugged each other and cried, Ito-sei clapped his hands and attracted the attention of the stunned students around him and announced loudly, "Yes, principal." The students bowed. Then they dispersed. Soon, they disappeared from the drill ground. Then, Seito walked to Zhao Zi and Shanlan and said softly, "Let's talk inside." Shanlan and Zhao Zi nodded and followed Seito into the room. They sat down on a low couch and held hands. "You two talk. I'm going to see you, and the others." Seito nodded at the two and said softly. The two did not say anything. They watched Seito leave the room. After Seito left, Zhao Zi looked back at his sister and asked in confusion, "Why is sister with Marquis?" "Marquis? What Marquis?" Shanlan asked in surprise. "Sister, you don't know who Marquis is?" Zhao Zi asked in surprise. "You mean Chunyi?" Shanlan asked hesitantly. "Yes, Chunyi is Marquis Julu of the state of Zhao," Zhao Zi said with certainty. "Ah," Shanlan exclaimed when she learned the truth. "How did sister meet Marquis?" Zhao Zi asked again. "When Chunyi was in the state of Qin, he saved me from Lu Buwei's residence." Shanlan answered softly with a hint of depression on her face. "Wait, sister, are you talking about the state of Qin?" Zhao Zi asked in disbelief. "Yes." Shanlan looked at her sister in confusion and said affirmatively. Zhao Zi, who received a positive answer, was shocked and speechless. She really couldn't understand why Marquis Zhu Lu, who was supposed to be at the front lines commanding the war against Yin, would suddenly appear in Xianyang of the Qin kingdom and rescue her sister. She didn't seem to have told Marquis Zhu Lu about her background. "Sister, what's wrong?" Shanlan could not help but ask when she saw that Zhao Zi did not speak. "No, nothing. By the way, sister, why were you at Lu Buwei's residence?" Zhao Zi quickly changed the topic after she came back to her senses. When she heard this, Shanlan's face became sad, and she was about to cry again. On the other side, after leaving Zhao Zi's teaching room, Seito arrived at the main room assigned to Zhaoya, Zhao and the others. Why are there only the two of you here? Where are Zhao Zhaoya, and Xiao Seito looked at Wu Tingfang and Zhao Qian in surprise. "Husband." Hearing the voice, Wu Tingfang and Zhao Qian, who subconsciously raised their heads to look at Seito, immediately called out in surprise. Immediately after, Wu Tingfang stood up from the couch and rushed to Seito and threw herself into his arms. "Xiao is currently teaching the students in the classroom. Aunt and Aunt you were just picked up by the carriage sent by the palace and are going to the palace for a banquet." Zhao Qian replied softly. "Banquet? What banquet?" Seito asked in surprise. "It's a state banquet. About an hour ago, Wei Kingdom's Lord Xinling and his entourage arrived in Handan and were received by father in the palace." Zhao Qian explained. "What does that have to do with you? And Seito frowned. "It's because of Lord Xinling." Zhao Qian carefully looked at Seito and explained softly. "Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji, has always loved Aunt Muya, and Aunt Yi has always been in charge of entertaining Lord Xinling. Father sent someone to invite Aunt Yi to the banquet. As for Aunt and it's because of Jilu Academy. It seems to be the request of Ji Yanran, who came with the diplomatic group." Seito's face darkened when he heard this. A heavy invisible pressure immediately emanated from his body, making it difficult for Wu Tingfang and Zhao Qian to breathe. "Husband, why are you back? Is the war over?" Seeing this, Wu Tingfang hurriedly changed the topic. Noticing the change in their expressions, Seito subconsciously withdrew his pressure and said softly, "It's over. The Yin Kingdom has been destroyed. The royal family and the Yin Kingdom's officials have all been captured and are being held in Ji City for the time being. The only thing left to do is to take over the entire Yin Kingdom. My men will naturally be able to handle this. That's why I rushed back in advance to take a look at all of you beautiful ladies who are waiting for me." After hearing Sei Ito's statement, Zhao Qian and Wu Tingfang were shocked and in disbelief. The Yin Kingdom has been destroyed? This was not entirely because of the fact that the Yin Kingdom had been destroyed, but more because of the time it took to destroy the Yin Kingdom. It took less than a month from the beginning of the counterattack. The Yin Kingdom, which was as powerful as the Zhao Kingdom, was destroyed. This was completely beyond their understanding. It was the Yin Kingdom, one of the 7 kingdoms of the Warring States period. It was not like those city-states like Wei, Lu, Song, and other small kingdoms. Sei Ito nodded and used an affirmative answer to break the last bit of doubt in their hearts. "Qian, do you still have classes later?" At this moment, Sei Ito looked at Zhao Qian and asked, "I have an etiquette class." Zhao Qian replied, "As a princess." What she taught was naturally the etiquette of the royal family. It was to lay the foundation for these commoner children to enter the upper class. If that's the case, then forget it. I'll go alone, Sei Ito thought and said. Hearing this, the intelligent Wu Tingfang and Zhao Qian naturally knew where he was going. It was the palace where the state banquet was being held. "All right, I'll be leaving first. Let's reminisce about each other tonight," Sei Ito teased as he pinched Wu Tingfang's bouncy, but that had become perky due to years of riding horses. Wu Tingfang and Zhao Qian, who seemed to have thought of something, blushed, and a charming look appeared on their faces. Sei Ito turned around and walked out of the room. He came to the academy's horse farm and pulled out a fine horse provided by the Wu family. He mounted the horse and slowly rode out of the academy's back door. Then, he sped up and galloped towards the palace. Because he was taking the exclusive road that only scholars, officials, and nobles could use, there were no obstacles along the way. Therefore, it did not take long for the horse to reach the Zhao Palace. "Who is it?" Seeing the horse galloping over, the palace guards hurriedly shouted. "Yay!" Amidst the neigh, the horse kicked and stood up. "It's me." After the horse's front foot stepped on the ground again, Ito Sei, who got off the horse, said in a low voice, "Greetings to Marquis Zhu Lu." Seeing who the person who spoke was, the guards in front of the palace hurriedly knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully. If it was said that they had greeted Marquis Zhu Lu because of his title in the past, then now it was completely out of sincerity. They were convinced by his military achievements and acknowledged Marquis Zhu Lu from the bottom of their hearts. "Where are the king and the rest?" Sei Ito asked calmly. "In the auspicious hall," the general guarding the door replied. Sei Ito nodded and left the horse at the door. He walked into the palace. Why is Marquis Zhu Lu back? Shouldn't he be at the front line? After Sei Ito left, the guard who stood up on his own accord asked in surprise. He was probably summoned back by the king, a guard guessed. "I wonder what's going on at the front line," another guard sighed. "Needless to say, it's definitely a great victory. Didn't you hear the news 2 days ago? Marquis Zhu Lu's army has already defended Ji City," a guard said proudly. "That's right," the other guards agreed. "Your Majesty, Marquis Zhu Lu is back. He's outside the hall right now." At this time, an internal officer moved in small steps to the side of King Zhao, who was exchanging toasts with everyone in the hall. He bent down and moved his head close to King Zhao's ear, raised a hand to cover his mouth and ears, and said softly, "Oh, quickly invite him in." King Zhao's eyes lit up when he heard the report. "What's wrong, Your Majesty?" Queen Han Jing asked with interest. "Marquis Zhu Lu is back," King Zhao said with joy. Hearing King Zhao's words, Han Jing's expression changed slightly. A strange light flashed through her eyes. At the same time, the light at the main entrance of the hall dimmed, and a tall figure strode into the hall from the outside. Under everyone's gaze, he walked to the center of the hall, folded his hands, and bowed. "Your subject, Chun Yi, greets Your Majesty and Your Majesty." It was Sei Ito. Marquis Zhu Lu, at ease. King Zhao raised his arm and said gently with a smile. The moment he said that, the lively atmosphere in the hall quietened down. Then, it became even noisier. "This is Marquis Zhu Lu. He's so young. Shouldn't he be at the front line? Is the war over?" He must have been summoned back by King Zhao after hearing that the Lord was here. This person is indeed extraordinary. He has the looks of a celestial being. However, it's hard to see clearly. It's hard to predict his fate. Come, let me introduce him to everyone. This is the talent of the Zhao kingdom, Marquis Zhu Lu, Chenyi. King Zhao looked at the people in the hall, especially the men and women sitting on the left side of the hall. Say Ito acted like a subject and cupped his hands at the Wei Kingdom envoys. Marquis Zhu Lu, let me introduce you to the Wei Kingdom's young master, Xinling Junwuji, who led the Alliance army to defeat the Qin army and save Handan City from danger. Then, King Zhao pointed to a very old man sitting at the head of the row on the left and introduced him to the crowd. Chenyi greets, Xinling Jun, Say Ito bowed. Xinling Jun's eyes flashed. He said with a smile, Marquis Zhu Lu is indeed a talent. You're very likable. At first, it didn't sound like much. He was praising Say Ito for his good looks. However, upon closer inspection, it was very vicious. He was implying that Say Ito relied on selling his but to get to where he was. After all, everyone knew that King Zhao was lustful. It was too easy for people to be biased by his words. Say Ito's eyes flashed. He exchanged a look with Wei Wuji. This is an important minister of the Wei Kingdom, Lord Longyang. King Zhao, who didn't see the change in Say Ito's and Xinling Jun's eyes, continued the introduction. Say Ito followed his words and looked at Lord Longyang, who was passed down through the ages and eventually became synonymous with homosexuality. How should he put it? Lord Longyang's looks really lived up to the name of being a trap. He was extremely handsome, and his skin was fairer and smoother than a woman's. He had a pair of beautiful eyes. If he were to change into women's clothing in the future, he would definitely look like a reincarnated sister. No wonder. In this era, there are so many nobles who are fond of men. Only he was passed down to later generations and became a noun. Itose secretly praised Lord Longyang's appearance. But according to the records, shouldn't he be on the same side as Xinling Jun? Why'd he come to Handan this time? Could it be that he was ordered by King Wei only to spy on Lord Xinling? Chapter 1979. Greetings, Lord Longyang. Say Ito cupped his hands in greeting. Marquis Zhu Lu, I missed you so much. Lord Longyang smiled, charmingly, and said coquettishly. That look directly made Ito Sei's body have a layer of goosebumps. It was very uncomfortable. I've troubled you, Lord Longyang. Say Ito laughed dryly. It's no trouble at all. Who asked me to fall in love with you? Lord Longyang smiled charmingly and even winked at Say Ito. Say Ito's lips curled up slightly as he ignored him. If it was possible, he really wanted to strike right now and slap Lord Longyang to death on the spot, completely eliminating this demon who could bring disaster to the kingdom and its people. Fortunately, at this moment, someone spoke up to help him out. Is this Marquis Zhu Lu, Mr. Chenyi? A pleasant female voice sounded from the crowd of Wei Kingdom's ambassadors. Marquis Zhu Lu, this is the world's most talented woman, Miss Ji Yanran. Usually, it's extremely difficult for others to meet her. I didn't expect her to take the initiative to ask about you. Marquis Zhu Lu's luck is really enviable. King Zhao quickly introduced. Miss Ji, you can just call me by my name. I don't deserve to be called Mr. Chun. Say Ito, who was freed, quickly moved closer to Ji Yanran and cupped his hands in greeting. Marquis Zhu Lu created calligraphy and white paper. He used a secret method to create a book of the 100 families so that the people of the 100 families could pass it down to the world and be seen by the world. He also created cement and opened a school so that the children of the commoners could study and learn. His actions are admirable, so Marquis Zhu Lu is definitely worthy of the title Mr. Ji Yanran said with a smile. Miss Ji, you flatter me. Say Ito chuckled. His gaze was calm, and he did not show any desire like other men when they saw her. Furthermore, his attitude was calm, and he did not have the arrogance of a noble or a hero. Ji Yanran's eyes flashed with a strange light. She had a rough impression of Say Ito. Would I have the honor of inviting Marquis Zhu Lu after the banquet? Ji Yinran asked. As soon as he said this, whether it was the officials of the state of Zhao or the men of the state of Wei, they all looked at Ito Sei with jealousy in their eyes. I have just returned to the city today, and I still have a lovely wife to accompany. I hope Miss Ji will forgive my rudeness. I can't accept your invitation. Sei Ito smiled apologetically. In an instant, Zhao Ye and Zhao Enai, who were sitting on the right side of the hall, revealed a happy expression on their faces, becoming incomparably bright and beautiful. Looking at Zhao Ye's reaction, Lord Xinling clenched his fists under the table, and a trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Ji Yinran, who did not expect her invitation to be rejected, was shocked, but she quickly recovered. She looked at Sei Ito with admiration and said, I did not expect Marquis Zhu Lu to be someone who loves his family. Yinran was too presumptuous. Then she changed the topic and continued. Then when can Marquis Zhu Lu find time to meet with Yinran? After tomorrow, any time is fine. Sei Ito smiled. After tomorrow? Then Yinran will wait for the good news. Ji Yinran smiled. Sei Ito smiled and turned to look at the others. At this moment, King Zhao was very tactful. He then introduced Sei Ito to a few other important people that he should introduce. After getting to know everyone, Sei Ito walked to the right side of the hall and sat down between Zhao Ye and Zhao Enai. Zhao Ye gave Sei Ito a charming smile and raised her hand, taking the initiative to pour a cup of wine for Sei Ito. The wine that King Zhao used to entertain the people of Wei was none other than the wine. It was the high-purity, low-strength special white wine that Sei Ito had people sell to the outside world. At the same time, Zhao Ye's charming performance caused Lord Xinling to be enraged. This caused Xinling Jun to feel a burst of jealousy, and he gritted his teeth. Next, the banquet started again. The Zhao dance was performed by the Zhao Kingdom's palace dancers. Everyone began to exchange toasts and talk freely. After a while, however, at this moment, Lord Xinling suddenly put down the wine in his hand. Lord Xinling, why are you like this? Did I not treat you well? King Zhao, who noticed Lord Xinling's change, asked in surprise. Your Majesty's treatment was very appropriate. Wuji did not feel anything wrong. Lord Xinling shook his head. Then why? King Zhao asked curiously. It is because there is something I do not understand and cannot understand. Wuji is not in the mood to enjoy the banquet. Lord Xinling raised his head and looked at King Zhao with a burning gaze. As soon as these words were spoken, besides the song and dance that continued to revolve endlessly in the hall, the sounds of everyone's discussion suddenly went silent as they paid attention to the matter at hand. Everyone knew what Lord Xinling meant by something he did not understand. You may all leave, Queen Han Jing said to the dancers in the hall. The dancers stopped dancing and bowed their heads along with the musicians who had stopped the accompaniment. They slowly left the auspicious hall. Everyone in the hall is knowledgeable. Lord Xinling, if there is something you do not understand, why don't you tell us and let everyone help you think about it? Perhaps you will be able to understand. After the dancers completely left the hall, not far from Ito Sei, a graceful and beautiful woman who looked much younger than her actual age due to good maintenance said. She looked like she was in her 30s from afar, and the shallow wrinkles under the corners of her eyes could only be seen when looking closely. However, she didn't lose any of her elegance. She was a beautiful and graceful woman. She is Lady Pingyuan, Lord Xinling's elder sister. Zhao Ye moved her head close to Ito Sei's ear and introduced the identity of the person who spoke in a low voice. Lady Pingyuan's hair was combed into a horse bun. Her hair rose high and fell to the side, seeming to fall but not fall. She wore a flower-embroidered skirt and silk shoes. Her hairpin was inlaid with tortoise shell, and she wore pearl earrings. Her radiance was dazzling, and it was difficult to compare her to an ordinary woman who had given birth to a child. Hearing Lady Pingyuan's words, King Zhao's expression immediately turned ugly. He hated Lady Pingyuan's lack of tact. At the same time, he hated her for speaking up for her country's people, even though she was a woman of Zhao. Because in this era, Although there was no explicit rule that a married woman should obey her husband, in some etiquette, there was a rule that a woman should be loyal to her husband. Therefore, Lady Pingyuan's behavior was completely seen as a rebellious woman, and the husband's family had every reason to divorce her, sell her, or even directly execute her by lynching her. Unfortunately, Lord Pingyuan, who could execute all these, had already died in battle. Naturally, no one could control her. That's right. Lord Xinling, if there is anything you do not understand, why don't you tell us and let us think about it? Lord Longyong said lightly. That's right, that's right. The other way people also agreed. Then, all right. Lord Xinling pretended to hesitate and sighed. Then he sat up straight, that is, his legs were already kneeling on the cushion, and cupped his hands towards King Zhao. Your Majesty, Zhao and Wei are allies. In the past, we even came from the same family. Logically speaking, we should be extremely close. Why did Your Majesty suddenly go back on your word 2 months ago and privately marry the princess to a noble official? What kind of reasoning is this? Could it be that Your Majesty is not afraid that this matter will cause animosity between Zhao and Wei? Is Your Majesty not afraid that this matter will cause a rift between our two countries? King Zhao's expression froze. He was speechless. He couldn't possibly tell Lord Xinling that it wasn't that he didn't want to marry, but that his master had taken a fancy to his daughter, right? Putting aside whether anyone would believe him, the storm that would follow was not something that King Zhao wanted to see. If that happened, what would happen to him, the King of Zhao on the surface? Could it be that after marrying the princess, the two countries will truly be close neighbors? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Everyone turned their heads, and their gazes landed on the person who spoke. It was Sei Ito. Marquis Jilu, what do you mean by this? Lord Xinling asked in a low voice. From what I know, King Wei is very unwilling to let the princess marry him, Sei Ito lightly said as he lowered his wine cup. Marquis Jilu, please be careful with your words. Do not cause animosity between Wei and Zhao. Although he knew that Ito Sei was telling the truth, Xinling Jun still had a stern expression on his face as he reminded Ito Sei in a deep voice. Animosity? Do you think that there is little animosity between our two countries? Don't tell me that you, Lord Xinling, are not behind the bandits in Zhao, Sei Ito said with a cold smile. Impudent. As soon as he finished speaking, before Xinling Jun could say anything, a man in a tight suit behind him suddenly stood up and glared at Ito Sei as he yelled. Impudent? You are the impudent one. What is this place? A lowly servant like you dares to cause a ruckus here? Men, drag this vulgar person away. Sei Ito sneered and roared. Yes, the soldiers outside the hall acknowledged and quickly walked behind Lord Xinling, preparing to drag that person away. Wait! At this moment, Xinling Jun finally lost his patience and called out loudly. In an instant, the soldier paused and stopped. Lord Xinling narrowed his eyes at Sei Ito, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he said in a low voice, Marquis Jilu, you are slandering the King of Wei. Could it be that this one wants to start a war between Wei and Zhao? Is this not what you want, Lord Xinling? Sei Ito asked with a mocking expression. Lord Xinling's pupils constricted, and his expression darkened. Wei Wuji turned to King Zhao and said, Your Majesty, Marquis Jilu's actions and words. Your Majesty, are you not going to say anything? King Zhao looked at Sei Ito and then at Wei Wuji. In the end, he decisively chose Sei Ito. He raised his wine cup and happily drank from it, ignoring Lord Xinling. Your Majesty, Han Jing, who didn't want another war in Zhao, frowned and called out. King Zhao indifferently looked at Han Jing and then closed his eyes, ignoring her. Queen Han Jing paused, and an indescribable feeling rose in her heart. There was disappointment, anger, unease, and weakness. It was very complicated. Chapter 1980. Looks like the king has already made up his mind. If that's the case, then we'll take our leave. Seeing that the king was so supportive of Marquis Jilu, Lord Xinling's expression changed. Then, he bowed to King Zhao and led the Korean delegation out of the hall. However, Lord Longyang, for some unknown reason, suddenly turned around and looked at Ito-sei before he left the hall. A strange smile appeared on his face. Noticing Lord Longyang's behavior, Ito-sei's body tensed up as a very bad feeling arose in his heart. He hurriedly picked up the cup and took another gulp, recovering his composure with the help of the strong alcohol. Miss G and Mr. Zhou are not leaving. Seito noticed that there were still people in the hall. Yinran is from you, not Wei. Therefore, the state of Wei has nothing to do with me. I'm still waiting for news from Marquis Zhu Lu so that I can travel with you in Handan, Ji Yinran said with a smile. I plan to stay at Zhu Lu Academy for a few days. I wonder if Marquis Zhu Lu would welcome me, Zhou Yin said with a smile as he stroked his beard. If Mr. Yin is willing to stay, I would be more than happy to oblige, Ito said with a smile. Then, everyone drank and chatted in the hall for a while before the king dismissed the banquet. He ordered people to send Ji Yinran and Zhou Yin to the inn to rest. However, after sending everyone away, he asked Ito to stay behind. My lord, how is the army at the front line? The king asked respectfully in the empty palace. Clearly, even though he had become a servant, he still paid attention to the affairs of the country. He wanted to know what was going on in the country. The capital of Yin has been conquered. The Yin royal family, officials, and nobles have all been captured. They are currently being held in Ji City. The other armies are taking over the entire Yin kingdom, Ito said calmly. So, the Yin kingdom has fallen? The king said with a dumbfounded expression. Yes, it has fallen. Ito nodded and said with certainty. The king was speechless. He had mixed feelings. At this moment, Ito suddenly turned around and looked at the king. I plan to abdicate your throne. The king was shocked. He instinctively let out a cry of surprise, and then his face began to turn pale. Unwillingness and conflict filled his face. Even though he had become a puppet, in King Zhao's heart, he was still King Zhao. He was incomparably noble and far superior to the other puppets. He was also his master Ito-sei's shield. Therefore, King Zhao had never thought that he would lose his throne one day. Sure enough, in the next moment, King Zhao said respectfully with a dejected expression, May I know when my lord will take over the throne? 5 days later, Itsunari thought about it and said, How will my lord deal with my son Yin? What about the Zhao royal family? King Zhao asked again after a moment of silence. I promised Zhao Ye that I would give you a place to stay, but the prerequisite is that they are obedient enough. So, as long as those people don't follow the Tian family's example and cause trouble, you will be fine. If they don't follow the Tian family, they will live well, Ito said calmly. Speaking of the Tian family, they seem to be descendants of a branch of the Chun family during the spring and autumn period. They were relatives of the same family as Ito's current identity. If he really wanted to fabricate something, it would be possible. It's the same for your son. So, for his sake, you better be the Yin family's butler. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes, I understand, the king said with a defeated expression. Looking at Zhao Wang in front of him, Ito-sei slightly frowned. He was really worried that Zhao Wang would die here. Because in real history, the current King Zhao was not far from the end of his lifespan. At most, he had 5 more years before his death. Even then, he was still living a very comfortable life. But now, King Zhao had a mental illness in his heart. It was hard to say whether King Zhao would use up his lifespan in advance under the influence of his mental illness. Thinking of this, Ito flicked his wrist and shot a green light at King Zhao. In an instant, King Zhao's body trembled, and his originally ashen face regained much of its color. Rest well. Ito patted King Zhao's shoulder and said softly. Then, he did not stay in King Zhao's bedroom for long. He walked through the long courtyard and arrived outside the palace. He took the reins from the guards and rode back to Madame Ye's residence. 10 minutes later, Ito returned to the residence. Dear madams, your husband is back, Ito said loudly as he threw the reins to the servants and strode into the bedroom. Husband. Hearing the voice, Zhao Ye, Zhao Enai, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guoxiuer quickly appeared and called out, "Hee, what are you waiting for? Follow your husband to bed." Say Ito strode forward and embraced the 5 women. He pushed them back into the bedroom and laughed. "Husband, you haven't bathed yet," Zhao Enai reminded with a red face. "Let's talk about it after we're done," Say Ito replied without hesitation. Then he walked to the bed and pushed the 5 of them onto the bed. He pressed his body down and sealed Zhao Ni's lips with his mouth. Soon after, the clothes fluttered and fell to the ground. 6 bodies of men and women were entangled together. Not long after, a seductive long moan and a strange creaking sound echoed in the room as the wooden couch swayed. Hearing the commotion in the room, the maidservant standing guard outside blushed and quietly closed the door for Chong. Creak bang. At the same time, in Lord Pingyuan's residence, Lord Xinling and Lady Pingyuan sat across from each other. Lord Xinling was hugging a pretty maid. Even in front of his sister, Lady Pingyuan, he was still teasing Wu Ji and playing with him. At this time, Xinling Jun suddenly lowered his head and fiercely kissed the lips of one of the maidservants. The kiss caused the maidservant's delicate body to involuntarily tremble and writhe as she let out a low moan. Just from the scene alone, it was clear that it was because of pain rather than pleasure. By the time Xinling Jun released her, the servant girl's soft, rosy lips were covered in teeth marks, and blood was seeping out of them. Seeing this, the maid's face turned pale. She could not help but reveal a look of fear. "Do you think this girl is comparable to Zhao Ye's Huahua ? Lord Xinling laughed maniacally. He grabbed the girl's hair and asked Lady Pingyuan, "Wu Ji, you're jealous." Lady Pingyuan sighed. "Get out of here." Hearing this, Xinling Jun was immediately enraged and yelled at the 2 maidservants beside him. "What are you waiting for?" The 2 maids acted as if they were pardoned and ran out of the room, leaving only Lady Pingyuan and Lord Xinling inside. "Zhao Ye, that be *TCH. That day when I defeated the Qin army, she listened to me in Handan. But look at how she treats me now. I will make her regret it." Lord Xinling grabbed the wine cup in front of him and drank a mouthful. "And that Marquis Jiulu, Chinyi, when I destroy Zhao in the future, I will let him taste all the torture in the world. Then I will cut him into pieces and feed his corpse to the dogs. Only then will my hatred be appeased." "Shut up." Lady Pingyuan frowned and shouted in a low voice. Lord Xinling's expression froze as he came to his senses. This was not Lord Xinling's residence in the Wei Kingdom, but Lord Pingyuan's residence in the Zhao Kingdom. Among the female servants and servants here, one of them might be King Zhao's spy. Following which, Xinling Jun raised his cup again, pouring quite a bit of wine into his mouth. "Don't drink so much. This new wine is very strong. It's different from the ones you usually drink. Don't get drunk," Lady Pingyuan advised. Lord Xinling nodded and did not say anything. "How is your relationship with King Only?" Seeing this, Lady Pingyuan did not say anything else and changed the topic. "That old bastard is looking down on me more and more. He only knows how to favor Lord Longyang, Lu Wu, Rui Song, and Guanbai. If I continue to let him do as he pleases, our Wei country will be destroyed sooner or later." Lord Xinling's gaze turned sharp as he coldly said, "That's right. What's the situation with Marquis Jiulu? Have you gathered any information on his army?" Lord Xinling looked at his sister again and asked, "I sent people to investigate, but there has been no news. So, even now, I don't know what's going on with Marquis Jiulu's army." Lady Pingyuan frowned. "However, what I can be sure of is that the army is not from Zhao country." "How do you know?" Lord Xinling frowned. "Because when the army was mobilized, there were no abnormal movements in the armies of the state of Zhao. There were also no signs of people gathering in the cities of the state of Zhao. Therefore, I am certain that the army of Marquis Jiulu is not the army of the state of Zhao. If that's the case, then it's a bit difficult," Lord Xinling said in a low voice. "However, for such a faction to suddenly appear in Zhao country, did King Zhao and the ministers not suspect anything?" Lord Xinling asked with confusion. "This is also something I don't understand. I don't know what kind of charm Marquis Jiulu has. From King Zhao to the ministers, no one suspects his identity. They all have boundless trust in him. You should have seen this in the palace today. Even Queen Han Jing, who has always had a great influence on King Zhao, could not compare to him. It is truly perplexing, Lady Pingyuan said gloomily. She still clearly remembers how her son was injured by Ito Seiji and the painful cries that resounded in her ears from time to time. Have you had any contact with him? Lord Xinling asked. Not yet. Lady Pingyuan frowned. What? You want me to seduce him? As a woman with great ambition, even her marriage back then was for political purposes and not out of love. Therefore, Lady Pingyuan was not averse to using her body to achieve a certain goal. The only thing she was worried about was whether this sacrifice was worth it and whether she would receive a corresponding return. Chapter 1981. Deep in the night, the clouds covered the moon and the sky was pitch black. Apart from the illumination of the fire, one could barely see one's fingers. On such a night, a pitch-black figure dashed forward like a ghost. Not long after, it stopped outside a mansion that occupied a large area. Under the faint illumination of the firelight coming from the wall, a tall and sturdy figure wearing black pants, black clothes, and a black veil over his face appeared. He was dressed like a night walker. The black-clothed man raised his head and looked at the high wall in front of him. With a fierce dash, he sprinted over. Lifting his foot, he stepped on the wall and leaped up. Then, the exquisite scenery of the courtyard entered the black-clothed man's eyes. However, before he could appreciate it, he heard two low whooshing sounds. Two streaks of black light instantly flew in front of the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man's exposed pupils shrank. He quickly flipped his hand and pulled out his sword. Two clanging sounds were heard, and two clusters of sparks blossomed in the night sky. Borrowing the shock force of the black light, the black-clothed man quickly landed on the ground. He slightly lowered his body and focused on his surroundings. The summer wind blew, bringing with it traces of heat. Pooh! At this moment, accompanied by a muffled sound, an arm instantly stretched out from under the black-clothed man's foot, grabbing the ankle of the black-clothed man who was unable to defend himself in time. Forcefully pulling down, the black-clothed man was quickly dragged into the ground, leaving only his head above the ground. Earth escape, heart-chopping hand technique. Then, the figure swayed, and three cold figures dressed in black with strange animal masks on their faces suddenly appeared. They pressed a black dagger-like weapon against the exposed head of the black-clothed man. Seeing this, how could the black-clothed man not know that he could not escape? His face immediately filled with hatred, and he let out a muffled groan. Then, a streak of red blood quickly seeped out from the black-clothed man's mouth. Do you think we won't get any information if you commit suicide? When the black-clothed man's consciousness became blurry, a low voice full of ridicule suddenly sounded in his ears. The black-clothed man's heart shrank, and his spirit was shaken. However, he was quickly annihilated by the rapid loss of his life force, and completely died. "Take him away," said one of the black-clothed men. The other two didn't reply. They directly followed his instructions and pulled out the fellow who had been dragged into the ground by the earth escape, hard hand-chopping technique. They carried him and brought him into the depths of the mansion. The masked man didn't stay any longer after the two disappeared with the black-clothed man. With a shio sound, he instantly disappeared from where he was. The night once again regained its tranquility. Almost no one knew that in a certain corner, a life-threatening battle had just taken place. The next day, morning, after eating breakfast with Sei Ito, Zhao Ye, Zhao Enai, and the other girls parted ways and rode a carriage to Julu Academy, ready to start their day as teachers. The moment they left, a figure emerged from the corner of the room. "What is it?" Sei Ito asked. "Last night, an assassin snuck into the mansion with the intention of harming you. This is the information we obtained after our investigation." The man in black stretched out his hands and handed over a scroll to Sei Ito. Sei Ito grabbed the scroll and casually opened it. He lowered his head and began to read the contents. "Lord Longyang, huh? I didn't expect him to be the one who sent the death sworn. After reading the contents of the scroll, Ito-sei's arm shook, and the scroll in his hand shattered into dust, and said softly, "Actually, this matter could be understood if one thought about it carefully. After all, although Lord Longyang and Lord Xinling didn't get along, that was only because they had different political goals. The former wanted to ensure the stability of King and Li's regime, while the latter wanted to replace him. It was naturally impossible for them to work together. However, that didn't mean that their goals couldn't be the same at certain times. For example, when an enemy threatened the safety of the Wei Kingdom, no matter what, they were all citizens of the Wei Kingdom. They were the beneficiaries of the current benefits of the Wei Kingdom. And now, Ito was playing the role of the villain that threatened the safety of the Wei Kingdom. Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, Lord Longyang wanted to eliminate the threat of Ito. Therefore, it was only natural that he would send the death sworn to assassinate him. It seems that they have also received the news of the Yin Kingdom's destruction. Ito whispered to himself. "Okay, I got it. You can go now," Ito said. "Yes," the black-clothed man agreed. And just like when he appeared, he disappeared into the shadows in an extremely strange manner. It's time to meet Ji Yanran, the child of the world. After sending away the assassins, Ito stood up from the bed and walked out of the room as he muttered to himself. More than 10 minutes later, Ito's carriage stopped in front of the post house built by the Zhao Kingdom in Handan City for foreign ambassadors. Following Ito out of the carriage, they walked into the post house. "Greetings, Master Ho." On the way, the post house official and servants who saw Ito quickly saluted. "Where does Miss Ji Yanran live?" Ito asked. "In the West Wing," the post house official replied. Ito nodded and walked toward the so-called West Wing. Although it was just a post house for the envoys to stay temporarily, the environment inside was not bad at all. There were gardens, rockery, green trees, red flowers, and so on. The scenery was very elegant and made people feel very comfortable looking at it. A moment later, Ito came to the West Wing, where Ji Yanran lived, and said loudly, "Is Miss Ji here? Chun-Yi is here to visit." Creak. After he spoke, the closed door was opened from the inside with a strange sound of a wooden shaft. Then, Ji Yanran walked out of the room with a smile on her face. She was wearing a plain white robe and a gauze skirt. "Hey, Marquis Zhu Lu doesn't need to accompany your wife at home. How come you have time to come find Yanran?" Ji Yanran pretended to be surprised. And the others all have things to do, unlike me, who has nothing to do. So, I feel bored and can only come find Miss Ji to relieve my boredom. Ito joked frivolously. However, there was still a lot of ambiguity in his words. If he was serious, he would really treat Ji Yanran as a prostitute. Oh, so Yanran is in Marquis Zhu Lu's eyes. She's just someone who can relieve boredom, Ji Yanran said quietly with a calm expression. He didn't know if she was angry or something else. "Where's Mr. Zhou Yan?" Ito knew not to talk about this topic and changed the topic. "In the room," Ji Yanran replied. "Then please come out. Didn't you say you were going to Zhu Lu College to take a look? I can send you there on the way," Ito said with a smile. I haven't accepted your invitation yet." Ji Yanran rolled her eyes at Ito. "Oh, if that's the case, then forget it. I will send you there. I can also check on the learning situation of the students." Ito pretended to look at Ji Yanran with surprise and nodded. "Miss Yanran, please ask Mr. Zhou Yan to come out." Then Ito bowed. "You?" Ji Yanran frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. "Looking at Miss Ji's appearance, you want to play with me? Then why did you reject me before?" Ito raised his eyebrows and asked with a half-smile. "Must Marquis Zhu Lu see me in a difficult position before you give up?" Ji Yanran complained. "Haha, okay, I went overboard before. I apologize to Miss Ji." Ito laughed and apologized. Ji Yanran's eyes flashed, but she didn't say anything. This was probably the first time she was so passive in front of a man since she became famous. She was being led by the nose. Of course, part of the reason was that she was interested in Marquis Zhu Lu, who had risen out of nowhere. Otherwise, how could a man she had no interest in stir her heart and make her so passive? I didn't expect Yin Ran to have a time when she was at a disadvantage. Accompanied by a chuckle, a hale and hearty old man slowly walked out of the room. It was the famous scholar from the Yin Yang school, Zhou Yin. Master Yin, Ji Yin Ran said with a coquettish look. Her coquettish appearance stunned the maidservants who were passing by. However, to say Ito, who was already used to beauty, especially Tao Wu and Shi Feishuan's otherworldly appearance and temperament, this did not seem special at all. Hence, he only revealed a look of admiration and did not indulge in it. This performance naturally attracted the attention of Ji Yin Ran, who was secretly observing him, and her eyes lit up. She admired Sei Ito more and more. I'll have to trouble Marquis Zhu Lu, Zhou Yin said to Sei Ito. Mr. Zhou, you're too polite, Sei Ito said with a smile. Following which, the three of them did not stay in the post house. They turned around and left, sitting in the carriage parked outside. Clatter, 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 clatter. Following which, the carriage shook slightly and slowly drove away from the post house. It seems that the assassin's assassination failed. In another part of the post house, a man who was watching Sei Ito, Ji Yin Ran, and Zhou Yin leave whispered to Lord Long Yang. It's okay. We'll find another chance next time, Lord Long Yang said softly as he squinted his phoenix eyes. How's the investigation of Marquis Zhu Lu's army going? Lord Long Yang asked. No, we've almost completely found the source. What about Zhu Lu City? Lord Long Yang asked again. Although we've discovered the existence of an unfamiliar army, every time we want to investigate further, our informants will immediately lose contact. Hence, until now, we still have no idea about the situation of that army. Lord Long Yang turned around and asked the man in front of him, then, is there any news about the mechanical carriage used in the war to destroy Yin? It's confirmed that it was not provided by the Mo family of the state of Zhao. As for the Gongshu family, we're still investigating. However, from the information we've received so far, it should not be them, the man replied. Why do you say that? Lord Long Yang asked in surprise. According to the news from the state of Chu, it seems that the Gongshu family is also very interested in the strange mechanism that appeared in Marquis Zhu Lu's hands. They're preparing to send people to the state of Yin to observe it closely. Lord Long Yang was silent for a moment before he sighed and said, Continue investigating. We must obtain information about Marquis Zhu Lu and his army, as well as that powerful mechanical carriage. Yes. On the other side, after a short period of travel, the carriage stopped outside the gates of Zhu Lu College. Okay, we'll stop here. Marquis Zhu Lu only needs to ask someone to lead the way. There's no need to accompany this old man. You could go sightseeing with Yin Ran. Zhou Yin walked out of the carriage and smiled at Sei Ito and Ji Yin Ran. He did not want to be a third wheel. Master Yin, I also want to take a good look at Zhu Lu College. Ji Yin Ran smiled. Is that so? Up to you. Zhou Yin smiled indifferently. It seems that I still have to trouble Marquis Zhu Lu. Then, Zhou Yin turned to Sei Ito and said, No problem. Sei Ito smiled. Please come in. As he spoke, he led Zhou Yin and Ji Yin Ran into the inner part of the college. Marquis Zhu Lu, can you explain the situation of the college to Yin Ran? Ji Yin Ran, who was following Sei Ito around the college, looked at the surroundings with interest and asked, Okay. Sei Ito nodded and then began to explain the situation of the college. The academy is divided into 6 levels, and each level has several courses. In addition to the obligatory script and Zhao literature, there are also compulsory courses such as spring and autumn annals, poems, etiquette, swordsmanship, horsemanship, zither music, and mathematics. There are also elective courses such as mechanism, business, forging, pharmacology, astronomy, geology, politics, and agriculture for the intermediate and advanced disciples of the academy. It sounds like the compulsory classes are based on the 6 arts of Confucianism. The elective classes are based on the 100 arts? Zhou Yin stroked his beard and said, Yes. Although Confucianism is outdated, the 6 arts are the foundation. It is suitable for these students to build a foundation, strengthen their bodies, and cultivate their minds. As for the elective classes, they're not to promote the 100 arts, but purely to take care of the talents and interests of the students in the college. After all, different people have different talents and temperaments. There are those who are born with quick thinking, those who are born with nimble hands and feet, those who are born with great strength but stupid temperament, and those who are dull but willing to think too much. These 100 arts are suitable for them to choose freely and use their strengths. Seito explained, making the best use of everything and teaching according to the talent. Marquis Zhu Lu's thinking is indeed far-reaching. Zhou Yin was silent for a while before he praised with a face full of admiration. Marquis Zhu Lu, from what you said, it seems that you will not be teaching the 100 arts in the college. At this moment, Ji Yanran asked. That's right. Seito nodded and admitted. Why? Ji Yanran was surprised. Although each school of thought has its own likes and dislikes, after all, they all have their own opinions and are not good for enlightenment. Therefore, for the sake of these students, I have decided not to teach any school of thought in the academy. I will only teach them the basics. This will open up the knowledge of the students and give them the right to think and choose for themselves. Ito-sei explained. Chapter 1982. After listening to Sei Ito's explanation, Ji Yanran could not help but fall silent. No one knew what she was thinking about. Seeing this, Sei Ito did not disturb her. He continued to bring Ji Yanran and Zhou Yin around the college, taking in the classroom and the situation of the students who were studying inside. After more than 15 minutes, they finally ended their tour. The scenery of Julu College is indeed enlightening and thought-provoking. In the dean's lounge of the college, Zhou Yin sighed as he took a cup of tea from a female servant. What is this? Could it be tea? Then, Zhou Yin noticed the abnormality of the tea in his hand. As the last thing Shinnong found after tasting hundreds of herbs, tea had long been known during the spring and autumn warring states period. However, they had always thought that it was a medicinal ingredient, so no one had thought of brewing it directly for drinking. That's right, it is tea, Sei Ito confirmed with a smile. Then this is a medicinal soup? Zhou Yin lowered his head and sniffed the fragrance wafting from the cup. It's not a medicinal soup. It's just a drink that I made in my spare time, Sei Ito said with a smile. Then he raised his arm and invited, please. After that, he moved the teacup in front of him and took a sip. Seeing Sei Ito's demonstration, Zhou Yin and Ji Yanran did not hesitate and followed suit. Instantly, a thick and mellow tea fragrance spread in their mouths, causing Zhou Yin and Ji Yanran to reveal a look of enjoyment. I didn't expect this tea to be used like this. After a while, Zhou Yin let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with fondness as he spoke. Marquis of Julu always has some exquisite and novel toys here. Ji Yanran looked at Sei Ito with bright eyes. She smiled. Sei Ito smiled slightly and did not speak. He leisurely drank the tea in his cup. Seeing this, Zhou Yin and Ji Yanran also did not speak and were immersed in the wonderful taste of the tea. In an instant, the entire room became quiet. Clack, Miss G, where do you want to go next? After a while, Ito-sei gently put the teacup on the table and asked Ji Yanran, I wonder if I could have the honor of visiting the place where you make books and paper? Ji Yanran asked softly. Since Miss G wants to see it, there's no problem. Sei Ito smiled. I wonder if Marquis Zhu Lu would mind if this old man accompanied you? Just as Sei Ito was about to leave, a voice rang out. Zhou Yin chimed in. Originally, he did not plan to follow Marquis Zhu Lu and Ji Yanran and be a hindrance. However, the place they were going was a place he had always wanted. Therefore, after some hesitation, Zhou Yin still shamelessly made his request. Sir, what are you talking about? It's my honor to be able to travel with you, so why would I mind? Mister, just follow me. Sei Ito pretended to be surprised. Then this old man will be thick-skinned. Zhou Yin laughed dryly. Then, the three of them left Zhu Lu Institute under the escort of the dean, Zhao Ni, and the left disciple, Zhaoya. They returned to the carriage in front of the institute. They moved towards Madame Ya's fief on the outskirts of Handan City. As the carriage moved, it passed through the gate of Handan City and drove onto the fertile fields. Then, a patch of green seedlings came into Jianran's sight through the carriage window. Those don't seem to be millet seedlings? Jianran asked curiously. Hearing Jianran say this, Zhou, who was resting with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes and looked out the window. They are indeed not millet seedlings, Zhou confirmed. That's right. Those are indeed not millet seedlings. Seito nodded with a smile. Instantly, Jianran and Zhou eyes fell on Seito. Those are late-season seedlings. I got them from other places. They are not from the Central Plains, Seito explained. They are not from the Central Plains. Jianran was shocked. Yes, Seito replied softly, but that was it. He did not say anything about the culture of the world outside the Central Plains, which made Jianran, who was full of curiosity, feel uncomfortable. She could not help but roll her eyes at Seito. Seito pretended not to see and continued. These seedlings will probably mature in September or October. At that time, if the two of you are still in Handan City, you may be able to eat something different from the current dishes. Zhou was shocked when he heard this. He secretly calculated with his fingers and then exclaimed with a face full of disbelief. It only takes 4 months? Hearing this, even Jianran could not help but be shocked. She looked at Seito with a face full of disbelief. Seito, however, still felt that it was not enough and said, "It is a pity that I became a marquis too early and did not make it in time for spring. Otherwise, I would only need to plant new seeds. When autumn comes, I will be able to harvest 100 dan of grain per mu and make the kingdom of Zhao the country rich in grain." "How much did you say?" Zhou exclaimed. Because they were too shocked, they even ignored Seito's honorific title. However, thinking about it, in the Warring States period, a harvest of 3 dan of grain per mu was considered a good harvest. 100 dan of grain was too shocking. It completely changed the world's grain market. 100 dan of grain. If we plant carefully, we may be able to get even more, Seito said lightly. Zhou and Jianran were shocked speechless. They looked at each other and thought at the same time, if all of this is true, then Marquis Zhu Lu is a new saint. Just as the three of them were talking, the carriage drove into a road between the fields and finally stopped in front of a large building. "Halt!" At this time, a stern voice came from outside the carriage. "It is me," Seito said to the soldiers guarding the housing area. "Greetings, sir." The two soldiers who saw Seito's face immediately knelt on one knee and bowed their heads. "Get up," Seito said. Then the two stood up from the ground and quickly walked to the railing in the middle of the road. They worked together to move it away. Seeing this, the coachman did not hesitate. He started the carriage again and drove into the housing area. Finally, it stopped in an open space. "You two, we have arrived." Seito turned his head and said to the two people who were full of thoughts. Zhou and Jianran nodded slightly, got up, and followed Seito out of the carriage. They walked across the road, paved with green stones, and walked into a humming factory. "This is the place where the paper is made." Seito took a mask from the worker next to him and handed it to Jianran and Zhou. Then he raised his hand and put on the mask that he had left behind. "Why is this?" Looking at the mask in her hand, Jianran was puzzled. During the paper-making process, there will be a serious smell. Not only is the smell pungent, but it is also poisonous. If you breathe in it for a long time, it will cause discomfort. Therefore, for safety, everyone needs to wear this mask during work to protect themselves, Seito explained. Jianran nodded in understanding and put on the mask. Then she followed Seito around the paper-making factory and carefully observed every step of the paper-making process. After the tour ended, the three left the paper-making factory and turned around to go to the printing factory that Zhou and Jianran were most interested in. "So this is how books are made." Jianran, who had seen the process of the book's creation, exclaimed, "It is indeed a work of art." Zoyin stopped next to the printing machine and looked at the blank sheets of paper that were filled with writing. He also looked at the sheets that were taken out by the workers from time to time. Marquis Julu, I have a presumptuous request. I don't know if I should say it. Zoyin then looked away and looked at Sei Ito shyly. Please say it. Sei Ito, who had vaguely guessed what Zoyan's request was, smiled. I would like to ask Marquis Julu to print my book, The Beginning and End of the Five Virtues. I wonder if Marquis Julu would agree. Zoyin looked at Sei Ito's face nervously and said, Of course, this old man is willing to pay for the production costs, Zoyin quickly added. There is no need for that. Sei Ito smiled and said, As long as Mr. Yin can agree to one condition, I will not only promise to help you print the book, but I am also willing to use my business to help you promote it. What condition? Zoyan's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked. The book will be printed in clerical script without any foreign languages, Sei Ito said calmly. This. Zoyan heard this and could not help but hesitate. Since clerical script could not be promoted, the risk of printing the book in clerical script was too great. Perhaps the effect of publishing the book would not be as good as traveling around the various countries and giving speeches to the nobles and officials of each country. Therefore, Zoyin could not help but hesitate. Sei Ito did not rush him and quietly waited for Zoyan's decision. Okay, we will do as Marquis Julu says. After a moment, Zoyan's eyes became firm and he nodded in agreement. In that case, Mr. Yin, please prepare the manuscript as soon as possible so that the workers in the printing factory can print it, Sei Ito said with a smile. After that, Zoyin, who had devoted all his attention to the manuscripts, was not in the mood to visit. After roughly looking at the cement factory and the winery, as well as observing the overseas vegetable seedlings mentioned by Ito Sei at a close distance, he hurriedly rushed back to the post house in the city, locked himself in the room, and began to organize the manuscripts. Miss G, what are you thinking about? Inside the hotel, in the courtyard where Ji Enran lived, Sei Ito looked at Ji Enran, who was in a daze, and softly asked. Ji Enran turned her head and looked deeply at Sei Ito as she softly said, Yenran is thinking that it would be great if the entire world could enjoy the convenience of the things that Marquis Julu made. The world. I did not expect Miss G to be someone who cares about the country, the people, and the world. Sei Ito lightly laughed. This time, Ji Enran did not answer. The world is too far away. Didn't Mencius say, if you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should do good to the world. Therefore, it is better to enjoy the moment. Sei Ito looked up at the blue sky and said quietly. Chapter 1983. Ever since that day, Ji Enran's attitude towards Sei Ito had clearly changed. She was much more proactive than before. She would either invite Sei Ito out to talk about ruling a country or use the excuse of liking Great Deer Institute to go to Great Deer Institute. She would mingle with Zhao Ye, Zhao Ni, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guixiu and ask about Sei Ito. Sei Ito and Zhao Ye naturally noticed this, but they did not mind and continued to treat her normally. 5 days later. On this day, Ito Sei woke up Zhao Ni, Zhao Ye, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guixiu early in the morning. They changed their clothes and had a simple breakfast. After that, they left the mansion together and took a carriage to the palace in the center of Handan City. All along the way, Zhao Ye and the others had solemn expressions as they sat upright and didn't speak a single word. It was as if the place they were heading to wasn't the imperial palace of the kingdom of Zhao that they were extremely familiar with, and it was instead a solemn ceremony venue. After traveling for a while, the carriage slowly stopped in front of the palace gates. Sei Ito got up and opened the curtains, bringing Zhao Ye and the others out. Greetings, Marquis of Great Deer, Madame Ye, Madame Ni, Third Princess, Madame Tingfang, and Madame Xiu'er. The guards in front of the palace gates knelt on one knee and bowed. Sei Ito ignored them and silently brought Zhao Ye and the others into the palace. They went straight to the discussion hall at the center of the palace. In just a few minutes, they arrived in front of the discussion hall. They did not stop and walked straight into the discussion hall. As for Sei Ito and the others' actions, the guards on the side didn't seem to care. The guards on both sides acted as if they didn't see it and completely ignored it. They were still standing solemnly on both sides of the palace, guarding the palace rooms. At this moment, within the discussion hall, apart from Sei Ito and the others, Zhao Wangdan, Queen Hanjing, Xiao Junyan, the members of the royal family, ministers, and marquises of the kingdom of Zhao, as well as the Gua clan, Wu clan, and Zhou clan's merchants, were all present in the discussion hall. They all sat down according to their statuses. However, everyone had a look of confusion on their faces and did not know what was going on. Everyone is here. Seeing Sei Ito arrive, King Zhao inwardly sighed and said, "Your Majesty, may I know why you have summoned us old nobles here?" asked a white-haired old man. The old man with a face full of wrinkles trembled as he cupped his hands and asked. Old nobles were old officials of the kingdom of Zhao, old nobles, as well as old people who were old Zhao because they were old, but still had influence over the kingdom of Zhao. Hearing the old man's words, King Zhao's right, he Zhao's and his majesty. What? Queen Hanjing exclaimed in disbelief. As the queen, she was probably the last person in the imperial court who wanted to see King Zhao abdicate. After all, abdicating was a nice way to put it. Letting a virtuous person take his place in governing the country was the same as telling others about it. If she could not suppress someone, she would have to abdicate and give up her power? If that was the case, how could she, a woman who was noble because of her husband, use her power to cause trouble and show off her authority? Following this, the nobles of the kingdom of Zhao all exclaimed in shock. Your Majesty, why do you have such thoughts? After recovering from the shock, Han Jing hurriedly asked. In recent years, my body has been getting weaker and weaker, especially in recent days. I become very tired and sleepy, which greatly affects my governance. Thus, for the sake of the kingdom of Zhao, I have decided to abdicate and let a capable person take over the kingdom of Zhao, King Zhao explained. Then who is your Majesty going to choose as your successor? The elders of the royal family asked. Hearing this, the eyes of many of the strong men in the royal family lit up, and they all puffed out their chests. Xiao Junyan's face was filled with excitement, and his body involuntarily trembled. It was clear that in Xiao Junyan's mind, the successor was none other than himself. After all, King Zhao was his father, and he had no reason to give the throne to anyone else in the royal family. On the other hand, the ministers in the imperial court all fell into deep thought. They would occasionally sneak glances at the Marquis of Zhu, who had brought his family with him. The successor this king has chosen is... King Zhao's gaze swept across everyone in the imperial court, and finally stopped at Sei Ito, who was below his right. He announced, Marquis of Zhu, Sei Ito. What? As soon as these words came out, whether it was the Zhao royal family or the merchants of the Zhao kingdom who were not controlled by Ito Tingqing, they were all stunned and couldn't help but let out a cry of disbelief. They couldn't help but look at Ito Tingqing. Under everyone's gazes, Sei Ito slowly stood up from his seat and walked to the center of the imperial court. He cupped his hands and bowed. This subject obeys. No, Queen Hanjing, who had recovered from Sei Ito's this subject obeys, suddenly stood up and screamed. That's right, no. How can we give a throne to someone with a different surname? The members of the royal family of Zhao, who had also recovered from their shock, loudly agreed. This subject obeys. However, as if they were performing a magic trick, all of the ministers and physicians in the imperial court fell to their knees and shouted, cutting off the voices of the royal family members and Queen Hanjing. How is this possible? This time, it wasn't just the royal family members who couldn't believe it. Even the merchants were dumbfounded. Under their stupefied gazes, all of the ministers and physicians stood up and turned to face Sei Ito. They bowed again. This subject obeys, Your Majesty. However, unlike before, there were a few more people in the group. They were the Wu family's old master, Wu family's Ma, who controlled half of the animal husbandry in Zhao, and his son, Wu Yingyuan, as well as Guo family's Guozong, who controlled 2/3 of the smelting and iron business in Zhao. No, impossible. How can this be? Xiao Junyan, who had been dreaming of being the king, looked at everything in the imperial court in disbelief and shook his head. Then his eyes turned red, and he suddenly pulled out a short sword from his waist. He rushed toward Sei Ito in the center of the imperial court and shouted, "I'll kill you. Husband, be careful." Although they knew Sei Ito's skills, Zhao Ye and the other women couldn't help but remind him worriedly when they saw the sneak attack. Wang or don't. King Zhao also anxiously tried to stop him. Under everyone's shocked cries, Xiao Junyan rushed in front of Sei Ito and stabbed the bronze short sword in his hand towards Sei Ito's abdomen. Sei Ito, who was being attacked, stretched out his arm and grabbed Xiao Junyan's wrist. Then he raised his leg and kicked. Xiao Junyan's body immediately flew out like a cannonball. He only stopped when he crashed into the wall of the imperial court. Bang! Yin'er! Han Jing cried out anxiously. Only this time. If there's a next time, I'll kill without mercy. Sei Ito looked directly at King Zhao and said calmly, "Yes." King Zhao hurriedly nodded. Then, Sei Ito ignored King Zhao and walked towards King Zhao's throne. Seeing this, King Zhao, who was sitting on the throne, hurriedly stood up and pulled Queen Han Jing away from the throne, bowing to the side. Sei Ito slowly sat down on the throne. From this moment onwards, I am King Zhao. Sei Ito's aura erupted, emitting a boundless pressure towards everyone in the imperial court as he calmly announced, "Does anyone have any objections? Men, capture this traitor for me." The elders of the royal family could no longer hold themselves back and shouted loudly. In an instant, weapons clanged and a group of fully armed soldiers rushed in from outside the imperial court. "You overestimate yourselves." Sei Ito, who was sitting on the throne, laughed coldly. With a wave of his arm, numerous wind blades that could be seen with the naked eye immediately flew out from his body. They were like real sharp blades and instantly swept across the bodies of the charging soldiers. Pooh! After a muffled sound, a large amount of blood spurted out from the bodies of the soldiers, causing them to fall to the ground. Bang! Screams of pain and the terrified screams of women rang out in the imperial court. Does anyone have any objections? Sei Ito ignored the glaring blood and the pungent smell of blood in the imperial court and asked again, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The merchants looked at each other and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Then, the soldiers who were shocked by Sei Ito's strange methods and thought that they had encountered an immortal also put down their weapons and knelt on the ground. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Then, a few officials who had not been controlled before also knelt down. For a moment, there was no one else in the imperial court other than the members of the imperial court of Zhao. Almost at the same time that these people knelt down, the sky above the imperial court of Zhao suddenly became turbulent. Then, a large amount of invisible purple gas floated from the Yin country and gathered above the imperial court of Handan City. It faintly merged with the purple gas rising from the imperial court of Zhao and formed a divine dragon that swam in the sky. Noticing the changes in the outside world, Sei Ito's lips curled up slightly, and he suddenly shouted, "Men, capture all of the imperial court of Zhao and temporarily lock them up in the Li Palace of the Southern Palace." "Yes, Your Majesty." The soldiers shouted and immediately got up from the ground. They captured the imperial court of Zhao like wolves and tigers and brought them out of the imperial court of Zhao to the Southern Palace. After the imperial court of Zhao left, Sei Ito turned his head and ordered Dr. Gukai, "Dr. Gua, draft up the document and announce it." "Yes, Your Majesty." Gukai accepted the order. Then, at noon, the news of the imperial court of Zhao changing rulers and Marquis Julu ascending to the throne spread throughout Handan City. It continued to spread to the other cities of the imperial court of Zhao and the remaining countries. Chapter 1984. "What did you say?" Xinling Jun said loudly as he looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. He was in a guest house in Handan of the state of Zhao, that was reserved for foreign envoys. Dan's son, Marquis Jilu, Chen Yi, took the throne and became the new king of Zhao, the man replied. How is that possible? How is that possible? He's just an outsider. How could he possibly ascend to the throne of the Zhao clan of you? Xinling Jun paced back and forth in the room with a panicked expression as he spoke in exasperation. What about the Zhao royal family? Then, Xinling Jun asked again. The old and strong men and women of the family are all confined in the Li Palace to the south of the palace. The rest of them were sent by Marquis Jiulu to surround the family grounds and are not allowed to leave, the man replied. What about the officials of the Zhao kingdom? Xinling Jun asked again. They all bowed and accepted Marquis Jiulu's rule. Xinling Jun was speechless. Then, he asked again with a dry voice, Who is the queen? It hasn't been decided. What? Xinling Jun was shocked. After Marquis Jiulu became the queen, he only gave his 5 wives the title of madam. He didn't choose anyone to be the queen. During the Warring States period, the hierarchy of the king's harem was very simple. There were only Madame Yuan, concubine, and concubine. Madame Yuan was the queen. According to the customs of the Warring States period, the first Madame Yuan had to be a woman from a noble family. It was best if she was a princess. Only when they couldn't find one would they choose the daughter of a general. Therefore, Zhao Ye, Zhao Enai, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guixiu were all qualified. Among them, Zhao Qian was the most qualified. Madame and concubine could have titles. The former had 2 characters. For example, Madame Huayang from the Qin kingdom and Madame Pingyuan from the Zhao kingdom. The latter had 1 character. For example, concubine Zhao and concubine Han. As for the last concubine, she couldn't get anything. She was no different from the maids in the palace. At most, she was slightly more prestigious than them. She didn't have to serve men as she pleased anymore. Xinling Jun was speechless. He didn't know what to say. Creak, right at this moment, a strange sound was heard from the turning of a wooden shaft. Lord Longyang, who looked like a woman, walked into Lord Xinling's room, bringing with him a fragrance. Why are you here? Xinling Jun frowned. Have you received the news? Lord Longyang ignored Lord Xinling's question and asked directly. What are you trying to say? Xinling Jun asked in a low voice. To the Wei Kingdom, the ascension of Marquis Jiulu to the throne is not something to be happy about. Lord Longyang smiled gently. Xinling Jun frowned at these words. Lord Longyang, of course. The latter was also very tactful. After the 2 of them bowed, he silently left the room and closed the door behind him. Although she hasn't been controlled by Marquis Jiulu, I'm afraid she can't even protect herself now, right? She might not be able to complete those tasks. As an intelligent person, Lord Xinling almost instantly understood the meaning behind Lord Longyang's unspoken words. So he said calmly, That's right. But she's the most suitable candidate, isn't she? Lord Longyang Jun asked with a smile. Even Lord Xinling Jun couldn't help but agree. Lord Longyang Jun suddenly changed the topic. After returning, I will persuade His Majesty to form a good relationship with Korea. Then he will send Baigui to Qi. Lord Longyang Jun said. I'm afraid King Qi won't agree. Lord Xinling Jun said. Lord Xinling Jun, you seem to have forgotten someone? Lord Longyang Jun smiled. You mean Tian Dan? Lord Xinling Jun narrowed his eyes. He's cunning and lecherous. He likes to play tricks, but he's quite knowledgeable. I believe that with Yin Kingdom's example, he will persuade King Qi to agree to our plan. After all, if the lips die, the teeth will feel cold, Lord Longyang Jun said with a confident smile. If he had a feathered fan in his hand, he would look like a living Zhuge Liang. Speaking of the Yin Kingdom, why don't we let some people move around a bit? After all, it's a newly fallen kingdom. Not everyone in the Yin Kingdom will support the new ruler and accept the rule so peacefully. Lord Longyang continued. Lord Xinling Jun nodded and said softly, It seems that we have to quickly return to Zhao. Yes, I'm starting to miss Daoyang's scenery, Lord Longyang Jun said. The 2 looked at each other and smiled, as if they understood each other. Looking at their harmonious and happy appearance, it was really hard to believe that these two fellows were political enemies who disliked each other in the Wei Kingdom and couldn't wait to kill each other. While Lord Longyang and Lord Xinling were discussing their grand plan in the inn, Ito Mori had also begun his transformation of the state of Zhao. The first was to promote clerical script throughout Zhao and Yin Kingdom, forcing all public languages to be written in clerical script. Of course, in order to create some confusion, Sei Ito did not immediately ban the Yin and Zhao languages. He still allowed them to spread, but added a time limit of 1 year. After 1 year, no matter what the outcome was, all languages other than clerical script would be banned. They would only be allowed to spread and use in private. The second was to reform the departments of the imperial court. The original system of officials and officials would be changed to a system of 3 provinces and 6 ministries. The division of labor would be more specific, and everyone's responsibilities would be clearer. This would reduce the workload of the king. The third was to reform the laws of Zhao. He would revise the constitution of Zhao and make some laws suitable for this era. He would remove some unreasonable laws and make appropriate changes to some articles. The fourth was to promote education. In Yin Kingdom, private schools and academies would be set up in all major cities. Children above the age of 6 and below the age of 14 would be forced to attend school and receive education. The fifth was to reorganize the existing army. He would eliminate the old and the young, leaving only the young and the young. A detailed reorganization would be carried out. The sixth was to improve the people's health. The seventh was business. The eighth, the ninth, and so on. In short, it was from top to bottom. From the inside to the outside, the country of Zhao carried out a shocking transformation for the people of this era. Fortunately, Ito Sei's foundation was deep enough, and he had the support of a large magic cube world behind him. This allowed him to have enough people to carry out these things at the same time, and it would not cause chaos to the whole country because of this transformation. However, the results were very obvious. After 3 to 4 months of adaptation, the citizens of Yin and Zhao immediately realized the benefits of the new king's policies. The first point was that their children had the opportunity to become people above others. The second point, their personal safety was guaranteed. They did not have to worry about the nobles taking their lives if they were unhappy. The third point was that they could do things with less worry. The fourth point was that if they were sick, there would be doctors. They did not have to wait for death at home or pray for God's blessing. Because of these 4 points, the original residents of the Yin state never wanted to return to the era of the Yin state ruled by King Shi of the Yin state, not to mention that they were the people of the Zhao state. Each and every one of them was very supportive of Sei Ito, the new king. The power of the faith brought by the hearts of the people directly made the purple dragon that was hovering in the sky of Zhao, representing the people's hearts and the fate of the country, become a lot more solid. Now let's go back a few days. It was about half a month ago. On this day, on the official road to Handan City, a handsome young man with a strong body and a strong waist appeared on the official road. He looked at the ground under his feet with a stunned expression. This is cement? Isn't this something from the future? How could it be from the Warring States period? The man rubbed the hard gray ground under his feet. His heart was like a storm. Could it be? There are people from the future in this era? Thinking of this, the man's spirit was shaken. He hurriedly strode towards the direction of Handan. This well-built man was none other than Xiang Xiaolong, who had escaped from Greybeard's clutches and drifted in the vast wilderness for an unknown period of time. He was fortunate enough to meet the Mahist Yuan Zone, learn the Mahist sword technique, and obtain the Juzi token from the future generation's special forces, Xiang Xiaolong. For a lost sheep like him, there was nothing more exciting than meeting people from the future in this strange era. Xiang Xiaolong didn't know how many days he had walked in such a hurry. Handan City, which had changed greatly, finally appeared in his sight. Finally here, Xiang Xiaolong calmed his breath and sighed softly. Then he straightened his body and strode towards Handan City. According to his original plan, Xiang Xiaolong wanted to sneak into the city. However, when he saw the situation of the border, he could only walk to the border and report the name of Tao Fong's boss, the king of livestock, Wu, to the guards. Because Wu Tingfang became the wife of the king, the status of the Wu family in the Zhao kingdom also rose. Therefore, the guards did not dare to neglect him and quickly found an officer to meet him. "What is your name?" The young officer who was found looked Xiang Xiaolong up and down and asked, "I am Xiang Xiaolong." Xiang Xiaolong answered honestly. When he said this, the officer and the dozens of Zhao soldiers around him were all shocked. At the same time, not far away, a barefoot man dressed in linen clothes also looked at Xiang Xiaolong with sparkling eyes. "How dare you impersonate Xiang Yingxiong? He sacrificed himself in the battle with the horse gang half a year ago to save his companions. I have a friend who saw him blocking the pursuers." The officer shouted. Then the officer called his men and ordered them to take Xiang Xiaolong. Xiang Xiaolong was stunned. He did not expect himself to become so famous. He did not resist the Zhao soldiers who pounced on him. He smiled and said, "What is the name of your friend?" The officer said a name. Xiang Xiaolong quickly described the person's height and appearance. At this moment, a soldier found the dagger that Tao Fong gave him. The officer did not ask any more questions. He immediately changed his attitude. He asked about what happened that day and sent someone to report to Tao Fong in Handan. He even personally escorted him into the city. Seeing this, the barefoot man in linen clothes' eyes flashed. He disappeared from the crowd like a fish. The officer's name was Ning Xin. He rode beside him and said, "Master Wu is one of the most respected people in Handan. If it wasn't for him searching everywhere for war horses and donating to the national treasury from time to time, our Zhao state would have been destroyed long ago. Fortunately, now that the new king has ascended the throne, the Zhao kingdom has changed. Not only did he destroy the invading Yin kingdom, but he also opened schools so that the commoners in the kingdom have the opportunity to learn to read. That is..." At this moment, Xiang Xiaolong saw the calligraphy written on the chessboard of a shop along the street. He could not help but say in surprise, "Oh, that is calligraphy. It is the writing created by the king." Ning Xin followed Xiang Xiaolong's gaze and saw the chessboard. "Speaking of which, our new king is really a capable person. Not only did he invent saddles and horseshoes, which are beneficial to war, but he also invented treasures like cement, which can be used to build city walls. He even invented things like paper and writing, which are things that only students can come into contact with. Don't you think he's amazing? Paper, cement, saddles, horseshoes, and calligraphy on the chessboard. It seems that the new king of Zhao is the same as me. He came from the future, but the gap between people is really big. I am still trying to survive in the wilderness, but he has become the king of a country. He can take any beautiful wife and concubine he wants." Xiang Xiaolong, who could no longer hear what Ning Xin was saying, was full of envy and jealousy. But soon, Xiang Xiaolong's expression changed slightly, and his face turned pale. "What's wrong, Xiang Yingxiong? Are you not feeling well?" Ning Xin, who had noticed the change in Xiang Xiaolong's expression, asked with concern. "No, I am fine. I just suddenly felt uncomfortable in my stomach. I think it is because I have not been eating well. I will be fine after some rest," Xiang Xiaolong said half-heartedly. "Xiang Yingxiong, take care of your body." Ning Xin did not suspect anything and kindly reminded him. "Okay," Xiang Xiaolong replied absent-mindedly. "If that king of Zhao is really the person I think he is from the future, then his actions are changing history. Then will there be another king of Qin that can conquer the world? Will there be another Han, 3 kingdoms, Jin, Sui, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing? Will there be another China?" The more he thought about it, the tighter Xiang Xiaolong's grip on the reins. Because he was using too much strength, traces of paleness began to appear. At this moment, accompanied by a dense sound of horse hooves, a group of knights swarmed towards Xiang Xiaolong. The leader was Tao Fong, whom he had not seen in a long time. The others were all comrades who had gone through fire and water together. Li Shan was one of them. Seeing these familiar faces, Xiang Xiaolong temporarily put aside the questions in his heart and happily gathered everyone together. Then, Under the escort of the warriors, they came to the Wu family's courtyard in the city. "How is Ting Fong?" After waiting for the two sides to sit down, Xiang Xiaolong finally could not help but ask. "I am sorry. I thought Xiaolong had died in the hands of thieves." After waiting for 3 months, I followed the master's orders and sent her to be a dancer, Tao Fong said with an apologetic face. Then, he smiled and said in a relaxed manner, "But Xiaolong, don't worry. I will specially choose 2 more beautiful women than her to serve you." Chapter 1985. P.S. Thank you to Nickfany for your precious monthly votes. Who did you give her to? Xiang Xiaolong's chest felt like it was hit by a heavy punch. His face turned pale as he asked bitterly. "I'm sorry, I can't tell you, Xiaolong." Tao Fong was shocked. He probably did not expect such a heroic person like Xiang Xiaolong to be so sentimental. He sighed. "Don't say any more. You shouldn't give her to anyone before proving that I'm really dead." Before Tao Fong could finish, Xiang Xiaolong's face turned angry and shouted, "Xiaolong, go rest in the other house and let me think of a way for you. Master will personally meet you tomorrow. This is the greatest honor of our house's warriors. Don't miss this opportunity." Tao Fong was very shrewd. Even if he was reprimanded by Xiang Xiaolong, his face did not show the slightest change. He still said calmly. He then waved his hand and called a few female servants to serve Xiang Xiaolong. He then got up and left the courtyard. Xiang Xiaolong, who was inexplicably irritated, did not notice. He listlessly dealt with the beautiful female servants that he usually had to spend time teasing. He sat in the courtyard in a daze. Not long after, he was called back by the sound of quarreling. "Mr. Yin, Xiang Xiaolong is my guest. It's not good for you to do this." It was Tao Fong's voice. When Xiang Xiaolong heard Tao Fong mention the name of the person, his heart shook and he could not help but become nervous. "Tao Fong, this is our Mo family's matter. Are you sure you want to interfere?" Yin Ping said slowly. Tao Fong frowned, his face showing a difficult expression. Although he is now because of the Wu family. In the city, he can be considered a #1 person. Normal people will give him some face when facing him. But it also depends on what the matter is. Obviously, this kind of internal matter is not something a small merchant servant like him can interfere with. Humph! Seeing that Tao Fong was silent, Yin Ping snorted coldly and pushed Tao Fong to the side. Then, he led the 4 or 5 disciples behind him and strode into the courtyard without any trace of politeness. Seeing this, Tao Fong sighed softly and hurriedly followed. Just like this, they walked around. The group of people entered the courtyard and saw the absent-minded Xiang Xiaolong. "Master, that's him." At this moment, a barefooted disciple behind Yin Ping, who was holding a bronze sword, said aloud. It was the man who had been monitoring the city gate. "You are Xiang Xiaolong?" Yin Ping narrowed his eyes and looked sharply at Xiang Xiaolong, who was trying his best to remain calm. "That's right, that's me," Xiang Xiaolong said calmly. "May I know who you are?" "This is Mr. Juzi Yin Ping of Handan's Majo Inn," Tao Fong hurriedly introduced. "Oh, nice to meet you, Mr. Yin." Xiang Xiaolong stood up and cupped his fists, speaking very politely. "Ma-san," Yin Ping suddenly shouted. "Disciple is here." The barefoot man in linen robes replied. "Test Xiang Yingxiong's skills," Yin Ping ordered. "Yes," Ma-san replied, drawing his sword and walking to Xiang Xiaolong's side. "Wait!" Just when Ma-san was about to invite Xiang Xiaolong to a duel, Tao Fong finally stopped his silence. He raised his hand and shouted, Yin Ping frowned and looked at Tao Fong. "Mr. Yin, you only said that you wanted to ask Mr. Xiang a few questions, but you didn't say that you wanted to fight. This is a bit too much," Tao Fong said with a serious face. Tao Fong, maybe a little fat, but when his face darkened, there was a sense of authority coming from his body. "I've long heard that Mr. Xiang's martial arts are strong. You once fought against the horse gang alone, buying time for the Wu family warriors to escape. Ma-san is not talented, but I think that my swordsmanship is not bad. I wonder if Mr. Xiang would do me the honor of sparring with me to prove that the rumors are true?" Without waiting for Yin Ping to speak, Ma San had already cupped his fist toward Xiang Xiaolong and invited him. His tone and words were not only willing to accept the duel, but also intended to provoke Xiang Xiaolong into a situation where he had no choice but to choose. Obviously, even if Yin Ping's disciple wasn't good at martial arts, he must have sharp eyes and ears, and definitely not an ordinary person. As a result, Tao Fong had no choice but to swallow his following words back into his stomach. During the Warring States period, in order to strengthen the people, the laws of the various countries basically forbade private duels. Therefore, duels of swordsmanship were common, and even death was a common thing. Even though this kind of duel could be rejected, but the negative reputation it would bring was not something that ordinary people wanted. Therefore, in most cases, the person being challenged would not reject, even if he knew that he was not a match for the other party. Looking at the situation in front of him, Xiang Xiaolong knew that he had no choice. He secretly gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Okay. Then he drew his ink-black wooden sword and walked to the center of the courtyard. Ma San sneered and also walked to the opposite side of Xiang Xiaolong with his bronze sword. The others tactfully retreated to the two sides, making enough space for the two to fight. Xiaolong changed to another sword. Looking at the wooden sword in Xiang Xiaolong's hand, Tao Fong couldn't help but frown. Rest assured, Mr. Tao, this wooden sword was specially made by me. It is not afraid of weapons, Xiang Xiaolong said lightly. Then Xiang Xiaolong lowered his eyes, the wooden sword lightly touching the ground, like an old monk meditating. Ma San, be careful. Looking at Xiang Xiaolong's performance, Yin Ping's eyes flashed slightly. He turned his head and said to Ma San, who was opposite Xiang Xiaolong, "Understood, master." Ma San replied. But even though he said that, in his heart, he still somewhat underestimated Xiang Xiaolong's performance. Then, Ma San's eyes lit up, emitting a cold light. His body, like a black shadow, rushed in front of Xiang Xiaolong, directly stabbing at Xiang Xiaolong's ribs, accurate and ruthless. As the sword light approached, Xiang Xiaolong silently took a step back. The sword tip left the ground and directly hit the front of Ma San's sword light where it was weak. Clang! In a split second, a crisp sound rang out. The sword light in Ma San's hand immediately rippled. Seeing that his attack had missed, Ma San's expression slightly changed. He didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately turned his wrist and shook out the sword light to protect the middle part of his body, avoiding Xiang Xiaolong's possible pursuit. Then he retracted his sword and started again, attacking Xiang Xiaolong again. Xiang Xiaolong's wooden sword slightly pressed down, as if he wanted to attack. Immediately, Ma San's movement was frightened. The sword light was deflected a little. Xiang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. The wooden sword in his hand immediately changed 2 moves to attack Ma San. Ma San didn't dare to be negligent. He also changed 2 moves to meet Xiang Xiaolong's attack. Block, block. 2 crisp sounds immediately reverberated in the courtyard. Then Xiang Xiaolong's wooden sword circled, pulling Ma San's sword out of the middle part of his body. With a collapse, Ma San's arm shook, as if he couldn't hold the sword. Xiang Xiaolong himself suddenly approached Ma San like a galloping horse, using his shoulder to hit Ma San's chest. Bang! In severe pain, Ma San's body uncontrollably flew backwards. Thank you for letting me win. Xiang Xiaolong didn't follow up with another attack. He stood in the same place holding the wooden sword upside down and said while holding his fist, "Good." As soon as his voice fell, earth-shattering cheers sounded in his ears. Clap, 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 clap. Then a burst of crisp applause changed everyone's cheers, resounding in the courtyard. The one clapping was Yin Ping. As expected, Xiang Yingxiong's martial arts are good. However, the sword techniques Xiang Yingxiong is using seem to be my MO Gate sword techniques, Yin Zhaoge calmly said. He then lowered his gaze and looked at the wooden sword in Xiang Xiaolong's hand. He continued, "If my guess is correct, you should have obtained the inheritance of my Mahis sex trader, Yuan Zong. I just don't know if he passed the Juzi token to you." After that, Yin Mu's sharp eyes stared straight at Xiang Xiaolong, not letting go of any expression on his face. "What Juzi order?" Hearing Yuan Zhong's name, Xiang Xiaolong felt a pain in his chest and pretended to be confused. Although I do believe that Master Yuan would not hand over the Juzi token to an outsider, I believe that the Juzi token will not be given to an outsider. But someone told me that the Juzi token is with you, Xiang Yingxiong. That person's words shouldn't be wrong, so I have no choice but to treat it with caution. After quietly looking at Xiang Xiaolong for a while, Yin Liqiang was unable to see anything strange from Xiang Xiaolong's face. So Xiang Yingxiong, please allow us to search your lower body to prove your innocence. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples behind him slowly moved to Xiang Xiaolong's side and surrounded him. Xiang Xiaolong's heart skipped a beat, and white sweat appeared on his back. He had no choice who asked the Juzi token to be with him at this time. One must know that ever since he entered the city, he had not rested and did not even have an official residence. How could he casually hide the Juzi token that Yuan Zhong gave him? So he definitely could not allow Yin Ping's people to search his body. Xiang Yingxiong. Tao Feng did not want to become enemies with a bunch of lunatics because of Xiang Xiaolong. At the same time, he did not want to lose a talent like Xiang Xiaolong. Seeing this, he could not help but look at Xiang Xiaolong, hinting with his eyes that he should quickly agree. Indeed, it is better to rely on yourself than on others. Seeing Tao Feng's expression, a sense of sadness rose from the bottom of Xiang Xiaolong's heart, causing him to involuntarily recall the world of the 21st century with perfect loss. Then, Xiang Xiaolong's eyes steadied and he said loudly, "Thank you, Master Tao, for your hospitality. Forgive Xiaolong for being busy and cannot stay any longer. If fate wills it, we can meet again." With that, without waiting for Tao Feng's response, he immediately rushed to the empty space created by Yin Ping's disciple and quickly rushed out of the side courtyard. "Where do you think you're going?" Knowing that the Juzi token was with Xiang Xiaolong, Yin Ping would not let him go. He immediately roared and transformed into a black dragon, rushing behind Xiang Xiaolong and slashing down with his sword. Puff! A stream of scarlet blood splattered into the sky, flashing magnificently under the sunlight. Xiang Xiaolong, who had been stabbed in the back, gritted his teeth and endured the incessant pain coming from his back. He forced his life force to rush out of the side courtyard. But Xiang Xiaolong, who had yet to learn the internal breathing technique of the school of Moism, was no match for Yin Ping, who had cultivated internal qi for many years. Not long after, he was blocked by the agile Yin Ping on the streets, adding a few more deep wounds to his body. Chapter 1986. P.S. The Legend of Son of Heaven really made my balls hurt. So much world energy. That night, Sei Ito, who was having fun with his wives in the palace, raised his head and looked at the sky to the west of the city. "What's wrong, my king?" Zhaoya, who noticed Sei Ito's expression, asked softly. "I found something interesting." Sei Ito smiled. Then he raised his hand and patted Zhaoya's Qiao Tun, indicating for her to move aside. He then stood up from his seat. "I'm going out for a while." After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the palace. In the next second, he appeared in the west of the city, where the world energy was surging. The Mahistin. Seems like Xiang Xiaolong was caught by them. Sei Ito, who was floating in the air, looked down at the buildings below and laughed softly. Speaking of which, he had almost forgotten about Xiang Xiaolong. He hadn't seen him come to Handan for half a year. Sei Ito even thought that this guy might have been bitten by a beast or killed by some other strong person. Fortunately, Yin Ping and the others were patient and didn't give up. Otherwise, who knows what kind of demon would have happened. After all, no matter what, Xiang Xiaolong was the real son of heaven in this world. Then his eyes lit up and he looked inside the inn with his X-ray vision. In an instant, a large number of sloppily dressed men, who looked like they hadn't bathed in a long time, wearing linen clothes and barefoot, who looked no better than beggars, came into Sei Ito's sight. They sat in groups of twos and threes, drinking and laughing around short square tables. Obviously, this group of people followed the teachings of the school of Moism. Practice. Frugality, hard work. They didn't cut the straw in their rooms, used earthen bowls, drank horse soup, ate coarse sorghum rice, and wore coarse deerskin. Compared to those who didn't get tired of eating good food, didn't get tired of eating small things, wore luxurious clothes, and traveled in carriages. The Confucian disciples who lived extravagantly were the complete opposite. It was no wonder that they were gradually abandoned by humans who pursued pleasure. After all, no one with a wealthy family would be willing to dress like a member of the Mo clan. It was disgusting. However, this had nothing to do with, say, Ito for the time being. So he turned his gaze towards the depths of the school of Mo. In an instant, several underground buildings similar to dungeons and secret rooms immediately appeared. Yin Ping, the head of the Mahis Guild of the state of Zhao, was sitting in one of the rooms. His expression was slightly excited as he received a black token with a large ink character carved on the front from a disciple's hand. Obviously, this token was undoubtedly the Juzi token. Good, the Juzi token is finally in my hands, Yin Ping said excitedly. Congratulations, Master. I believe that with this Juzi medallion, Master will definitely be able to subdue the Qi and Chu branches of the school of Mo and reunite our school of Mo once more, the disciple said in an excited manner. Be careful with your words. You have to know that the head of the school of Mo, Qiao Dao, is known as the #1 swordsman in the world. Although it may be exaggerated, their martial arts must not be bad. If we want to subdue them, we will have to work harder. Yin Ping reprimanded with a stern face. However, from the slight smile on his face, it was not difficult to see the joy and pride in his heart. Right, what about Xiang Xiaolong? Have you dealt with him? At this time, Yin Ping suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked. I was just about to deal with him. However, that person said that he wanted to see you one last time before he died and wanted to ask you some questions. Thus, I temporarily let him live. Please tell me what to do. The disciple cupped his hands and said, See me? Forget it. No matter what, that person is still a member of the school of Mo. I will go see him and fulfill his final wish. Yin Ping frowned when he heard this, then stood up from the ground and put the Juzi token into his pocket. Master is merciful, the disciple said respectfully. Then, the two of them left the room and came to another room at the side. If the previous room was a normal secret room, then this room was completely a torture room. A wooden plank was erected at the innermost part of the room. Xiang Xiaolong, whose hair was disheveled, was covered in blood, and his face was pale. He looked as if he could die at any time. Torches were burning on both sides of the room. On the right side of the room, there was a copper basin filled with burning charcoal. A red-hot soldering iron was placed in the basin. From time to time, there would be crackling sounds from the soldering iron. Two fierce-looking members of the school of Mo stood at the side, laughing coldly as they looked at Xiang Xiaolong on the plank. Creak, Master. Seeing Yin Ping push open the door and enter, the two disciples hurriedly bowed and greeted. Yin Ping nodded and strolled in front of Xiang Xiaolong. He said calmly, I am here. Ask me what you want. Hearing Yin Ping's voice, Xiang Xiaolong coughed twice and asked in a hoarse voice, Cough, cough. I want to know how Master Yuanzong is doing. According to the school of Mo's rules, he has already been executed. Yin Ping replied calmly. Is he dead? Xiang Xiaolong's mouth twitched. It was hard to tell whether he was going to cry or laugh. I believe that my relationship with Yuanzong is very confidential. There should not be a third person in the world who knows about it. How do you know that I am close to Yuanzong and that the Juzi token is on me? Following that, Xiang Xiaolong asked the biggest question in his heart. Someone told me. Yin Ping moved slightly and replied. Actually, at this time, Yin Ping was also starting to feel shocked and fearful of the powerful intelligence-gathering ability of the Marquis of Zhu Lu and the current King Zhao. He decided that if he could avoid contact with King Zhao in the future, he would never do so. Who is that person? Xiang Xiaolong seemed to have regained his senses before death, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at Yin Ping's eyes and asked sternly. Yin Ping's heart skipped a beat from Xiang Xiaolong's sudden gaze. He frowned and replied, There's no harm in telling you. is the current King Zhao. The King Zhao who made cement, paper, books, and even clerical characters? Xiang Xiaolong asked incredulously. He really could not understand why this partner from the future would want to harm him like this. There was no enmity between the two of them, right? Yes. Yin Ping nodded and confirmed. Ha 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 ha. Xiang Xiaolong raised his head after receiving an affirmative answer. His eyes were filled with hatred and relief as he suddenly laughed loudly. Send him on his way. Yin Ping, who was irritated by Xiang Xiaolong's laughter, said to the disciples beside him. Yes, master, a disciple replied. He then slowly drew his sword and walked in front of the laughing Xiang Xiaolong. Without hesitation, he stabbed his sword into Xiang Xiaolong's chest. Pooh! Although they had not studied the structure of the human body from years of battle experience, these swordsmen knew that the heart was a fatal spot. Once it was stabbed, the person would not be able to survive. Indeed, not long after, Xiang Xiaolong's voice gradually died. His head drooped weakly as he breathed his last. In an instant, the clouds above the state of Zhao churned. Large amounts of the power of the world surged like boiling water, stirring up the surrounding void. Seeing this, Seito did not hesitate. He immediately flew into the clouds where the power of the world was. He opened a Rubik's Cube and began to absorb the power of the world around him. Under the Rubik's Cube's absorption, it did not take long for the power of the world that had leaked out from Xiang Xiaolong's death to be completely absorbed. Everything returned to normal. After doing all this, Seito lowered his head again and looked down at the school of the Mo. However, at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred in the school of the Mo. Within the secret cell, a figure that looked exactly like Xiang Xiaolong, except that it was covered in black and gray gas, suddenly floated out from Xiang Xiaolong's corpse and entered the disciple's body through the sword that he had pulled out. In the next moment, the disciple's face paled and he suddenly fell down. He grabbed his head with both hands and let out a mournful scream. This is possession? Seito said in shock. However, after thinking about it, Seito felt relieved. After all, no matter what, Xiang Xiaolong had really passed through the space-time barrier and endured the baptism of space-time power. He was a transmigrator who arrived in the Warring States period with a perfect body. It was natural that there would be some special changes. However, in this case, Seito could not keep him. Thinking of this, Seito moved the school of Mo's disciple who had been possessed by Xiang Xiaolong to the void in front of him. He raised his hand and summoned thunder, striking the school of Mo's disciple's body. Boom! In an instant, the sky lit up and the school of Mo's disciple's body suddenly exploded, revealing a gray mass of air with black smoke on the outside. At this moment, Seito waved his arm again. A faint purple-green flame was released and floated onto the mass of air. It was the purple-green Tusita fire that was said to be able to burn everything in the world. Squeak! Immediately, an ear-piercing screech sounded from the gray mass of air. Hearing this, Seito smiled coldly and ignored it. He quietly watched as the gray mass of air turned into nothingness in the purple-green Tusita fire. Not even a trace of it was left. What surprised him was that the moment the gray mass of air was burned into nothingness, another surge of power of the world gathered and spontaneously projected onto Seito's body. What is this? The reward for destroying the so-called extraterrestrial demon? Seito muttered to himself, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Because to be honest, Seito, the intruder, was the real extraterrestrial demon. However, there was no reason to reject something that was already in his hands. Thus, Seito absorbed all the power of the world in the sky. Then, with a wave of his hand, he used the same method to obtain the Juzi token from Yin Ping. His figure flashed and disappeared from the sky. Chapter 1987. Your Majesty, Miss Zhao Ji requests an audience. A maid reported. Please, Seito said lightly. The maid accepted the order and left the palace. Then, Zhao Ji, who was dressed in black, walked into the hall. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Zhao Ji walked to the center of the hall and bowed. "Instructor Zhao, please rise." With our relationship, Instructor Zhao doesn't need to be so formal. Seito smiled. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. But now is not the time. Etiquette cannot be abolished." Zhao Ji stood up and smiled. "Forget it. As you wish." Seito shook his head slightly and said softly, "May I know why Instructor Zhao has come to see me?" "There is a secret report to be presented to Your Majesty," Zhao Ji said seriously. "Oh." Seito raised his eyebrows. "It's news from my sister. She said that she agreed to Wei's request and is willing to send 400,000 soldiers to attack Zhao together with Wei." Zhao Ji said. "Shanro, isn't she?" Seito frowned. Zhao Ji, who had learned from Shanlan, was not surprised that Seito knew her sister's name and could even guess where she was. She only thought that Seito had special information channels and nodded to confirm his guess. "To assassinate Tian Dan?" Seito continued. "Yes." Zhao Ji was slightly surprised and admitted straightforwardly. "Let her go back to Zhao. Tian Dan is not that easy to kill. If you want to personally kill Tian Dan for revenge, I can promise that when she is defeated, I will hand Tian Dan over to you sisters. You sisters can deal with him as you see fit," Seito said softly. Zhao Ji was slightly stunned when he heard this. He looked deeply at Ito Sei. She asked softly, "Your Majesty, why are you so good to us sisters?" "Because this king has taken a fancy to you sisters' beauty and wants to take you into this king's harem." Ito Sei didn't hide it. He answered directly. "Your Majesty, are you serious?" Zhao Ji's eyes flashed and asked again. "Of course. You have an independent personality, you have a mind of your own, and you're also a first-class beauty. Although Lan is not as good as you, her temperament is gentle and her nature is like flowing water. On the other hand, she was soft, strong, independent, and had a firm will. In addition, she had a common life as an assassin. On the contrary, it has a unique beauty that this prince likes very much," Seito said with a smile. After a short pause, he continued, "Besides, you've been wandering for many years. It's time for you to find a place to settle down. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty." Zhao Ji lowered his head and smiled. Which woman doesn't love heroes and famous scholars? Zhao Ji was no exception. Back when Seito established Julu Academy, Zhao Ji had a good impression of him. On top of that, she also knew that Seito was her benefactor. He had helped her kill Zhao Mu, the enemy who had harmed her family, so she couldn't help but have some feelings for him. Although it wasn't to the point of love, it was definitely not a problem for her to have feelings for him. Afterwards, he had saved Shanlan and governed the state of Zhao, causing the state of Zhao to change. This caused Zhao Ji's feelings for Seito to become even stronger. The only thing she lacked was an opportunity to completely turn this feeling into love. "I will explain this matter to my elder sister, but with my elder sister's temperament, she may not accept Your Majesty's proposal." Zhao Ji continued, "No matter, I'll do my best. Just leave it to fate. If she doesn't agree, this prince won't force it. After all, a melon forcefully picked is not sweet. However, I don't know if she is willing to accept my proposal and enter the palace with your elder sister Lan as a wife," Seito said with a light smile. Please allow Ji to consider it." Zhao Ji hesitated for a moment before replying. "That's right. Suddenly bringing up such a major matter that will decide your life is too rushed for you. It's normal for you to be confused for a while. It's fine. Go back and consider it carefully. As long as you give this prince an accurate answer in the end, it's fine," Seito said with great understanding. "No matter what the result is, Ji will definitely give Your Majesty an answer," Zhao Ji said with a firm tone. "I know." Seito's voice was filled with trust. Hearing this, Zhao Ji deeply looked at Seito, who was looking at her with a gentle gaze, and bowed slightly before slowly leaving the hall. 3 days later, Seito received all of the information that the state of Zhao had spread throughout the world. The 3 countries of Qi, Wei, and Han had decided to jointly send out 1,000,000 troops to suppress the powerful Zhao. Qi and Wei had sent out 400,000 troops each. Due to the drought and the fact that Han was weak, they would only send out 200,000 troops. In addition to this normal military intelligence, there was another piece of news that piqued Sei Ito's interest. It was that the Gongshu family, who were originally in the state of Chu, would go north to the state of Wei and help them build mechanisms to resist Sei Ito's Zhao army's strange mechanical carriages. At the same time, Mo was also willing to help the state of Qi at Tiandan's request. Interesting, the two families that were originally hostile have actually become a family because of my intrusion. Ito Sei, who moved his finger and burned the information in his hand into ashes, chuckled. However, Sei Ito didn't care about this. Not to mention how long it would take to build the mechanisms, even at this time, unless the three countries of Qi, Wei, and Han truly didn't care about their countries, they wouldn't start a war during the busy autumn harvest season. Therefore, it would take at least a month for them to attack. Moreover, it wouldn't be too long either. Otherwise, when winter came, there would be no need for Sei Ito to attack, as the three countries' allied forces would be frozen by the biting cold wind of winter. Therefore, if the four countries really wanted to start a war, it would have to wait until next year's spring harvest season. It would only be possible in April or May. The reality was just as Sei Ito expected. The following month's busy autumn harvest season was exceptionally calm. The six countries of Qi, Chu, Qin, Zhao Wei, and Han were all busy harvesting grain. None of them started a war with their neighbors. Then, after the autumn harvest, it was the last month before winter that they could start a war, October. However, probably because they still hadn't built enough mechanisms to resist Sei Ito's strange mechanical carriages, the three countries of Qi, Wei, and Han were still as calm as before. Other than the three countries' famous generals and ministers becoming more frequent, there were no other changes. However, at this time, Sei Ito didn't want to wait any longer. Yes, the military wars during the Warring States period were all affected by the weather and the season. There were many factors that needed to be considered before starting a war. Even the two countries of Qi and Chu, where sacrificial ceremonies were popular, had to consider the opinions of the sacrificial masters. Only when they chose an auspicious day could they start a war. However, the key was that Sei Ito's army didn't need to consider these things at all. Not to mention those soldiers who were equipped with Xianqi armor. Under the protection of Xianqi, they didn't need to fear the cold. Even if the roads were blocked by heavy snow, they could still pass through the Xianqi formation. There were also airships to solve the problem. There was no need to worry about the army not being able to reach the enemy city. Therefore, after October, Sei Ito didn't wait for the armies of Qi, Wei, and Han. He decisively mobilized the army. He summoned 500,000 soldiers from the Rubik's Cube world and divided them into two groups. They were to enter Qi and Wei from the eastern part of the country of Zhongshan and the areas of Wei and Chuyang to attack Qi and Wei. However, they didn't expect Zhao to act in such an unconventional manner. Furthermore, they didn't expect Zhao to be able to gather another 500,000 soldiers in addition to the 100,000 soldiers scattered throughout Yanzhou to suppress Quan Jing. Qi and Wei immediately panicked. They hastily gathered their armies that had just finished their farming season and met Sei Ito's army head-on. The result was needless to say. They were still unable to resist the Xianqi formation's heaven-defying attacks. Qi and Wei's armies quickly collapsed. Sei Ito's army chased them into the borders of the two countries. In just a short month, they had reached the center of the two countries and were about to reach the capital. However, at this time, the first snow of 251 BC suddenly fell. It was snowing heavily. Like floating cotton, they floated down from the sky one by one. When it touched the ground, it quickly melted. Although Sei Ito's army could forcefully march in this kind of weather, their efficiency would decrease. Therefore, the commanders didn't force it and ordered them to set up camp in the newly conquered city. As a result, Qi and Wei's armies finally had a chance to catch their breaths. The two emperors didn't dare to hesitate. They hurriedly gathered more soldiers into the capital and prepared for the fierce battle that could come at any time. A few days later, the snow stopped. A white light enveloped everything. Under the sunlight, it reflected the white light, dazzling everyone. Everyone, listen to my orders. Remove your eyepieces. The commander shouted. Clang! Then, with a neat sound, a brown rectangular crystal suddenly shot out from the helmet of all the soldiers. It was like a pair of sunglasses that blocked the eyes of all the soldiers. The crystal was naturally a material made with a special process, and its use was to prevent snow blindness. This was because if a person stared at the snow for a long time, they would suffer from astigmatism, dizziness, or even blindness. It would greatly affect their battle prowess. It could be said that this was one of the main reasons why the ancient armies couldn't fight in winter. But now, Seito's army was naturally unaffected. Mechanical chariots clear the snow. The commander shouted again. Immediately, the army split up and opened up a path. Then, several strange wooden carts that were 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide were pushed out by the soldiers and sent to the front of the city gate. The carts were about 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide. The carts seemed to be decorative, but not decorative at the same time. Then, a light cracking sound could be heard. A black cannon with a diameter of 1 meter and the same strange pattern on its surface suddenly shot out from a square crack on the chariot. The strange pattern on the cannon barrel and the mechanical chariot glowed faintly. It was invisible and traceless. An unknown wind immediately blew around the mechanical chariot and grew stronger. Then, green and white balls of light appeared in front of the cannon barrel. Just like that, 7 or 8 seconds passed. Suddenly, there was a light whoosh, and all the balls of light immediately turned into a stream of light and shot forward. Like a blade of air splitting water, a crescent-shaped crack appeared on the ground and revealed the muddy yellow official road below. Get on your horses and move out. The commander, who saw the road being cleared, immediately ordered. Swoosh! The entire army got on their horses and the chariots. Under the commander's lead, they stepped on the muddy official road and rushed towards the capital of Qi and Wei, Linzi, and Dalian. Clatter, 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 clatter. The intense sound of horse hooves reverberated in the air, bringing up mud and staining the white snow on both sides black. Just like how they did not expect the kingdom of Zhao to send out their troops in the winter and have such a strange army of 500,000. The people of Qi and Wei also did not expect them to be able to clear the snow-covered road and rush to the city gates so easily. Hence, when they saw the kingdom of Zhao's army, the defending troops of the two countries were dumbfounded as they looked at the murderous gods that had suddenly rushed to the city gates. However, while they were dumbfounded, Seito's army was not. They immediately got into formation and moved the mechanical chariots to the front of the formation. Then, they began to attack the city with wind bombs. The results were the same. Half a day later, the cities of Dalian and Linzi were breached. The army broke into the cities and sealed the royal families of Qi and Wei in the palaces in the cities. After that, the army split up. Other than leaving a portion of the army to guard the city and the capital, the rest began to take over the two countries. At this point, after the kingdom of Yan, the kingdom of Qi and kingdom of Wei of the 7 kingdoms of the Warring States period were also destroyed. However, Seito's army did not stop here. After receiving another 100,000 reinforcements from the kingdom of Zhao, the army that was originally in the kingdom of Wei immediately split off and set off toward the neighboring kingdom of Korea. After all, apart from Qi and Wei, Korea had also participated in the original plan to attack kingdom of Zhao. Compared to the powerful kingdom of Qi and kingdom of Wei, Korea, which had just suffered a great calamity, did not perform well. It did not take much effort for the army to reach the capital of Korea, break through the city walls, and capture the royal family of Korea in one fell swoop. Just like that, less than a month after the destruction of Qi and Wei, 250 BC, Korea was also destroyed after kingdom of Yin, Qi, and kingdom of Wei. Of the 7 kingdoms of the Warring States period, only Chu, Qin, and Great Zhao were left. Where is your sister? Itose looked at Zhao Ji, who was summoned by him, and asked, Your Majesty, Are you asking the obvious? Zhaoji rolled his eyes at Seito and asked. I'm just confirming. Seito smiled. Men, bring Tiandan here. Seito raised his head and shouted towards the outside of the palace. Not long after, an old man with disheveled hair was brought in by 2 kingdom of Zhao soldiers. Although he looked like he had been eroded by wealth, his former glory could not be hidden. Plop! The 2 soldiers pressed Tiandan to the ground. Chapter 1988. Tiandan. Looking at the figure of the man who was forced to kneel on the ground, Zhao Zi's delicate face was filled with malevolence and hatred as he shouted. Hearing someone call his name, the man subconsciously looked at Zhao Zi. His eyes were blank, clearly not recognizing who Zhao Zi was. At this moment, Seito raised his right hand and flicked his index finger at Tiandan. Tiandan's face paled, and he instinctively let out a muffled groan. Let him go, Seito ordered. Yes. The 2 soldiers responded and let go of Tiandan. In an instant, Tiandan was like a piece of rotten meat without bones as he fell heavily onto the ground. Plop! I've already crippled his limbs. Only his head can move. You can take him to see your eldest sister now, Seito said gently to Zhao Zi. Thank you, Your Majesty, Zhao Zi said gratefully as he bowed. There's no need for that. After all, I don't have any good intentions, Seito said with a self-deprecating smile. Zhao Zi looked deeply at Seito and said softly, although I don't know what my elder sister is thinking, Sister Lan has a wish for Your Majesty, and Ji doesn't have any objections. Is this an answer you reached after thinking about it for a long time, or an impulsive thought because of Tiandan? Seito raised his eyebrows. Probably both, Zhao Zi replied after a moment of silence. Then think about it carefully. Answer me when you've confirmed your feelings, Seito said as he shook his head. Okay. Zhao Zi thought for a moment. He nodded and agreed. You too. Help instructor Zhao carry Tiandan back, Seito said to the 2 soldiers. Yes. The 2 soldiers obeyed and lifted the rotting Tiandan. They followed Zhao Zi out of the hall. However, not long after Zhao Zi and the others left, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the hall. Halt! The palace is an important place. Outsiders are not allowed to trespass. Bastard, let this young master in. This young master has something urgent to report to the king. Otherwise, this matter will be delayed and the king's wife's life will be harmed. No matter how many heads you have, you won't be able to afford it. Hearing this, Ito-sei, who was in the hall, frowned and said loudly, Let him in. Yes, the guard outside the hall replied. Then, another step was taken, and a young man with a thick and sturdy body, who looked much older than his peers and had a heroic appearance, quickly walked into the hall. It was Zhao Ni's son, young Master Pan. Although young Master Pan was also a member of the royal family. But in the end, he was still Zhao Ni's son. So for the sake of the Buddha, Seito, other than stripping him of his status as a young master, did not send him to the border of Yan like the other members of the royal family. Instead, he allowed him to continue to stay in Handan. He stayed in Julu Academy and studied under the supervision of his mother, Zhao and I. Pan greets the king. Seeing Seito, Zhao Pan paused and bowed. Speak, what is it? Seito asked indifferently. Your Majesty, please save mother. Hearing Seito's question, Zhao Pan hurriedly said with an anxious expression. What happened? Seito frowned and asked. Just now, for some reason, Fermin suddenly barged into Julu Academy and knocked down the guards without any explanation. They then took Mother and Madame Ting Fong away, saying that they would only release them if they saw His Majesty. Zhao Pan hurriedly explained. As for why Zhao and I and Wu Tingfang were in Julu Academy, the reason was very simple. The former was the dean of Julu Academy, so it was reasonable for her to go and take a look. Moreover, her son was still in the academy, and she was worried that without her protection, her son would become unruly. As for the latter, because of her active nature, she did not want to be bored in the palace like Zhao Qian and Guoxiuer, so she did not give up her position as the dean of the academy's writing department. She still personally held the position to pass the time. Who is so bold? Sei Ito asked in astonishment. He was not worried about the safety of Zhao Enai and Wu Tingfang. No matter what the purpose of the union was, since he had taken them in, he would naturally give them the protection they needed. Therefore, the two of them also had protective spiritual tools that could save their lives. Therefore, unless they encountered a legendary Earth Golden Immortal like Huang Shigong, no one would be able to harm their lives. This point could be deduced from the spiritual warning that he received when he did not sense the spiritual tool being attacked. However, having protection did not mean that they would not be captured. After all, the two of them were strong enough that even someone like Yin Ping could imprison them with a little thought, let alone these four people who seemed to be stronger than Yin Ping. Therefore, Sei Ito was not surprised when Zhao Pan reported that the two of them had been captured. He was only curious as to who was so bold as to kidnap the monarch's wife. It should be known that the powerful people of this era were very righteous. Although they were not completely righteous, they were still able to carry out the principle of not harming the family. Therefore, except for some special circumstances, they would usually look for the culprit and would not attack anyone else. That person said his name is Qiao Dao. Zhao Pan quickly replied. The sword saint of the Qi kingdom. Those three men should be his direct disciples, Bian Dongshan, Han Jie, and Zhongsu and Xianhua. No wonder they could defeat the guards of Julu Academy, Sei Ito said in realization. Even though Julu Academy was not an important place, it was still a place where the wife of the monarch resided. The guards arranged for it were naturally not ordinary soldiers from the state of Zhao, but martial soldiers from the Great Tang in the Rubik's Cube world. Even though they were not all second-rate or first-rate experts, taking down 3 or 5 fellows like Yin Ping would not be a problem. It seems that the destruction of the Qi kingdom has forced this old fellow into a corner, Sei Ito said with a smile. Then he stood up from his throne and walked out of the palace as he said, "Follow me." Yes, Zhao Pan quickly replied and followed closely behind Sei Ito. The two of them left the palace and called for the imperial guards and a carriage. They moved majestically towards Julu Academy. The king is going out. Where are they going? Looking at the direction, it seems to be Julu Academy. It should be Julu Academy. After all, that is the academy that the king personally established. Along the way, the citizens of Handan City who saw the carriage began to speculate. However, at this moment, there were a few muffled sounds. Dozens of arrows shot towards Sei Ito in the carriage like black lines. Sei Ito, who was observing the citizens of Handan City out of boredom, narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. You don't know the difference between life and death. After saying that, he waved his hand, and a torrent of impact visible to the naked eye spread out with the royal carriage as the center, colliding with the arrows that were about to hit the carriage. Then, as if they were rebounded, the arrows flew back in the direction they came from at a faster speed than when they came. A series of blood-curdling screams resounded through the streets. Assassins! Protect the king! At this moment, the imperial guards on both sides finally reacted and shouted. It wasn't that they reacted too slowly, but that the arrows were too sudden and too fast. It was so fast that it exceeded their initial reaction speed. Sei Ito's counterattack was also too fast. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The imperial guards didn't have the chance to perform at all. But then, it was time for them to put their skills to good use. They rushed into the crowd one by one like wolves and tigers, knocking down suspicious people to the ground one by one, and began to eliminate the remaining traitors in the crowd. I was too slow to react and almost hurt your majesty. I am guilty. One of the generals quickly knelt in front of the carriage and bowed. When we return, you and the others will all go to the Ice Valley and be retrained for half a year, Sei Ito said calmly. Yes, thank you, your majesty, for your mercy. The general bowed his head in gratitude. The Ice Snow Valley was actually a place similar to the Alice family. It was extremely cold, and the training inside was extremely strict. Usually, less than half of 100 people would come out and skate. It could be said that it was comparable to hell, but it was many times better than being killed directly. After all, one would have no hope in the future, while the other would have a long and wonderful life to enjoy after enduring it. Leave a group of people behind to deal with this matter. Continue to Julu Academy, Ito said again. Yes, Your Majesty. The general immediately replied. He then stood up and separated a few dozen people from the Imperial Guards to continue clearing out the remaining traitors. He led the rest of the people to carry the carriage to Julu Academy. However, compared to before, the aura of the Imperial Guards was clearly different. Their gazes were sharp as they scanned the surroundings. The surrounding commoners lowered their heads in fear, not daring to meet their eyes. It was unknown whether it was because of this state of vigilance or because the traitors knew that if they didn't succeed in one strike, they wouldn't have another chance. Finally, after a short while, the carriage successfully arrived at Julu Academy. Ito then got off the carriage and stood at the entrance of the academy with Zhao Pan, who had caught up from behind. You guys wait here, Ito said to the Imperial Army general next to him. Yes, the general replied. After that, Ito ignored him and led Zhao Pan into Julu Academy. They passed through the school grounds, the buildings, and the classrooms. Finally, they came to the resting room at the back of the academy where the principal and the principal used. In an instant, the silhouettes of a large group of students and teachers with faces full of resentment appeared in front of Ito's eyes. Your Majesty, Dean! Seeing Ito, the teachers and students of Julu Academy who were intimidated by Chao Chiu Dao and the others all shouted excitedly. You are Zhao Wangyi? At this moment, a voice that gave people a strange feeling suddenly sounded from the crowd. Chapter 1989. The crowd dispersed, making way for 4 men and 2 women. The 4 men were tall, but they were divided into 2 groups, 1 at the front and 3 at the back. The one at the front was tall and majestic, wearing a gray warrior's robe. His black hair was draped over his shoulders, and his chiseled face was calm and emotionless. Only a pair of black and white eyes, which emitted a deep light like a black hole, flickered with a breathtaking light. His arms were slightly longer than others, and his palms were broad. Just by looking at him, one could tell that there was something special about him. He held a sheathed, long sword in his left hand, and the calluses between his thumb and index finger were clearly visible. It was obviously the result of practicing with a long sword. Without even guessing, Ito knew that this man must be the Qi Kingdom's sword sage, the #1 expert in the world of Qinji, Chao Chiu Dao of Jixingwen Restaurant. Although the 3 at the back were also extraordinarily handsome and could be considered a first-class attractive man, compared to Chao Chiu Dao, they were like fireflies beside the bright moon, appearing very small. After seeing Chao Chiu Dao, it was difficult for ordinary people to pay attention to them. Needless to say, these 3 were Chao Chiu Dao's 4 disciples, Bian Dongshan, Han Jie, and Zhongsuan Xianhua. As for the 2 women at the back who were surrounded by Bian Dongshan, Han Jie, and Zhongsuan Xianhua, they were Ito's main targets for this trip, Lady Anai, Zhao Anai, and Wu Tingfang. Husband, Zhao Anai and Wu Tingfang quickly called out. Chao Chiu Dao. Ito nodded at the 2, then looked at Chao Chiu Dao and asked. That's right, Chao Chiu Dao calmly replied. The Qi Kingdom's sword sage is not meditating in Jixingwen Restaurant. Why do you suddenly want to become a bandit? Why do you want to rob people's wives and concubines? Could it be that sword sage Chao doesn't have much money left at home and can't provide for your daily enjoyment? But that's fine. As long as sword sage Chao gives me a number, I'll immediately order people to bring it to you. Ito sneered. Nonsense. Among Chao Chiu Dao's 4 disciples, Han Jie, who had a more unrestrained temperament, shouted angrily. Pan. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the crisp sound of a slap reverberated throughout the academy. Then, a clear 5-fingered palm print quickly appeared on Han Jie's face. Croak. This prince is talking to your master. You have no right to interrupt. Ito acted as if he had done something insignificant. He glanced indifferently at Han Jie, whose head had been slapped to the side. The latter looked at Sei Ito in disbelief. Among Chao Chiu Dao's 4 disciples, in terms of strength, Han Jie had already surpassed eldest senior brother, Bian Dongshan. He could be said to be the strongest among the 4 of them. Even in the current world, he was second only to his master, Chao Chiu Dao. He was a martial arts expert who was vaguely ranked in the top 5. His strength was very strong. He believed that even if his master personally made a move, it was impossible for him to be hit by a move without him being able to react. However, at this moment, in this strange Zhao country, in front of everyone's eyes, he was really slapped in the face by the king of Zhao, who had never been heard of before. He didn't even know how he did it. This was completely beyond Han Jie's imagination. It could even be said that it was more shocking than what his master, Chao Chiu Dao, had done to him. However, how could he have known? Chao Chiu Dao, who was beside him, was even more shocked than Han Jie. His calm face couldn't help but reveal an expression of shock and disbelief. Just like how Han Jie was confident in his own strength, Chao Chiu Dao, who thought that he was invincible in the world, was even more so. However, even though he felt that the world was as lonely as snow, he couldn't find any trace of Sei Ito's move. How could this not shock and astonish Chao Chiu Dao? However, in addition to this kind of shock and astonishment, an indescribable excitement rose from the bottom of Chao Chiu Dao's heart, which was as calm as an ancient well. I want to fight with him. I must fight with him. Perhaps through this battle, I can grasp the higher realm that I have never been able to reach before. Chao Chiu Dao was so excited that he couldn't restrain his roar. Thinking of this, Chao Chiu Dao looked at Sei Ito with a burning gaze. If Chao Chiu Dao had made a move for the Qi country, and the Qi king had treated him well for so many years, then now he was doing it for himself. He was doing it for the way of the sword that he pursued and the higher realm of the way of the sword. His motivation had changed fundamentally. Naturally, his attitude towards the king of Zhao had also changed subjectively. He had become more active and proactive. It had to be said that from this point alone, Chao Chiu Dao was still a pure pursuer of the way of the sword. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from Chao Chiu Dao's body like a mountain. It pressed down on Sei Ito like a tide. Although the main target was Sei Ito, the aura that spread out made the disciples, teachers, and students of the 2 factions pale. They involuntarily retreated a large distance, making a large space for Chao Chiu Dao and Sei Ito. Feeling the aura pressing down on him, Sei Ito smiled. He casually received Chao Chiu Dao's aura. Then, he stretched out his hand and skillfully threw Zhao Pan, who was about to faint from the aura, into the crowd. "Pan'er!" Zhao and I exclaimed. "Pung!" Zhao Pan fell to the ground. I'm fine, mother." Zhao Pan shook his head and crawled up from the ground. Then, he looked at Chao Chiu Dao and Sei Ito with bright eyes. He had never thought that there would actually be someone who could use just their aura to make others feel so uncomfortable, as if they were about to die. To him, this was completely like a myth, but it also filled Zhao Pan's heart with interest towards this strange and novel world. Could this be the real sword book? Zhao Pan thought to himself. At this time in the field, seeing that Sei Ito was not affected by his aura, Chao Chiu Dao was not surprised at all. It would be a joke if someone could not even withstand the aura of an expert that he could not even detect. Then, Chao Chiu Dao gently placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword and slowly pulled it out of the sheath. Pung! A dazzling white light shot out from Chao Chiu Dao's hand. It was the light of metal. Obviously, as the master of the Qi Kingdom's monarch, the master of sword, Chao Chiu Dao was qualified to use the rare metal to forge a sharp weapon and use it. Then, an even stronger and sharper aura pressured Sei Ito again. The air trembled, and the 2 figures became blurry in the eyes of others. It was as if they were seeing things. "You're not going to use your sword?" Chao Chiu Dao asked as he saw that Sei Ito was still not moving. His sword was halfway out. "The sword is in my heart," Sei Ito said with a smile. Chao Chiu Dao acted as if he had heard a warning. His eyes suddenly brightened and shot out a sharp light that was as bright as the sun. Clearly, he had comprehended something through this sentence. Chao Chiu Dao's aura, which should have reached its peak, rose a little bit more. I just don't know if the sword in your heart is as sharp as the sword in my hand. Chao Chiu Dao said again as he was about to pull his sword out completely. Master of Sword Chao is indeed the Master of Sword. Just a sentence, and you understood it, Sei Ito said with a smile. Then, he changed the topic and continued, unfortunately, you still don't have the miasma of control. You don't have the true meaning. If it were someone else who said that, Chao Chiu Dao would at most take it as sword words to disturb his sword heart. He wouldn't care at all. However, Sei Ito was different. First of all, the realm he showed was so profound that Chao Chiu Dao couldn't understand it. Second, Chao Chiu Dao had just understood something mysterious from Chao Chiu Dao's words. Therefore, he subconsciously trusted Chao Chiu Dao's words. Therefore, Chao Chiu Dao's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Even his perfect aura became a little bit sluggish. Although the sluggishness was small, it was enough to determine life and death for a martial arts master. In a split second, Sei Ito's figure flashed and disappeared from where he was standing. Chao Chiu Dao's eyes focused. He pulled out his sword completely and slashed the void in front of him with a dazzling light. There, Sei Ito's figure appeared and then separated from the blade light. Then, it reappeared behind Chao Chiu Dao's back. Whoosh! In the next moment, the air exploded and formed many big and small whirlwinds. They spread out in all directions and blew up the dust in the air. Is this the heart sword? Chao Chiu Dao, who still had his back facing Sei Ito, asked indifferently with the tip of his sword pointing to the ground. The mind is the same as the mind. The mind moves. When the sword is out, it's out of the mind. It's not real, but it's real. When the mind changes, the mind changes. The momentum and the sword are the same. It's not fake, but it's not fake. Sei Ito answered as if he was explaining something. So this is the heart sword, Chao Chiu Dao said with a look of realization. He looked as if he had heard the truth in the morning and could die in the evening. Then, Chao Chiu Dao's expression froze. He suddenly fell on his back. Plop! Puff! Then, blood spurted out from Chao Chiu Dao's chest like a fountain. The surrounding ground was dyed scarlet. When they first saw the dead person, many of the female disciples in the academy subconsciously cried out in alarm and hid their heads behind the backs of their acquaintances. They couldn't bear to look at it. Master. Then Biandong Shan, Han Jie, and Zhongsu and Xianhua came back to their senses and shouted one after another. I'll kill you. Then Han Jie turned around and shouted at Sei Ito angrily. Then he grabbed the metal sword in Chao Chiu Dao's hand and dashed toward Sei Ito like a gust of wind. Itsunari didn't show mercy to Han Jie because of Chao Chiu Dao. He simply reached out his hand and caught the sharp sword with his telepathic finger. Then he reached out his right hand and pressed the heart-pressing palm on Han Jie's chest. Puff! Chapter 1990. P.S. Thank you to Wongit for your precious monthly votes. After dealing with Han Jie, Sei Ito didn't hold back against the other two. With two simple moves, he sent Bian Dongshan and Zhongsu and Xianhua to accompany their master and fellow disciples. Guards, Sei Ito ordered after dealing with Chao Chiu Dao and the others. Your subordinates are here. A few well-built guards with injuries walked out from the crowd. They bowed and saluted as they replied. Take their bodies away and hand them over to the guards outside. Tell them to send the bodies to the secret guards. I want to know who planned this, Sei Ito ordered coldly. Yes. The guards obeyed the order. Two of them went forward and lifted the corpses, moving them outside. All right, the matter has been resolved. Everyone can leave. When the guards were moving the bodies, Sei Ito said to the surrounding teachers and students of Julu Institute. Yes, the teachers and students replied in unison and slowly left. However, at this time, the faces of the teachers and students were no longer depressed and angry like when Chao Chiu Dao and the other three attacked. Instead, they were full of excitement. They gathered in twos and threes to talk about the shocking battle that they had just seen. Although they couldn't understand it, they felt that it was a very powerful battle. Ito-sei even believed that it wouldn't be long before a story about this battle would spread in Handan City, and it would become an interesting topic for the civilians to pass the time. Husband, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. After everyone left, Wu Tingfang lowered her head and walked to Sei Ito with a guilty expression and said in a low voice, "And I has caused trouble for your majesty." After that, Zhao and I also walked up and apologized. It's fine. After all, this isn't something that anyone could have predicted. As long as everyone is fine, it's fine. Sei Ito smiled and comforted the two. Why don't I do the same as Qian, and Xiao and hand over my position? Although she was comforted, Wu Tingfang still couldn't get over it. She said hesitantly. It was obvious that she was very interested in this interesting job. If it wasn't for the fact that this matter was too big and even affected the king, she definitely wouldn't give up her position. Yes, Your Majesty, let us give up our position. Zhao and I also hurriedly echoed. No need. You guys could do what you want. I'll send more guards over to strengthen the defenses of the Institute. I believe that even if Chao Chiu Dao revives, he won't be able to catch you guys so easily. Sei Ito waved his hand. He didn't care and smiled. Then, all right. Wu Tingfang and Zhao and I looked at each other. They really did like their current lives. After a slight hesitation, they nodded. Your Majesty. At this moment, Zhao, who had been silent all this time, and kneeled down and bowed with his head bowed. Pan'er, Zhao and I exclaimed. Sei Ito and Wu Tingfang also looked at the kneeling Zhao Pan with astonishment. I want to learn this sword from you. Please allow me. Zhao Pan ignored his mother's call and said firmly, I won't teach you. Sei Ito said indifferently. Zhao Pan's body stiffened upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but reveal a disappointed expression on his face. Zhao and I, who had never seen her child beg someone so seriously, couldn't bear it. She opened her mouth, wanting to plead for him. But before she could say anything, Sei Ito's voice sounded again. But I'll arrange for someone to teach you later. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Zhao Pan's voice was filled with disappointment as he bowed. Then, he stood up from the ground with a lonely expression. Don't think that I'm just brushing you off. Looking at Zhao Pan's appearance, Sei Ito remembered that he was still a child in his teens. He reminded, although the person I arranged for you isn't as good as me, he's still a top expert in the sword. He's one of the best in this world. He's not inferior to Chao Chiu Dao. He's good enough to guide you. But he's not the best. Zhao Pan's face turned red as he stubbornly argued. What's the best? Is it good to be strong? Ito Mori asked with a sneer. If he's not the best, how can he be strong? Zhao Pan thought that since he had already argued, he might as well argue to the end. The dancers in the palace are the best. Even in the world, they're the best. How can he be strong? Sei Ito mocked. They're dancers, not swordsmen. Zhao Pan's face turned red as he retorted. There's no difference between the two. Sei Ito said coldly. The best doesn't equal the strongest, and vice versa. Only the best and the strongest are the strongest. And you, what you need to learn now is how to give yourself a chance to become the best. So, for you, the person I arranged is enough. Zhao Pan's expression changed for a moment, then he bowed and said, Pan understands. Seeing this, Zhao and I, who had been worried that something bad would happen between the two, finally relaxed. As a mother who was stuck between her own son and her own man, especially the kind of man who could kill tens of thousands of people with a single thought, it was difficult for her. There's one thing that this king needs to remind you. Seeing that Zhao Pan had made up his mind, Sei Ito spoke again. Your Majesty, please speak, replied Zhao Pan respectfully. Practicing the sword is very difficult, and it takes a very long time to master the sword. It might take 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, or even an entire lifetime. But you only have one chance. If you give up halfway, then don't expect this king to arrange for someone else to teach you, Sei Ito coldly said. Pan has remembered this. Pan will never give up. Zhao Pan raised his head, looked at Ito Sei with a firm expression, and said in a deep voice, "This king will wait and see," said Sei Ito indifferently. And Ting Fong, let's return to the palace. Sei Ito ignored Zhao Pan and began to walk out of the academy as he spoke to Zhao Ni and Wu Tingfang. Wu Tingfang looked at Zhao Pan in surprise and smiled. She didn't say anything and followed after Sei Ito. On the other hand, it was Zhao Ni. Seeing the sudden change in her son's temperament, she didn't know what to say for a moment. Her heart was filled with relief that her son had grown up and worry for his future. Her expression was very complicated. "Mother, I will definitely make His Majesty look at me in a different light." Zhao Pan looked at his mother and said in a soft but unquestionable voice, "Mother believes in you." The corners of Zhao Ni's mouth moved, and she reached out to stroke Zhao Pan's cheek. She said gently, "All right, Mother, go quickly. Don't make His Majesty wait too long," urged Zhao Pan after hearing his mother's words. "You brat." Zhao Ni rolled her eyes in annoyance at her son, who seemed to have become playful again. However, she did not stay in the academy any longer. After giving a few simple instructions to Zhao Pan, she turned and walked out of the academy. "Just wait. I will definitely make you look at me in a different light." After Zhao Ni's figure had completely disappeared, Zhao Pan's face was once again filled with determination. He clenched his right hand into a fist and swore to himself. Clearly, in Zhao Pan's half-mature heart, Sei Ito, this person who was both his stepfather and His Majesty, had unknowingly become someone he looked up to and longed for recognition. The next day, Sei Ito increased the number of guards for Julu Academy, Zhao Ni, and Wu Tingfang. He also sent the #1 sword expert of the Three Kingdoms, Wang Yu's eldest disciple, Shura, to Zhao Pan. He was responsible for teaching him swordsmanship. On the same day, the shadow guards of the Zhao country got the relevant information from the assassins who were killed on the spot, as well as Chao Chiu Dao and his 3 disciples. They also used the method of following the vines to find the melons and began to eliminate the traitors hidden in Zhao. For a time, the Zhao was covered in blood. It added to the harsh atmosphere of this biting cold winter. Several days later, in the main hall of the Zhao Palace, a man and 3 women sat in the main hall. There was no need to say much about the man. He was the current king of Zhao, Sei Ito. The women were Zhao Ji and Shanlan. There was a woman who looked about the same as Zhao Ji. Her appearance was 70 to 80% similar to Zhao Ji, but she was slightly shorter than Zhao Ji, who looked like a model in the future. She was also about 1.7 meters tall. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her eyes were full of spirit. There was a hint of ruthlessness in her eyes that Zhao Ji didn't have. She looked a little older than Zhao Ji. Her figure was graceful, and she was full of energy and strength. She vaguely gave people the impression of a hibernating female leopard. Without much guessing, Sei Ito understood the woman's identity. She was undoubtedly the eldest sister of the 3 sisters, Shanro. "We sisters are here to thank your majesty for helping us take revenge and saving Shanlan, allowing us 3 sisters to reunite," Shanro said in a sonorous tone. After she finished speaking, she led her second sister, Shanlan, and third sister, Zhao Ji, Shanji, to bow. "There's no need for that. You should know that my purpose for helping you is not pure." Sei Ito chuckled. "I've already heard the reason for my third sister. Even so, it is an indisputable fact that your majesty has helped us sisters. We must thank you." Shanro straightened up and said straightforwardly. Sei Ito chuckled and then asked with interest, "What do you think of my proposal? Does your majesty really want me to be your woman?" Shanro's eyes flashed, and she asked in a deep voice. Originally, it was not that strong. It was the kind of state where one would be happy to gain something, but after seeing you in person, I have to say that I am indeed interested. Sei Ito expressed his thoughts very honestly. For people who had reached his level, their hearts and minds were as one. There is no need for them to lie. "Since your majesty can even investigate the matter of my sisters, you should also know about my identity. Isn't your majesty afraid that I will find an opportunity to kill you? Shanro asked. Shanro's identity was actually very simple. Other than being the eldest sister of Shanlan and Zhao Ji, she was also the fourth disciple and last disciple of Cao Qiu Dao, who had been killed by Sei Ito a few days ago. Therefore, there was a grudge between the two of them. In the Qi kingdom, where Confucianism was sacred and followed the 5 principles of heaven, earth, king, family, and teacher, the grudge of killing one's master could be said to be second only to the grudge of killing one's parents. It could be said that they could not live under the same sky. I trust you. Sei Ito smiled. Shanro's eyes flashed slightly. A strange feeling flashed through her heart. As an assassin who had wandered in the dark world full of killing for many years, trust was something that was almost impossible to find. After so many years, she had not met many people who trusted her. Therefore, when she suddenly heard a stranger say, "I trust you," Shanro could not help but have a strange feeling in her heart. Especially when the person who said this was the ruler of a country, the ruler who had destroyed her old country, the 3 sisters, the great benefactor of the Shan family, and at the same time, the enemy who had killed Shanro's master. This kind of strange feeling was even more intense. After a moment of silence, Shanro raised her head proudly and looked directly at Sei Ito. Since you want me, Shanro, to be your woman, then show me some ability. Otherwise, I, Shanro, will not accept it. What kind of ability do you want to see? Sei Ito asked with interest. This will depend on your majesty. Shanro kicked the ball back to the king. All right, I will let you see my ability again today, Shanro. Sei Ito looked at Shanro with interest and said loudly. The next moment, Shanro, Shanlan, and Zhao Ji felt the space around them change. The originally empty hall suddenly appeared in the boundless blue sky with white clouds floating around. Looking at everything around them, Shanlan and Zhao Ji could not help but cry out in surprise. Although Shanro did not react like the two of them, her face was also filled with disbelief. At this moment, Sei Ito's frivolous voice sounded beside Shanro, Shanlan, and Zhao Ji. How about this ability? Then, Shanro and Zhao Ji felt their waists tighten. They were wrapped around by an arm. The two of them blushed slightly. They did not struggle and turned their heads to the side shyly. This is charm? Shanro's eyes flashed as she asked. The so-called charm was an illusion. You can use the methods you know to try and see if this is an illusion. Sei Ito chuckled. Shanro did not hesitate. She immediately raised her arm and slapped her forehead. Looking at the technique, it was obvious that she was using a special method to stimulate her brain to achieve a mental shock. Is this an illusion? Sei Ito asked again. Shanro did not speak, but the light in her eyes flashed even more intensely. Let's go. I will bring you to see something else. Sei Ito chuckled. Immediately after, the scenery around the 4 of them changed again. They descended from the sky, and then a brand new Handan city appeared before Shanro, Shanlan, and Zhao Ji's eyes, along with the figures of the residents living in Handan City. This, even with Zhao Ji's strong nerves, he was shocked by the scene in front of him, let alone Shanlan, who looked like an ordinary woman. Only Shanro could barely maintain this cold and hard expression, trying her best not to let the emotions in her heart show on her face. Chapter 1991. After the demonstration, Shanro agreed to become Sei Ito's woman, just like Zhao Ji and Shanlan. However, because of her independent personality and thinking that her temperament was not suitable for a place like the palace, Shanro chose to continue living outside the palace like she was now. Seeing that their eldest sister had made such a decision, Zhao Ji and Shanlan, who did not have any special requirements for where to live, immediately asked Sei Ito to live outside the palace with Shanro. Regarding this, Sei Ito naturally had no objections and readily agreed. However, he gave a few suggestions on where to live. For example, the house should be changed and they should not live in the old broken mud house. Another suggestion was that the location should be better and they should not live in a messy place. Shanrou, Shanlan, and Zhaoji naturally agreed and readily agreed. Actually, even if there was no demonstration of the immortals' methods, as long as the time was right, Shanrou would also agree to become Seito's woman. Because after her two enemies, Zhao Mu and Tian Dan, died one after another, Shanrou, who always had revenge as her goal, suddenly felt that she seemed to have lost her purpose of living. She felt very confused and desperately needed to find something to fill the emptiness in her heart. This was also the reason why, after she killed Tian Dan's substitute and thought that she had avenged her great hatred, she found a good character and an honest Xizhuan to marry. At this time, Seito's suggestion happened to appear. Shanrou, who did not know how to live her life, naturally considered the suggestion of becoming Seito's woman carefully and found that it did not seem to be a bad thing. The only thing lacking was that she had not met Seito. She did not understand Seito's character, but seeing that he had helped her take revenge and found her younger sister, it was not impossible to give herself to him and treat it as repaying his kindness. But then, she heard the news that Ito Sei had killed Chao Chiodao. Although Chao Chiodao didn't treat her well, he was still her teacher, and she was born in the Qi kingdom. Shanrou, who grew up in the kingdom of Qi, had received a lot of Confucian thoughts. She respected Chao Chiodao very much. However, the person who killed Chao Chiodao was Seito, the person who helped her to avenge her family and find her younger sister. This made Shanrou, who was ready to give herself to him, feel conflicted. As for the destroyed state of Qi, Shanrou didn't have much affection for the state of Qi after Tian Dan destroyed her family and forced her to live in the state of Zhao. At most, he would only remember that it was his hometown. Moreover, judging from the outcome of the destroyed Yin kingdom, it seemed that the outcome was not bad. It could even be said that it became better. Therefore, Shanrou naturally would not add the national enmity to Seito. Therefore, after thinking about it, the only thing left was the personal conflict of gratitude and enmity. However, this was also the most torturous question. At last, after thinking about it for a whole day, Shanrou still couldn't come up with a conclusion. She simply put it aside for the time being. Taking the opportunity of thanking him, she wanted to meet the man who wanted her to be his woman. Then she would make a decision. And the result was like this. Taking advantage of the shock of the immortal power, Shanrou said to herself in her heart, "Teacher, it seems that I can't avenge you." Then, she was decisively attracted to Seito. Under the enlargement of her desire to repay Seito's kindness, she agreed to Seito's proposal and became his woman with her two younger sisters. Needless to say, the romantic life after that was needless to say. Winter went and spring came. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. It was the beginning of March in 250 BC. The day of spring plowing had arrived. And for this day, Seito had been very busy for the past 5 months. First, he used the opportunity of the reform to abolish the feudal system and forcibly take back all the land of the feudal lords and nobles. Then he used the new policy and the new law to increase the number of administrative personnel in each city, county, and village to remeasure the land. All the land was re-registered and reapproved. Then, he distributed permanent and rented land to the farmers. Finally, he sent professional agricultural instructors to Zhao, Yin, Wei, Qi, and Han to distribute new grain seeds, new farming tools, and other miscellaneous things. He also accelerated the construction of agricultural facilities around the fields. He had to lay a solid foundation for the spring plowing. However, it was also because of this that the old people of Yin, Qi, Wei, and Han, which were newly incorporated into the 5 regions, didn't cause any trouble due to the instigation of the clans who didn't agree with the new law. This allowed the spring plowing to proceed peacefully. This bunch of clans, wait until after the autumn harvest. See how this king will deal with you all. Seito coldly snorted after reading the report from below. At this time, he had already thought it through. After this year's autumn harvest, he would carry out the migration plan. He would have a residence of Yin, Zhao, Qi, Wei, Han, and even the Chu and Qin residents move. He would have the residents of the 7 countries live together and completely destroy the power of the clans. Your Majesty, please calm down. It's not worth getting angry over these stubborn people. Zhao saw this and quickly leaned over. She gently stroked Sei Ito's chest and said in a charming voice, as a princess of the royal family who had been raised as a spy since young, after Sei Ito became the king of Zhao, he naturally appointed her as the manager of the intelligence system of Zhao. She was in charge of all the intelligence except for Sei Ito's personal hidden guards. Just them? They're not worth my anger, Sei Ito said in disdain. Report. Just as he finished speaking, a long and hurried report suddenly came from outside the palace. Because it was an urgent report, the palace guards did not stop the soldier. They allowed him to enter the palace and kneel on the ground. Your Majesty, there's an urgent report from Qin and Chu. A day ago, Qin and Chu joined forces and sent out a total of 2 million soldiers and 8,000 chariots. They were led by Great General Wang Bei of Qin and Xiang Yin of Xiang clan of Chu. They attacked Zhao from 2 directions. The soldier hurriedly reported, how is this possible? Chu and Qin actually joined forces. And at a time like this, as soon as the soldier's voice fell, Zhao Yu exclaimed with a face full of disbelief. The reason why Zhao Yu was so shocked was very simple. Since 50 years ago, Zhang Yi had caused Chu to lose and cede territory. He had also made Chu the laughingstock of Qi, Wei, and the other countries. The 2 countries had formed an irreconcilable feud. After all, the price they paid that time was too great. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Qin and Chu would definitely not join forces. Even though they had been united through marriage for generations before King Huai of Chu, perhaps this was the so-called love and hate. Or perhaps the deeper the love, the stronger the hatred. They're probably scared by this prince's record of destroying 4 countries in a row. They're afraid that they'll follow in the footsteps of Yin, Qi, Wei, and Han. Sei Ito sneered. At this moment, the space in the palace swayed. A figure wrapped in a pitch-black robe and wearing a strange mask suddenly appeared in the palace. Who is it? The soldier who saw the black figure was instinctively shocked. He quickly jumped up from the ground and blocked Sei Ito and Zhao Yu as he shouted angrily. Along with his yell, the guards outside the palace who were alarmed immediately barged into the palace with weapons in hand. All of you leave, Sei Ito shouted in a low voice. Yes. The soldiers who had just rushed into the palace were stunned. They responded in unison and quickly left the palace. You can leave as well. Sei Ito looked at the soldier who reported. Yes. At this time, the soldiers knew that this strange man in black was the king's subordinate. They didn't hesitate and responded respectfully and quickly left the palace. With no one stopping him, the man in black walked to the table and respectfully handed a scroll to Sei Ito. Sei Ito reached out and took the scroll. He untied the knot and unrolled the scroll in his hand. Understand. Keep a close watch. A moment later, Sei Ito put his hands together. A reddish-yellow flame ignited in his hands and burned the scroll to black ash. He raised his head and spoke to the man in black standing there respectfully. Yes, the black-robed man replied. Then his figure flashed, and he suddenly disappeared from the hall just as he had appeared. Zhao Yu, who was already used to these shadow guards' elusive methods, asked curiously, what happened? It's still about the Qin and Chu alliance, but it's a bit more detailed than that, soldier. Sei Ito smiled faintly and said, in addition to what that soldier just mentioned, the Chu also sent the Gongshu family and several powerful mechanisms specially built by the Chu for this war. The Qin took out his trump card. Qin's trump card? What is that? Zhao Yu asked in confusion. Inyang School, Sei Ito said faintly. Is it Zhou Yan's Inyang School? Zhao Yu asked curiously. She didn't find anything strange about Zhou Yan and her Inyang School. How did it become the Qin's trump card? You will know in the future. Sei Ito smiled mysteriously. Hearing Sei Ito say this, Zhao Yu, who understood Sei-to, knew that she wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. Thus, she pretended to be dissatisfied and snorted. She stood up from beside Sei-to. I'm going to deal with the information. I won't talk to you. It's okay, as long as you talk to me at night. Sei-to laughed. Zhaoya's face flushed. She rolled her eyes at Ito-sei, swaying her hips as she left the hall. However, it seemed that today was not going to end. Not long after Zhaoya left, Miss Ji Yanran, who was appointed as the Minister of Education, appeared in front of Sei-to again. Yanran, why did you come to see me? Sei-to said with a smile. Can it be that I miss my king? Ji Yanran smiled charmingly. Really? Then I am honored. Sei-to smiled. My king? You don't believe me? Ji Yanran looked wronged. If Yanran can take the initiative to kiss me, Ben Wang will naturally believe it. Ito-sei laughed. After that, Ji Yanran's body flashed. She quickly flew in front of Sei-to and leaned over to kiss him. Chapter 1992. After a while, Sei-to let go of Ji Yanran, who was blushing and panting in his arms, and said with a chuckle, well, the taste is still sweet. Since she believed that Sei-to was the so-called new saint, Ji Yanran had been looking for opportunities to get in touch with him. After a long time, she was naturally impressed by Sei-to's culture and knowledge, which were many times more profound than that of Sei-to in the original novel. Therefore, her original intention of secretly helping the new saint to unify the world became her admiration for Sei-to. Then, one day, she boldly offered herself to Sei-to. Sei-to, who was not a moral gentleman, naturally had no reason to reject such meat that was delivered to his door. He was very cooperative and ate her. My king, do you like it? Ji Yanran frowned and asked. Of course I like it. Sei-to smiled. Then let's taste it again. After that, Ji Yanran put her arms around Sei-to's neck and kissed Sei-to's lips again. Speaking of which, in the world of seeking Qinji, Ji Yanran was definitely one of the most courageous women in terms of courage and initiative. In the original work, because she was in love with Xiang Xiaolong, she could not bear the pain of missing him. After half a year, she took the initiative to come to the Handan village of the state of Zhao to see Xiang Xiaolong, who was disguised as Dao Ma Qi. She gave herself to him at the hotel where they were staying. Okay, tell me why you came back to the palace this time. After a while, Sei-to, who had let go of Ji Yanran, gently played with the soft flesh on her chest and looked down at Ji Yanran in his arms. The reason why she said she was going back to the palace was not that Ji Yanran was like Shan Ro, who was not used to living in the palace and did not live in the palace. As a descendant of the Yu Kingdom's royal family that had been destroyed for almost 100 years, even after so much time had passed, under the pampering of the Yu Kingdom survivors, her life was still not bad. In addition, after she grew up, she was widely known for her talent and beauty, and was deeply loved by the nobles and marquises of various countries. Naturally, she was not unfamiliar with places like palaces, and there was no reason for her not to get used to it. The reason why she still did not live in the palace for a long time was because of her current position, which was similar to the work of the National Minister of Education in the future. This was because Sei-to was promoting free education for those of the right age. Furthermore, he wanted to make private schools available to all counties and cities. For the newly established Department of Education, this was an incomparably arduous task. Every day, there were many things to arrange and explain. Therefore, in order to better handle the work of the Department of Education, in order to allow the children of the 5 regions within the state of Zhao to be able to study as soon as possible, Ji Yanran settled down in the education department. Only when she needed to talk to, Sei-to, or when she missed him would she go back to the palace. I knew I couldn't beat you. Ji Yanran smiled. Then, with a slightly serious expression, he continued, It's Mr. Zhou Yan. He wants to see you. Zhou Yan? If he wants to see me, why doesn't he come himself? With his status, he can't enter my palace. Sei-to raised his eyebrows. Maybe there's some inconvenience? Ji Yanran thought and guessed. Inconvenience? Huh. Go back and tell him. If he wants to see me, he should come himself. I'm not one of those commoners who can come and go at his beck and call. Saito sneered sarcastically. I think this is probably why Mr. Zhou Yin asked Yanran to pass on the message. Ji Yanran sighed. For a moment, the hall became silent. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. It's rare for you to come back. Let's spend some time together. Saito then broke the silence. Then, without waiting for Ji Yanran to respond, he lifted her up with both arms and strode back to the harem. It did not take long for the incomparably alluring spring scenery to appear on the bed deep in the palace. The next day, at dusk, a carriage slowly drove from the official road of Handan City to the front of the palace. It stopped quietly. Then, the curtain was lifted, and a hale and hearty thin man with bright eyes walked out. His spirit and temperament gave people the impression of an old man in a gray robe with only his face and hands exposed. The man was none other than the famous Yin scholar, the creator of the five virtues, Zhou Yin. As for the other person, no one knew. Mr. Zhou. The palace guard saw Zhou Yin and saluted. Zhou Yin smiled and nodded, accepting the guard's salute. Sorry, it's routine work. After the salute, the guard politely said to Zhou Yin, I understand. Zhou Yin responded with a smile, and then cooperated with the soldiers who came up to him for a simple inspection. Okay, Mr. Zhou can enter the palace. After a moment, the guard who received the signal from his soldiers stepped aside and opened his arms to invite him in. Zhou Yin nodded slightly, then walked into the palace with a strange and mysterious man who was wearing a gray robe, revealing only half of his face and a pair of hands. Finally, they came to the hall where Ito Seiji was. Please report that Zhou Yin requests an audience, Zhou Yin said to the palace guard. Please wait a moment. The guard looked at Zhou Yin and the stranger next to him, nodded, and politely turned to enter the hall. Then, not long after, he walked out of the hall again. His Majesty invites you in, the guard who came back said. Zhou Yin, who received the message, did not hesitate and walked into the hall with the mysterious man next to him. Yin greets King Zhao. Zhou Yin came to a position in the middle of the hall and saluted with his hands folded. Next to him, the mysterious man also bowed to Saito, who was sitting on the throne. No need for formalities, Mr. Zhou. Saito raised his hand and said softly. Then, his gaze fell on the person who came with Zhou Yin. The person who came was a woman. Although she was covered by a gray robe, it could not completely hide her exquisite curves and the slight bulge in front of her chest. She wore a veil that covered half of her face, revealing only a pair of eyes that were as dark as stars. They seemed to be shining with a strange light, and people could not help but be attracted to them. The hands exposed under the gray robe were fair and delicate like jade, and her fingers were long and slender like spring onions. May I know who this is? Saito asked. The woman who was asked stepped forward and raised her hands to take off the hood on her head, revealing a head of silvery white hair that cascaded down the woman's back like a waterfall. Then, the woman introduced herself softly with a heavenly voice. The Yin school of Moon Goddess greets King Zhao. You are the Moon Goddess? The right protector of the Yin school? Saito raised his eyebrows. At the same time, Saito could not help but think of the information about the Yin school in the Legend of Qin. In the Legend of Qin, the upper echelons of the school of Yin were mainly made up of 8 people. The school of Yin was led by the Lord of the Stars, Tai. The right guardian Yueshen was led by the Moon Goddess. The left guardian Xinghan was led by the Soul of the Stars, the twin goddesses of life and death. The Lord of the Clouds, Su Fu, was led by the Qi of wind and cloud, and the Xiang Jun and Lady Xiang were led by the god of Xiang River. Below them were the 5 Xianling, and the ordinary disciples of the 5 tribes and 5 groups. Of course, this information was only for reference purposes. After all, this was no longer a simple world of the Legend of Qin. Instead, it was a mixed world where the Legend of Qin system had inexplicably entered. The school of Yin was no longer just the school of Yin that was formed by this 8th figure and countless ordinary members who could use mysterious techniques. Instead, It had become a mysterious school of thought that had two branches of yin and yang, with two distinct and hidden inheritances. In addition, the current time was 20 to 30 years earlier than the time when the story of the legend of Qin took place. The information of the characters was even more inaccessible. Putting everything else aside, just the Yuetian in front of him and the Xiangjuan and Madame Xiang that he met in Qin Xianying's palace were obviously different from the Yuetian, Xiangjuan, and Madame Xiang in his memory. That's right. The moon goddess's eyes flashed as she softly replied. She probably didn't expect Sei Ito to be able to call out her position in the Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang. That's strange. Shouldn't the Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang be preparing to help the state of Qin attack my state of Zhao? Why would the right protector of the Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang, moon goddess, suddenly come to the state of Zhao and even bring someone to see me? Sei Ito, who had finished thinking about the information of the Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang, said softly, "It's all because the Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang has no intention of becoming enemies with King Zhao," the moon goddess said slowly. No intention of becoming enemies? So you brought the Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang to ask for peace? Seito raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Yes," the moon goddess said with certainty. "Now, that will depend on the sincerity of the Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang." Seito lightly laughed and said calmly, "What does my king want from the Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang?" The moon goddess asked calmly, "It's not what I want from the Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang. It's what your Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang wants. I only want the final answer," Seito said calmly as he looked directly at the moon goddess. The moon goddess didn't immediately reply. She calmly looked at Seito. For a moment, the entire hall fell into a strange silence. The Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang can help Wang Ning obtain the 9 cauldrons and obtain their approval. After an unknown amount of time, the moon goddess opened her mouth and her pleasant voice echoed through the hall. The Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang can control the 9 cauldrons? Seito asked with narrowed eyes. "No," the moon goddess said as she shook her head. Then, without waiting for Seito to ask, she began to explain. As the school of Yin-Yang that has served the House of Zhou for thousands of years and serve as its ceremonial officials, we might not be able to control the 9 cauldrons, but we can influence them to a certain extent and make them react. Pai Ru has the 9 cauldrons follow the ancient rituals and start the process of recognizing the Son of Heaven again. However, that is all we can do. As for the Son of Heaven recognition, that is the 9 cauldrons' own decision. It is not something the Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang can influence. Chapter 1993. Seito stared at the silver-haired moon goddess with a deep gaze. A heavy aura began to spread throughout the hall. No ruler would want to hear that the 9 cauldrons, the symbol of the world's power and the fertile lands of the 9 states, could be controlled by someone who wasn't a ruler. Naturally, Moon Goddess understood this problem, so after saying those sensitive words, she didn't say anything. She stared at Seito without blinking, waiting for the final result. After a while, Seito broke the silence and said, "Since the school of Yin-Yang can affect the final confirmation process of the 9 cauldrons, how can you guarantee that I will be acknowledged by the 9 cauldrons?" Moon Goddess lowered her head and said softly, "Because of your majesty." Moon Goddess paused and explained, "The 9 cauldrons' recognition of the Son of Heaven comes from the popularity of the people. This is something that your majesty doesn't lack. As long as you activate the 9 cauldrons according to the ancient ritual, your majesty will definitely be acknowledged by the 9 cauldrons." Popularity, people's hearts, Seito repeated softly. It was similar to the scanning device of the human collective consciousness, Alea. However, the 9 cauldrons' function was much smaller. "Not enough," Seito said again. "Please tell me, your majesty." Moon Goddess bowed and asked. "The 9 cauldrons," Seito said. Moon Goddess frowned and fell silent. Seito said it simply, but how could the smart Moon Goddess not understand? He wanted the school of Yin-Yang to hand over the 9 cauldrons. In other words, he wanted the school of Yin-Yang to steal the 9 cauldrons from Xianying Palace. He wanted to use this rebellious action to completely break with the Qin kingdom. The consequences of this were not something that the school of Yingyang or schoolmaster Tai you wanted to see. The 9 cauldrons will belong to your majesty sooner or later. Why are you in such a hurry? Moon Goddess said softly. The consequence of being hesitant is that neither side will benefit. This king thinks that your Yingyang school should understand this simple truth. Ito-sei was unmoved and said in a light voice, "The Moon Goddess can't make a decision on this matter. I can only give my king an answer after asking the leader." The Moon Goddess paused for a moment before speaking again. This king hopes that it won't take too long. Otherwise, this king can only doubt the sincerity of your Yingyang school. It would be bad if something bad were to happen. Seito chuckled. Moon God understands. Moon God bowed. Then, together with the silent Zhou Yin, he turned and left the palace hall. School of Yingyang. 9 cauldrons. I hope what you said is true. Seito thought to himself as he watched Yue Xin and Zhou Yin leave. A few nights later, in the state of Qin, in the Xianying Palace. Accompanied by a thick fog that suddenly spread out in the palace, over 100 people wearing black pants, gray clothes, strange masks on their faces, and dark purple pointed hats on their heads, their feet off the ground and hovered in the air. From afar, the ghost-like figures appeared from a corner of the Xianying Palace. Then, without saying anything, they floated along the corners of the palace walls and moved towards a certain place. What was strange was that along the way, these gray-clothed people seemed to have discussed with the Qin soldiers guarding the palace. Whenever they approached the patrolling Qin soldiers would walk right to the border of the patrolling area. They would turn around and look in the next direction, coincidentally ignoring them. Therefore, without alerting any of the Qin soldiers guarding the palace, this group of strange people moved to the vicinity of palace. Then, these strange people looked at each other silently, nodded slightly, and separated into several small groups. They floated out of the shadows and moved towards the Qin soldiers around the palace. "Who's there?" the Qin patrol shouted when they noticed them. The strange people didn't say anything. They just stretched out their hands one after another, and 2 balls of strange, purple light bloomed from their hands. The next moment, a series of strange cries rang out one after another. The Qin soldiers who were waiting in formation immediately stiffened, as if they were being attacked by a bitter cold. Their bodies began to tremble violently. "Shoot! Shoot!" Under the attack, one of the leading officers forced himself to shout. The Qin soldiers who were a little further away and didn't immediately suffer the strange attacks didn't hesitate. They immediately took the arrows from their waists and held them in their hands. They pressed the loudspeaker at the strange people who floated towards them. Kacha! With a soft sound, dozens of sharp arrows flew out from the loudspeaker and pierced into the strange people's bodies in the blink of an eye. "Ah!" Screams rang out. The strange people who were hit by the arrows were like lit torches. They suddenly burst into flames, and then turned into a pile of sparks and disappeared into the air. It was as if they were telling the world that they weren't humans. Even so, the Qin soldiers who were restrained by Xiangyang's coup fa didn't dare to slow down. They continued to use the loudspeakers and weapons in their hands to attack the strange people in front of them. Seeing this, the strange people immediately changed their way of moving. They changed from charging straight forward to walking in a zigzag pattern or moving forward in a zigzag pattern with their companions. At the same time, they waved their hands and created fireballs, water balls, green leaves, and earthy air. They attacked the Qin soldiers in front of the palace. For a moment, a dreamlike scene appeared in the Xianying Palace under the cover of the night sky. At the same time, in the palace, with the help of those scattered companions, a team of over 20 gray-clothed men rushed into the palace and stopped in front of the 9 cauldrons standing in the middle of the palace. "Quick attack! The surrounding Qin soldiers are coming." At this moment, one of the people in gray said urgently. As he spoke, he raised his hands in front of him and quickly formed a few strange seals. The few people around him didn't dare to hesitate. They also raised their hands and formed the seals. Then, The five-colored light and energy that represented the five elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, bloomed from the five people's hands. Formation. At this moment, the voice sounded again. Then, the five people moved together. They jumped to 5 spots around the 9 cauldrons and pushed their hands that were filled with the energy of the 5 elements forward. Almost instantaneously, an extremely dazzling white light that was like the sun suddenly bloomed in the hall. It forced the 5 people to close their eyes to avoid being blinded by the light. Fortunately, the light disappeared as quickly as it came. It only shone for 3 to 4 seconds before it completely disappeared. The scene in the palace was revealed once again. The palace was still the same palace. There were no changes. However, around the 9 cauldrons, a transparent air shield that was filled with starlight suddenly appeared and surrounded the 9 cauldrons. Seeing this air shield, the 5 people didn't hesitate. They once again put their hands together and activated the energy in their bodies to form a few seals. In the next moment, the air shield trembled slightly and suddenly dissipated, revealing the 9 cauldrons in front of them. Quick! Then, one of the 5 people shouted. However, this time, it wasn't just the 5 people who moved. All of the gray-robed people in the palace moved as well. They spontaneously separated into small groups of 3 and floated to the side of the 9 cauldrons. Their hands emitted a mysterious light. They worked together to lift the 9 cauldrons that looked extremely heavy from the ground and move them out of the palace. They didn't stop for a moment and continued to rush out of Xianying Palace. Seeing that they had succeeded, the many gray-robed freaks who had survived the Qin army's counterattack didn't dare to hesitate. They increased their strength in attacking the Qin court guards who were rushing over, trying to delay them and create an opportunity for them to escape. Unfortunately, they were no match for the Qin army's numbers and arrows. It didn't take long for them to be completely slaughtered. Wood, fire. Seeing this, one of the gray-robed people suddenly stopped. He formed a seal with his hands and shouted. The 2 gray-robed freaks who were called did not hesitate. They stopped and turned around one after another, just like the one who spoke. They formed a seal. In an instant, several surging torrents, a large number of emerald green leaves, and clusters of reddish-yellow flames appeared around the 3 of them as they formed hand seals, accumulating power and waiting to be unleashed. Shoot! At the same time, the general of the Qin guards who hated these gray-robed people to the core shouted, "Shua!" A large amount of arrows shot towards the 3 people who were left on the battlefield like locusts. However, just as it was about to hit them, a large number of green leaves instantly flew in front of the 3 of them, forming a circular air shield with a curved surface, blocking in front of the 3 of them. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Then the arrows flew and smashed into the ground on both sides. Good job, Wood. The person who played with fire laughed. Then, he pushed his hands forward as if they were solid objects. A huge wave of fire instantly rushed towards the Qin army. Who? The wave of fire pressed down and covered the space 10 steps in front of them. Caught off guard, a group of Qin guards at the front were immediately hit by the flames. The inner lining of their armor was ignited, and they screamed as they were burned by the flames. However, soon they would be free. It was because in the next moment, under the control of the gray-clothed freak who was the first to stay behind, 5 thick water snakes that were like flood dragons and dragons charged towards the soldiers who were burned and behind them. The water droplets turned into sharp blades, stabbing into the Qin court guards' flesh through the gaps in their armor, inflicting serious damage to them. Let's go. The gray-robed person who released the water snakes said decisively. The other 2 nodded. Among them, Wood, who used leaves to create a protective barrier, shot the thousands of leaves in front of him at the Qin guards. Then, he followed the person who spoke and chased after the gray-robed people who were running ahead. Just like this, they fought and retreated for an unknown amount of time. Just as they found it more and more difficult to deal with the surrounding Qin guards, a man and a woman suddenly landed in front of them. Greetings, Xiangjuan. Greetings, Lady Xiang. The gray-robed people carrying cauldrons called out in unison. Xiangjuan glanced at the gray-robed person beside her and said indifferently, "You guys did well." Then, Xiangjuan retracted her gaze and looked at the surrounding Qin guards and said, "You can bring them away. Leave the rest to me." Lady Xiang nodded and quickly formed a seal with her hands. An incomparably thick torrent of water immediately appeared out of thin air. Like a high-pressure water gun, it blasted away the Qin guards who were blocking their path. After finishing the attack, Lady Xiang said coldly, "Let's go." "Yes." The gray-robed man agreed and hurriedly followed Madame Xiang out of the Qin Ting guard's hole. "Mr. Xiangjuan, what is the meaning of this?" At this moment, a Qin guard general who recognized Xiangjuan walked out of the crowd. He looked at Xiangjuan with an unsightly expression and questioned. "You don't need to know," Xiangjuan coldly said. "Mr. Xiangjuan, you are secretly letting the assassins go. Could it be that you want to betray His Majesty?" The general loudly questioned. "Betray? Qin King is not worthy of my loyalty." Xiangjuan's eyes flashed with disdain as she said, "How dare you?" The general angrily shouted, "Since Mr. Xiangjuan is like this, then don't blame me for being impolite. Go." After saying that, apart from the soldiers who had already gone to chase after Lady Xiang and the gray-robed person, the remaining soldiers tightly gripped their weapons and slowly pressed towards Xiangjuan, who was standing in the middle of the battlefield. A bunch of useless chickens and pottery dogs. "You want to keep this lord here?" Xiangjuan coldly looked around and coldly laughed. After saying that, she clasped her hands together and made a yin and yang seal. A clear stream of water immediately appeared in front of her. As if it was driven by some kind of power, it spun at a high speed and created a whirlwind that could be seen with the naked eye. Then, Xiangjun clasped her hands together again. With a bang, the water ball that was spinning at a high speed exploded. The water droplets turned into thousands of water bullets that could pierce through metal and stone and shot towards the soldiers that were surrounding her. Pu 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 pu. In almost an instant, the bodies of the surrounding dozen or so soldiers were turned into sieves. With a miserable cry, they fell to the ground. Then, Xiangjuan raised her sword and dozens of blood-red streaks uncontrollably flew out from the wounds of the soldiers who were shot by the water droplets. Like a demonic scarlet ribbon, they wrapped around the nearby soldiers of the Qin court. "Ah!" Continuous miserable cries resounded in the chaotic Qin court. After an unknown period of time, the spotless Xiangjuan met up with Lady Xiang and the group carrying the 9 cauldrons at the location that they had agreed on beforehand. "Let's go," Xiangjuan calmly said. Lady Xiang silently nodded and brought the group carrying the cauldrons and disappeared into the pitch-black alley with Xiangjuan. The night was still the same night. However, the Qin state that had just prepared for war was caught off guard by this sudden change. Chapter 1994. P.S. I don't even know how to write anymore because of the flu. That morning, in the palace hall of Handan City. Your Majesty, the 9 cauldrons are already on their way to Handan City. The moon goddess, who was dressed in blue silk with a white veil on the outside, spoke in a low voice. Half of her face was covered by a veil, revealing only her eyes. Her silver-white hair was tied up high with a wooden fork that looked like a sailor's rudder. Her temperament was even more noble and mysterious. Your yin-yang school is indeed sincere. Ito-sei's lips curled up slightly as he chuckled. "Now, tell me what you want." After a pause, Sei Ito spoke again. "Your Majesty, the school of yin-yang has no requests." Moon Goddess replied softly. "Oh." Sei Ito raised an eyebrow. Did they really have no requests? Or were they planning to retreat in order to advance? Reward those who have done well, and punish those who have done wrong. This has always been my motto. Although the cauldrons were obtained to show the school of yin-yang sincerity, it is still a great achievement for the kingdom of Zhao. So, if you have any requests, feel free to state them." Seito said calmly. "Your Majesty is indeed a wise ruler." Moon Goddess complimented, then said, "In that case, please allow the school of yin-yang to be in charge of the future ceremonies of the kingdom." "Very well. I promise you that after I pacify the 7 kingdoms, The school of Yin will be in charge of the ceremonies of the kingdom. Ito thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Although Sei still couldn't figure out whether the Yin school truly had no desires, or whether they simply wanted to surrender to the Lord of Victory and obtain a chance to survive, or if they had some other purpose, it didn't matter to him. In any case, once the entire world was conquered, it would be swallowed up by the magic cube and turn into one of the many worlds. The people of the world would also have to accept the erosion of the will energy. When that time came, even if they caused a huge ruckus, they wouldn't be able to escape from the palm of his hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. Moon Goddess bowed. Also, Your Majesty, when do you plan to begin the 9 Cauldrons recognition ceremony? Moon Goddess asked after bowing. Since it's a ceremony, there should be a lot of things to prepare, right? Ito asked. Yes. The Moon Goddess nodded and explained, if you want to start the ceremony, you need an empty space. Among them, the 5 elemental lands where the dragon veins converged and yin and yang were in harmony was the best. Then, the altar had to be built there, and the specifications had to be made according to the requirements of the ritual grand ceremony. After the altar was completed, the 9 cauldrons could be placed on the altar, and the people would gather around the altar. At that time, Wang Ning would fast and bathe for 3 days. After washing away the filth, you can go on stage and perform the ritual. Ito frowned as he said, the place where the dragon veins converge. Furthermore, yin and yang must be harmonious, and the 5 elements must converge. Although it was hard to find a place where the dragon veins gathered, it wasn't like there weren't any in this era. At the very least, it was to the east of Mount Tai and the later Chong an area. Even if there really weren't any, Ito could still use his great mana to move the mountains and change the appearance of the land. Moving the dragon veins would forcefully create a place where the dragon veins converged. However, to add yin and yang and the 5 elements to this foundation, it would be a bit difficult. This was because the place where the dragon veins converged would be dominated by yin and yang. Unless it was a situation where 2 dragons were playing with each other, or it was close to the sea and the water, and yin and yang were combined. However, there was another problem. Although the former could combine yin and yang and gather the 5 elements, it required a special topography. This would be troublesome for the later part of gathering the people around the altar. Although the latter didn't require topography and could make it easier to gather the people, the water element was too heavy. Huara, Mukong, Tujiang, and Jinshin were also troublesome. Does the location have a big impact on the ritual? After thinking for a moment, Ito asked in a deep voice. Unless he used his ability the entire time, he wouldn't be able to come up with a perfect solution with the current methods in this era. The Moon Goddess replied. Do you have a suitable place in mind? Ito was silent for a moment. He asked again. There is a place, the Moon Goddess said. Where? Ito raised his brows. The Zhou clan's old haunt, the Moon Goddess said. The Zhou clan's old haunt referred to the area near Chang. It was also one of the places Ito could think of where the dragon veins would converge. However, that place should have been destroyed beyond recognition. How could it still retain the combination of yin and yang and the gathering of the 5 elements? Are you sure? Thinking of this, Ito asked. Yes, the Moon Goddess said with certainty. Ito couldn't help but fall silent. After a moment, he spoke again. This king's place of interest is Handan, and I have no intention of inheriting the Zhou clan. Let's forget about that place. The Moon Goddess naturally didn't have any objections. After a pause, Ito continued. In a moment, this king will have people clear out the area northeast of Handan and send enough craftsmen and commoners to you. Your school of yin and yang will be in charge of the construction of the altar. Yes, the Moon Goddess bowed and replied. All right, you may leave, Ito said calmly. The Moon Goddess will take her leave. The Moon Goddess bowed to Ito again, stood up from the ground, and slowly left the hall. So be it. I don't believe that I can't take down the 9 cauldrons with my methods. After Yueshin left, Ito-sei's body suddenly emitted a strong aura, causing the air in the hall to ripple. His face was full of confidence. Following this, Sei Ito sent the commoners, craftsmen, and various materials to the wilderness outside the east gate of Handan City and handed them over to the moon goddess and the school of Yin and Yang to build the altar. He no longer cared about the 9 cauldrons and instead paid attention to the intense war between the 3 kingdoms. Although the Qin Ting had panicked for a while because of the Yin Yang school's betrayal and theft of the cauldron, the heavens had to rain and the mother had to get married. What had happened couldn't be undone. Thus, the Qin Ting quickly readjusted their mood, steeled their hearts, and threw all of their energy into this war that concerned the survival of the country. Thus, after the 600,000 army, the Qin Ting once again sent out orders to the entire country, once again organizing an army of 200,000 men and 100,000 women, a total of 300,000 men entering the battlefield. It should be known that the total population of the Qin Kingdom at this time was only about 10 million. Excluding normal women, children, and those over 60 years old who could not be soldiers, the number of healthy men who could be soldiers was less than 5 million. This was the limit of the country's resources. If it continued, it would be like the Zhao Kingdom after the Battle of Chongping, where there were no healthy men left. It could be said that the entire country was at war. On the other hand, the Chu Kingdom was not as strong. Although its territory was very large, occupying almost all of Jiangzhou and Zhejiang, as well as the northern and southern parts of Hunan, it did not have a large population, only about 5 to 6 million. Thus, the 600,000 soldiers they sent out before were the limit of their military strength. If they were to take more, it would directly shake the foundation of the country. Thus, even if they saw their own army being crushed and scattered under the attack of the Zhao Kingdom's ghost-like army, the Chu Kingdom could not summon more soldiers to support them. However, what made things worse was that, perhaps because they saw that the Chu Kingdom was at its end and needed to think of a way out for their family, during a battle, the main force of the Gongshu family suddenly changed sides and attacked the Chu Kingdom's army together with Sei Ito's Zhao Kingdom's army. The Chu Kingdom's army was caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. As the commander-in-chief, Xiang Yin was also killed by the Zhao Kingdom's assassins hidden in the Gongshu family's army, causing the Chu Kingdom's army to suffer a great defeat and almost collapse. Although in the end, the Chu Kingdom still retained a certain amount of military strength and reorganized their formation, but in front of the vast Zhao Kingdom's army, they were completely powerless. In just a few days, they became a pile of skeletons in the ground. At this point, the Chu Kingdom no longer had a strong army. The Chu Kingdom was like a naked child in front of the Zhao Kingdom's army. Then about a month and a half later, at the end of June and the beginning of July in 250 BC, the Zhao Kingdom took over the entire Chu Kingdom and began to clean up and govern the remaining rebel forces in the Chu Kingdom. Without the restraint of the Chu Kingdom, the Zhao Kingdom's army was focused on dealing with the Qin Kingdom. Although later on, the Qin Kingdom's army used the method of shaking the foundation of the kingdom to recruit soldiers, but it still didn't last long. At the end of July in 250 BC, the Zhao Kingdom's army broke into Xianyang, surrounded the Xianyang Palace, and captured the king of Qin, King Zhuangxiang. At this point, under Sei Ito's chaotic intervention, the Warring States period officially ended more than 20 years earlier than history, leaving only a strong Zhao Kingdom to replace the historical Qin Kingdom and become the final winner. Of course, this referred to the Central Region. The conquest of the world outside the Central Region still didn't stop. At least there were 4 ancient civilizations: ancient Babylon, ancient India, ancient Egypt, and ancient Rome, waiting to be conquered. Then, unknowingly, it was August in the blink of an eye. Zhao Kingdom, Handan, Royal Palace Hall. Sei Ito, wearing a black ceremonial robe and a crown on his head, sat on the throne with a dignified face. Below him, there were many officials sitting on both sides of the hall, looking solemn and silent. Sei Ito turned his head slightly and looked at the silver-haired woman sitting on the right side of the hall and asked quietly, "Moon God, how is the construction of the altar going?" Your Majesty, the altar is all finished. We can hold the sacrificial ceremony for you at any time. Moon God leaned slightly and replied softly. Sei Ito nodded and looked to the white-haired and beautiful old man on the left side of the hall and asked, Xianling, how is the arrangement for the autumn harvest? It has been arranged. Once the grain is ripe, we can start the autumn harvest. Fang Xianling replied. Then, Sei Ito looked to do Ru Hui, Jianran, Tian Feng, Sun Yu, and Cheng Yu and asked, what about you guys? It has been arranged. They replied in unison. Good. When the autumn harvest is over, I will officially proclaim myself emperor in the eastern suburb of Handan City under the eyes of thousands of people. Ito Mori opened his eyes. His body naturally exuded the aura of an emperor and announced loudly, You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.